Ye Chen jolted awake as a loud crash echoed through the room. His bloodshot eyes snapped open. In front of him stood a massive alchemy furnace, still radiating warmth. A faint burnt smell lingered in the air. The room itself was a disaster. Herbs, clothes, bottles, and jars were scattered across the floor as if a storm had swept through. Looking around, Ye Chen let out a helpless sigh. So it was true. He had really transmigrated. 3 days had already passed since he arrived in this unfamiliar world, yet he still couldn't fully accept it. More than anything, he wanted to return home. Back on Earth, he had been nothing more than an ordinary office worker. Life wasn't extraordinary, but it was comfortable. His new identity, however, was far less fortunate. He had become an 18-year-old cultivator from a small family with mediocre alchemy skills. In theory, he should have enjoyed family resources, focused on cultivation, and steadily improved his pill refining abilities. Instead, for reasons he still didn't understand, he had been sent to Silver Moon Market and forced to work as an alchemist to earn money. The worst part? His alchemy talent was terrible. Even compared to ordinary alchemists, his success rate was barely half as good. If anyone discovered the truth, he would immediately lose his position. Alchemist jobs were highly sought after, and countless people were eager to replace him. Once reassigned to other work, his life would become even harder, more dangerous, and far more exhausting. Judging from the memories he inherited, the original owner of this body had spent countless nights desperately refining pills, hoping to improve his skills and meet his family's expectations. In the end, he had literally worked himself to death. And that was when Ye Chen arrived. Now all those problems belonged to him. During the past few days, Ye Chen had repeatedly tried refining pills, hoping he possessed some hidden talent. Reality proved otherwise. The original owner's foundation was weak, his training incomplete, and the memories left behind were fragmented and confusing. After several days of failure after failure, Ye Chen's results were somehow even worse than the original owner's. At this point, he had completely given up. In fact, he had even considered abandoning cultivation altogether. Maybe he could escape to a mortal city somewhere and spend the rest of his life as an ordinary person. Unfortunately, the world wasn't that kind. His cultivation was only at the second layer of qi refining. Outside the safety of the market, countless rogue cultivators preyed on the weak. If he encountered one of them, death would come quickly. Even a life of laziness wasn't something he could afford. Forget it. Ye Chen muttered as he rose to his feet. Whatever happens, happens. Since arriving in this world, he had hidden inside his room, terrified that someone might notice something strange about him. But now, he simply didn't care anymore. With a decisive push, he threw open the door. A freezing gust of wind immediately rushed inside. Damn it. Shivering violently, Ye Chen hurried back into the room and grabbed another layer of clothing. Only after wrapping himself up properly did he step outside again. The moment he entered the courtyard, he noticed a figure approaching from the front yard. A woman. She wore a flowing white robe that seemed dull compared to her flawless skin. Her elegant figure remained impossible to hide despite the thick winter clothing. Yet none of that captured Ye Chen's attention as much as her face. Her features were delicate and youthful, while her bright eyes carried a gentle warmth capable of stirring affection in anyone who looked at them. The moment he saw her, memories surfaced. Lin Kur. A cultivator at the shop and a third-layer qi refining expert who worked as a receptionist and guide for customers. Seeing Ye Chen standing outside, Lin Kur's beautiful face lit up with relief. Fellow Daoist Yi, you've finally come out. She smiled warmly. I noticed you hadn't left your room for 5 days. I was worried you had overworked yourself refining pills, so I came to check on you. Seeing you safe and healthy puts my mind at ease. Looking at the stunning beauty before him, Ye Chen almost felt his heart skip a beat. Then he remembered who she really was. A professional green tea girl. And instantly, the feeling disappeared.
Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Gift successful. Gift, 10 low-grade Qi gathering pills. Returning gift. 100 low-grade Qi gathering pills have been credited. First gift by the host detected. Though it didn't surprise the recipient greatly, a critical hit reward has been triggered. Reward, complete understanding of first-grade alchemy. First-grade alchemy complete understanding has been delivered. Detected that the host does not possess storage equipment. Physical rewards will be temporarily stored in system space and can be retrieved at any time. Holy crap. Hearing the system's notification, Ye Chen's eyes widened. Not only had 100 Qi gathering pills been credited, but he had also triggered a critical hit reward. He had directly gained a complete understanding of first-grade alchemy. This was too good to be true. Ye Chen had felt firsthand just how difficult alchemy was in those past few days. There were no formulas to follow. You had to pay full attention to the furnace, constantly adjusting the flame based on the different materials, and channeling spiritual energy to fine-tune the process. A single mistake and the entire batch would be ruined. His predecessor had studied alchemy for 4 years and was only just a beginner. He was nowhere near a true first-grade alchemist. Now, with a single critical hit, he had attained a complete understanding of first-grade alchemy. It was like winning the lottery. At this moment, Ye Chen's gaze toward Lin Kur had completely changed, like a stock trader watching his portfolio shoot up to the sky. Lick, lick, lick. I'm going to lick this treasure for the rest of my life. Ye Chen's burning gaze made Lin Kur feel a slight unease. A sense of worry crept into her heart. Could it be that Ye Chen thought giving a gift meant she would become his Tao partner? How could that be possible? Ye Chen must be too desperate. However, every time he gave something in the past, Ye Chen would eagerly drag her into conversation, babbling on for ages. Lin Kur had no choice but to listen, smiling along. After all, it wouldn't look good to just take the gift and leave. But she had to maintain some distance. Receiving a gift was one thing, but becoming a Tao partner was another. The two were entirely separate matters. As Lin Kur pondered how to phrase her next words, balancing keeping Ye Chen interested while not leading him to think she was fully invested, Ye Chen suddenly spoke. Then, Fairy Lin, go back and focus on your cultivation. I'll head back to rest for a bit myself. With that, he turned and left. The sound of the door slamming shut behind him echoed. Lin Kur, who had been preparing various responses in her mind, blinked in surprise. He's leaving just like that. Why wasn't he clinging to her like before, desperately chatting away and not wanting to part? But the surprise was only momentary. Lin Kur didn't think much of it. Who would care about the thoughts of a simp, anyway? Her attention was entirely on the pills in her hands. The Qi gathering pills were the most suitable for early-stage Qi refining cultivators. They could significantly speed up cultivation. Taking one before each session of training would give her roughly 1.5 times the normal effect. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Lin Kur didn't want to be stuck working as a receptionist in this small shop forever. Once she broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refining, she could look for a better job. So, without further hesitation, she turned and left, not wasting a single moment. With the rewards flooding in, Ye Chen was more than ready to leave. What else could he do? Was he really supposed to act like a simp? The gift-giving was just a task assigned by the system, nothing more. He wasn't about to get emotionally wrapped up in it. Extract Qi gathering pills. He mentally spoke the words, and in an instant, 10 small bottles of Qi gathering pills appeared in his hands. Opening one, he took a light sniff of the pill's fragrance. There was a faint undertone of mixed medicinal herbs. The pills weren't pure. Clearly, the refinement process had not been flawless, and the pills were barely passable. But low-grade pills were still good enough. This batch of pills was part of a task to hand in 500 Qi gathering pills to the store. Now, he had 100 in hand. At this rate, in a month, he could easily gather the remaining amount. The task deadline was actually 2 months away, so there was no rush. What once seemed like an impossible task that had nearly drained his predecessor was now a walk in the park. As long as he completed the task, he wouldn't need to find another job. He could stay comfortably in the shop, relying on the simp system to gather endless resources and cultivate his way to immortality. Just imagining that scenario made Ye Chen feel a surge of excitement. After counting the pills, Ye Chen placed them in a box at the side. As he looked at the box, a thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Here he was, a cultivator, and not only did he lack a storage ring, he didn't even have the basic standard storage bag. It was so inconvenient. But after searching through his memories, Ye Chen realized that storage bags weren't exactly low tier in the cultivation world. The smallest one, with just half a cubic meter of space, would cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. What kind of concept was that? Lin Kur, a chi refining third-layer cultivator, worked 8 hours a day at the shop, took 1 day off a week, and earned only 3 low-grade spirit stones per month. The market itself was protected by formations with a higher concentration of spiritual energy than the outside world. Even a small courtyard there would cost 1 low-grade spirit stone for rent. And then there was food and other daily expenses. If cultivators ate ordinary, spiritless food, it would merely fill their stomachs and create waste, which would slightly hinder their cultivation. Hence, they needed to consume the flesh of spirit beasts, spiritual grains, or else take special pills like the spiritual fasting pellets. This was the basic requirement. If cultivators wanted to speed up their training, they'd need medicinal pills, magic tools for protection, and perhaps even some offensive spells. All of these would undeniably cost money. The cost of cultivating immortality was astronomically high. That's why, typically, only cultivators in the mid-stage of chi refining who have multiple sources of income would be able to afford a storage bag. Most cultivators barely had enough spirit stones to get by, let alone spend them on female cultivators. Once their cultivation reached a certain level, they would have no shortage of women around them. It was no wonder Lin Kur had latched onto someone like him and was milking him for all he was worth. It was truly a matter of being broke. In the cultivation world, everyone was poor and obsessed with spirit stones. Who had the time or energy for romance? But for Ye Chen, this was not a problem at all. 10 low-grade chi gathering pills were worth half a spirit stone. Sending 1 gift would result in a 10-fold return, meaning he'd earn 5 spirit stones. With this, his monthly income could easily reach 20 low-grade spirit stones. And this didn't even include the fact that he had now attained the full comprehension of first-grade alchemy. Alchemy was also an incredibly profitable profession. He could easily be considered one of the wealthy elites in the cultivation world. The higher his skill level, the more he would earn. Take for example, refining chi gathering pills, which was the task that his predecessor had failed at. He needed to hand in 500 pills and the materials the shop had provided could produce a total of 1,500 pills. The reason for the extra materials was the failure rate in alchemy. A success rate of 30% was already considered acceptable for an alchemist. If he raised his success rate slightly, the surplus pills would be his own profit. Ye Chen's salary at the pill shop was 5 low-grade spirit stones. If he improved his success rate and managed to refine 750 pills, the remaining 250 would be his personal profit. That would easily add another dozen spirit stones to his pocket. By this calculation, he'd comfortably earn around 40 to 50 spirit stones a month. Thinking about the future influx of spirit stones, Ye Chen, who had previously been ready to slack off, suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope. Luck truly seemed to be on his side. Alchemy, money. With the system bringing him renewed hope, Ye Chen was full of energy and no longer slacked off. Having lived 2 lives, Ye Chen knew one thing very well: money was a man's courage. No matter which world you lived in, this truth remained the same. On Earth, with money, you could hit the gym, buy a house, buy a car, travel the world, and never be controlled by anyone. In the cultivation world, it was no different. Without spirit stones, one could only live like Lin Kur, acting like a green tea to get a little resource. But with spirit stones, you didn't have to waste time working every day. You could rent a better residence, use better pills, and eat better spiritual rice. Once your strength grew, it was others who would try to please you. And with Ye Chen having the simp system at his disposal, the stronger his power became, the higher the level of female cultivators he could encounter. The feedback multiplier would only increase. So, Ye Chen's drive was fully ignited. He was eager to experience the full comprehension of first-grade alchemy and see just how effective it was. However, when Ye Chen took the herbs from his storage box, carefully counting and checking them, his brows furrowed. There was a problem with the materials. To refine qi-gathering pills, the main herbs needed were withered yellow grass and red rose. But the red rose had some issues. A few of the plants were clearly not stored properly, and their petals had faintly turned white, though the change wasn't too obvious. Such slightly faded red rose, having lost some of its medicinal properties, could no longer serve as the main ingredient. Using them would only result in waste. Ye Chen's predecessor, being a novice, had failed to notice this issue. But now, with his full understanding and comprehension of first-grade alchemy, Ye Chen was well versed in the herbs used for this stage and could spot these issues easily. Ye Chen pulled out all the red rose herbs and found that at least a third of them had this issue. His expression immediately darkened. No wonder his predecessor's failure rate was so high. Back in the family, his success rate was at least around 20%. For every 5 batches of pills, at least one would succeed. But after coming here, he succeeded only once out of 7 or 8 attempts. Now it made sense. Someone had been sabotaging behind the scenes. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed as this realization dawned on him. The herbs were provided by the shop. And this was Ye family's own business. An increase in his failure rate certainly didn't benefit the family. So, who could be behind this? Knock, knock, knock. A gentle voice called from outside the door, "Nephew Ye, are you doing well?" Upon hearing the voice, Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Ye Chen tossed the red rose back into the storage box, quickly put on a warm smile, and politely opened the door to greet the visitor. "Manager Zhang, what brings you here?" "Please, come in." Having worked in a government office for 10 years, Ye Chen had learned a few things. The person entering was Manager Zhang, a plump man with a friendly smile on his face. "I just wanted to check in and ask how your pill refining is going. Did I disturb you?" This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Ye Chen immediately shook his head. "No, not at all. The pills are coming along fine. It's just that I'm still getting used to things, so the progress is a bit slower than expected. I'm afraid I won't be able to hand in the pills until the deadline." Hearing this, Manager Zhang, noticing the faint burnt smell lingering in the room and the discarded herbs piled up on the side, smiled even more broadly. "Oh, Nephew Yi, you're being too modest. You're a member of the Yi family, and this shop belongs to the Yi family. Don't worry about the deadline. Even if it's a bit delayed, I can extend it for you. I have enough authority to help you out. With your efforts, you'll surely have a better chance of joining the Green Cloud sect in the future." Green Cloud sect. Ye Chen heard this and, although his expression remained unchanged, his heart confirmed his suspicions. The one who had been sabotaging him with the faulty red rose was none other than this man right here. The Green Cloud sect was a major sect in the area, with a golden core ancestor overseeing its power. The first-generation ancestor of the Yi family had once been an outer disciple of the Green Cloud sect. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and never managed to form his foundation. Later, he left and founded the Yi family, which grew and expanded. The Green Cloud sect had supported this action. Disciples with no future leaving to branch out helped increase the sect's influence across different regions. Sometimes, they would assign tasks to these people as well. The first-generation Yi family ancestor had friends who became foundation establishment elders, and occasionally, these former peers would visit. This allowed the family to find help whenever trouble arose. As a result, the Yi family thrived. But after the death of the first ancestor, the connection to the Green Cloud sect started fading out. By the time the third-generation head took over, the ties to the Green Cloud sect were completely severed. However, the Green Cloud sect had a policy of preferential treatment for these semi-affiliated families. If a family produced a foundation establishment cultivator, they would be granted 2 spots to join the Green Cloud sect. Now, the current head of the Ye family, at the peak of the Qi refining stage, was attempting to break through to foundation establishment. But the resources required to support a foundation establishment cultivator were immense. Thus, the Ye family's 5th generation, including Ye Chen, was cast out, sent to work for the family to earn resources to support the family head. It was a sacrifice for the greater good of the family. There was still an upside, the 2 spots for entering the Green Cloud sect. There were 7 members in the current 5th generation of the Ye family. The competition for those 2 spots would be fierce, depending on their performance in the coming time. That was why Ye Chen's predecessor worked so hard to refine pills, to the point of overworking and dying. After all, joining a major sect meant a much better future and a broader perspective. It was far beyond the prospects available within the small Ye family. But despite being a small family with no foundation establishment cultivator, the Ye family's internal factions were still deeply entrenched in rivalries. Ye Chen was the only heir of the 3rd branch. As for the shop, it was managed by the 2nd branch. The predecessor had even learned alchemy from his 2nd uncle. Upon this realization, Ye Chen finally understood everything. No wonder the predecessor's alchemy skills were so poor, unable to even detect the problem with the red rose. No wonder the shop had secretly provided sabotaged herbs. They had set him up to fail. This was an attempt to prevent him from competing for the Green Cloud sect spots. At this point, Ye Chen could only sneer. A mere Qi refining family, instead of working together to elevate their clan, allowing everyone to rise alongside the family, was instead sabotaging their own descendants over a spot that might not even be obtainable. It was utterly ridiculous. Even if the family had successfully broke through to foundation establishment, a family like this would have no future. Once Ye Chen understood all this, he had no more expectations from the Ye family. However, the Green Cloud sect spot was still something he was very interested in. According to the system, the higher the quality of the female cultivator, the higher the feedback multiplier. On Earth, beautiful women always flocked to big cities. The same logic applied in the cultivation world. Outstanding female cultivators were bound to join sects. If Ye Chen entered the Green Cloud sect, he might meet women with 20, 30, or even 100 times the feedback multiplier. He could save decades of effort in one go. Just the thought of it made Ye Chen incredibly tempted. The sects had very high requirements for formal disciples. They had to be pure and untainted by any prior cultivation, with clean backgrounds. For someone like Lin Kur, a loose cultivator with no opportunities, joining a sect was practically impossible. Ye Chen himself was in the same position. So, this spot. He would definitely fight for it. Rest assured, uncle, I will definitely hand in the Qi gathering pills on time, Ye Chen said with a smile after grasping the situation. He didn't mention the issue with the red rose. A single word could easily expose him and inadvertently alert the enemy. With the system at his disposal, he had no doubt that everything could be returned tenfold. There was no concern about failing to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's chubby face bloomed into a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. He patted Ye Chen on the shoulder warmly. I knew you were capable, my dear nephew. Now, you rest up. I won't keep you any longer. Ye Chen smiled as he saw Manager Zhang out of the room. When the door closed with a soft thud, Ye Chen's face turned cold. A mocking smile was playing on his lips. Outside, Manager Zhang's expression was filled with contempt. As he walked away from the backyard, he glanced back at Ye Chen's room and sneered. The whole room reeks of failed pills, yet he still thinks he can finish the task. The most laughable part is that, despite being unable to produce a few decent pills, he still tries to act important in front of female cultivators. He's just a fool after all. Being a little stronger means one can have any woman he wants. At Red Sleeve Pavilion, one low-grade spirit stone is enough for a female cultivator to pamper you to the skies. But he wastes precious resources, giving them away without hesitation. Even without me sabotaging him, he has no hope of joining the Green Cloud sect. Manager Zhang looked down on Ye Chen completely. A fool not worth his time. His only wish was that the head of the Ye family would finally break through to the foundation establishment stage. If the family had succeeded, the Ye family's influence would soar. As for Manager Zhang, he would then be moved to a better post, far from the desolate Silver Moon market where he was wasting his life away. After Ye Chen watched Manager Zhang leave, he quietly wrote the man's name down in a small notebook he kept hidden away. Then, he sat down in front of the alchemy furnace and began to organize the herbs. He carefully selected the good ones, discarding the subpar materials aside. Once he had sorted through the herbs, Ye Chen placed them one by one into the furnace. The furnace was divided into 8 distinct sections, allowing different processes to occur simultaneously: roasting, steaming, fusing, and more. With a steady hand, he ignited the fire and began the alchemical process. Alchemy required mastery over both fire control and water control techniques. In the past, Ye Chen had struggled, muddling through his attempts in confusion. There were different types of fire: martial fire and literary fire. The flow of the medicinal liquids, the speed at which they fused, depended on the specific properties of each herb. The techniques for handling these elements varied as well. And there were various methods to extract the medicinal properties from the herbs. Books wouldn't help, only hands-on guidance would teach. But Ye Chen's second uncle had never properly taught him these techniques. As a result, Ye Chen's previous attempts had been nothing short of disastrous, with failure coming as a mysterious inevitability. Everything was different this time. With the profound insight he now possessed, Ye Chen could manipulate every aspect of the process with ease. Yet, in the final moments, his hand inadvertently shook, causing the flames to flare slightly higher. The furnace suddenly shook, and a burnt smell filled the air. It was a failure. Ye Chen was not discouraged. Although he had the insight, his physical technique was still a little lacking. He just needed a few more attempts to master it. Swiftly, Ye Chen cleaned the furnace and prepared for a second attempt. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Novelbin. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Half a day passed in silence. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately extinguished the flames. Upon opening the furnace lid, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled the room. Ye Chen used his spiritual power carefully to extract the pills. 2 low-grade, 4 mid-grade, and even a high-grade qi-gathering pill. Looking at the pills in his hand, Ye Chen was in high spirits. But as always, he immediately began to reflect on his process. This was a habit of his. He always reviewed his actions, pinpointed any issues, and made sure to improve for the next time. After the green fruit dissolved into liquid, the fusion seemed to have some issues. It wasn't even, but there wasn't enough time, so that's why 1 low-grade pill was produced, and only 7 pills instead of 10. If I can perfect this step next time, it should improve. Ye Chen reflected on his mistakes from the previous attempt. But looking at the results, his mood was genuinely good. A low-grade qi-gathering pill could be bought for 20 with 1 spirit stone. As for mid-grade pills, 1 spirit stone would only get you 15. And for high-grade qi-gathering pills, 1 spirit stone would buy just 10. The grade of a pill depends on its efficacy, potency, impurities, and various other factors. The higher the grade, the better the medicinal effects, the purer the power, and the fewer the impurities. However, this was only relative. The difference in efficacy was usually only about 10 to 20%. Therefore, only wealthy cultivators would choose high or mid-grade pills. But ordinary cultivators had no such luxury. If a pill bought with 1 spirit stone could last for 20 days, they wouldn't choose one that lasted only 15 or 10 days. As for poison from pills, impurities, and the like, that was not something they worried about. Looking at the results, Ye Chen carefully placed the mid-grade pills into a new bottle and tucked it safely away. The high-grade pill, however, was quickly tossed into his mouth and swallowed. Ye Chen certainly wouldn't hand over these pills to the store since Manager Zhang was clearly trying to deceive him. So, the high-grade pills were naturally kept for his own cultivation. In the world of cultivation, while spirit stones were important, cultivation itself was paramount. This wasn't Earth. Most places were lawless. On Earth, you could hire bodyguards and live in high-security areas to ensure your safety. But in the cultivation world, if you lacked strength, could you really hire bodyguards? Why wouldn't the bodyguards you were trying to hire rob you instead? After all, why spend your time protecting a weakling when you can just steal from them? Everyone was a potential predator. You couldn't trust even the kindest-looking cultivator you met in the city, since out in the wild, they might draw their magic sword on you without a second thought. Only places like markets, towns, and immortal cities, where large sects kept the peace, could offer a modicum of safety. But even then, safety wasn't guaranteed. This is why cultivation is paramount. Ye Chen immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After his transmigration, he had also consumed the pills made by his predecessor for cultivation. To be honest, they were absolute trash. Now, comparing them to the high-grade pills he had just refined, they seemed even worse than trash. The high-grade pills were soft upon entry, their medicinal power pure and smooth, not causing any discomfort to the meridians. Ye Chen quickly lost himself in his cultivation. When he opened his eyes again, 3 hours had passed. He slowly withdrew from his practice, his mood lifted. With the high-grade pills, he felt that if he cultivated with them every day, in less than 3 months, he might reach the mid-stage of qi refining. That was definitely good news. Cultivation wasn't about practicing for endless hours. Meridians had their limits. 2 hours of cultivation per day was sufficient. Otherwise, the meridians would strain, and forcing cultivation in spite of that could even lead to irreparable injuries. This was why cultivators relied on pills. Pills not only accelerated the speed of cultivation but also protected the meridians, making them more durable, allowing cultivators to practice longer. But even if the cultivation time was short, most cultivators still didn't have enough time. Aside from cultivation itself, they had to learn offensive spells. What good was having powerful cultivation if they couldn't fight? Additionally, they needed to keep learning other cultivation techniques, like alchemy or weapon forging, to improve their skills. And, of course, they had to work to earn money. Where would they get the money to buy food, pills, or magical tools otherwise? After finishing his cultivation, Ye Chen fell into a deep, restful sleep. When he awoke the next morning, he felt rejuvenated and refreshed. This was the first peaceful sleep he had since his transmigration. After instructing the mortal maidservant to assist him with his morning routine, Ye Chen proceeded to dispose of the problematic moonlight roses and some other herbs with insufficient potency by throwing them into the alchemy furnace and burning them into ash. This would make it appear to outsiders that he had once again failed in alchemy. Since he was already aware that the shopkeeper was keeping an eye on him, it was best to let them believe that he had failed. He would keep his true alchemy skills hidden for now. Ye Chen had plans to head out that day to buy some new materials for refining qi-gathering pills. It was essential to buy new supplies since his predecessor had been inept at alchemy, wasting a considerable amount of herbs, and some of the materials had even been tampered with. This was also to fool Manger Zhang, who thought that Ye Chen was trash at alchemy. Of course, his primary reason for going out was to see if there were any women at the Silver Moon Market with a higher multiplier. Though Lin Kur, the little green tea, granted him a tenfold return, if he encountered a better match with a higher multiplier, he would not hesitate to abandon Lin Kur. For him, profit always came first. Manager Zhang was immediately informed of Ye Chen's movements. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly deduced what Ye Chen was likely to do. To be honest, Manager Zhang had already completely lost interest in wasting his thoughts on Ye Chen. With poor talent, low alchemy skills, and an inability to even distinguish basic herbs, Ye Chen seemed entirely hopeless. Worse, his mind seemed fixated on women, constantly thinking of ways to give them things. Even without any interference from him, Ye Chen wouldn't stand a chance at getting the coveted position. However, Ye Chen's background was a bit different. His father was a late-stage cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining. Excluding the family head, he was the strongest combat force in the Yi family. He was responsible for overseeing all the family's material transport. Zhang knew Ye Chen might not be able to spot his methods, but Ye Chen's father was no fool. If he noticed any foul play, it would cause trouble. Moreover, if Ye Chen were deemed unfit early on, it could bring unnecessary retribution. After a moment's thought, a smile spread across Managed Zhang's face. This brat must have a decent amount of spirit stones. Since he's planning to buy pills from the outside to cover up his failure, why not let the profit stay within the family? If I can make some profit from those spirit stones, that'd be even better. With this thought, Manager Zhang waved his hand and summoned a confidant, giving him instructions. As Ye Chen stepped out of the courtyard, he surveyed the Silver Moon Market with a sense of disappointment. The shop was located on the main street, so the ground here was paved with a layer of cobblestones, and the entire street appeared relatively clean. However, as Ye Chen looked further ahead, he saw that beyond the main street, much of the area was just a network of stone and dirt roads. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Most of the buildings seemed small and shabby, with a dull grayish color. This was nothing like the immortal aura Ye Chen had imagined a cultivation world would have. In fact, it resembled the villages Ye Chen remembered from his childhood, back in the year 2000. It seemed that the lives of most cultivators were indeed quite harsh. Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. The sudden voice broke Ye Chen's thoughts. A cultivator with a sly look in his eyes appeared in front of him. Ye Chen instinctively took a step back, immediately on guard, circulating his cultivation method. Fellow Taoist, are you in need of pills? My father is an alchemist, and I'm a bit strapped for cash lately, so I borrowed some low-grade qi gathering pills to sell. A full 500 of them. If you're interested, I can sell them to you at a discount, but please don't spread the word. Ye Chen's heart stirred with a hint of suspicion. Low-grade qi gathering pills. Exactly what he needed to complete his task. But how was it that barely leaving the house, he ran into this? Ye Chen was not the naive young man from his past life who stayed inside the family, uninterested in the outside world. He immediately sensed something was off. He waved his hand, signaling that he wasn't interested in engaging with the man any further. The man, growing anxious, quickly began to glance around, whispering, "Fellow Taoist, the pills I have are genuinely cheap, 30 pills for 1 spirit stone. Though they're stolen, they're still genuine pills. The medicinal effect is guaranteed. 1 pill will accelerate your cultivation for nearly 2 months. You'd be making a profit buying these. And if you buy all of them, I'll give you a further discount. You can take the whole lot for just 15 low-grade spirit stones." Fearing Ye Chen wouldn't believe him, the man quickly pulled out a pill and showed it to him. Ye Chen glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. With Ye Chen's current level of expertise, it was clear to him that this low-grade qi gathering pill was of decent quality, at least better than the ones his predecessor had made. Seeing Ye Chen's interest, the man hastily poured out a few more pills. They were all of a similar standard. Indeed, they were genuine qi gathering pills, not fake ones. But that made the situation even more intriguing. For pills of this quality to be sold at such a price, it was essentially charity. Such a cheap windfall had conveniently fallen into his lap. And most conveniently, there were exactly 500 pills. What a coincidence. At that moment, Ye Chen's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Manager Zhang's round, smug face. With just a little thought, he quickly pieced together what was going on. Though it was only a guess, Ye Chen felt it was highly likely that Manager Zhang wasn't just trying to swindle him. He was aiming to squeeze him dry. Knowing that Ye Chen couldn't make pills himself, he had sent someone to sell him cheap pills, just so Ye Chen could have something to hand over for the task. Money in, money out. In the end, Manager Zhang would reap all of the benefits. Meanwhile, Ye Chen would be the one constantly losing spirit stones to complete the task, until his wallet was empty. And in the end, with a little manipulation, Manager Zhang would have Ye Chen publicly attempt to refine pills, and when he failed, he would be exposed. With that, the opportunity to enter Green Cloud sect would be lost forever. This Manager Zhang truly had a death wish. A wicked glint flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. In his past life, he was no pushover. He lived by the principle of paying back grudges in full. This Manager Zhang had already sealed his fate when he messed with him. Though Ye Chen's heart boiled with anger, he couldn't help but see the silver lining in this situation. The pills that had been delivered to his doorstep were, in fact, a blessing. Originally, he had to concoct a story to explain the source of the pills and cover his tracks. Now, by buying this batch at such a low price, he wouldn't need to pretend anymore. As for the cost, it wasn't a concern. With the simp system and his top-tier alchemy skills, Ye Chen's wallet would only continue to fatten. So, without hesitation, he spoke, "Let me inspect all the pills. If everything checks out, I'll take them." Upon hearing this, the sneaky cultivator's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately nodded and allowed Ye Chen to examine each pill. It took nearly half an hour, but the exchange of the 500 low-grade chi-gathering pills was finally completed. During this process, Ye Chen's suspicions were further confirmed. If these were indeed stolen goods, the seller would have been eager to offload them for cash, without wasting time for inspection. But when Ye Chen deliberately took his time examining the pills, the other party didn't rush him in the slightest. Ye Chen recalled that his father had been a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining, holding a respectable position in the family and enjoying relative wealth. His father had always been fond of him, so before Ye Chen left, he had been given a generous sum of 20 low-grade spirit stones. Now, using only 15 low-grade spirit stones to buy the pills felt like a breeze. After the transaction was complete, Ye Chen felt quite pleased. With enough pills at hand, he no longer needed to waste precious system feedback opportunities on low-grade chi-gathering pills. Instead, he could offer Lin Kuo something far more valuable. Ye Chen didn't rush back. He continued to stroll down the street, keeping an eye out for beautiful women. But he only wandered along the main street, avoiding the more secluded areas. The safety of Silver Moon Market was only relative. Every month, there were still a few cultivators found dead, their bodies discovered in the outskirts. The market's overseers couldn't be bothered to track down the culprits, instead just occasionally finding some rogue cultivators in the wild to blame and hanging them by the roadside as scapegoats. This gave Ye Chen a sense of déjà vu. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With the system at his disposal and a promising future ahead, why would he risk his life foolishly? After wandering the main street for a while, Ye Chen observed the bustling cultivators entering and exiting the surrounding shops. Among them were quite a few female cultivators. However, system didn't react to most of them. Either their looks or physiques didn't meet the standards, or they weren't virgins. Only a few of them passed the system's criteria, but the rewards were just 2 or 3 times the usual. The highest was 5 times. While these women were certainly beautiful, Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. After all, the system could only trigger once a week, and he had to choose the best option available. For now, it seemed Lin Kuo was still the most suitable target. He couldn't give up on her just yet. One Leaf Pill Shop. This was the Yi family's pill store. Manager Zhang sat on the 2nd floor, gazing at the spirit stones before him. As he listened to his subordinates' reports, a smile slowly crept onto his face. Ye Chen had indeed fallen for the trap. And the fact that this boy had a father who was a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining meant his wallet would last quite a while before being sucked dry. Manager Zhang had already stopped bothering with deliberately targeting Ye Chen. Instead, he planned to keep pressing Ye Chen with endless tasks to gradually wear his wealth down. With a constant flow of spirit stones in and out, Manager Zhang was going to make a huge profit. All he had to do was wait for Ye Chen's spirit stones to run out, causing him to explode in a fit of desperation. Even if Ye Chen's father invested heavily to support him, Manager Zhang was confident that he could easily expose Ye Chen's lack of ability by forcing him to refine pills in front of everyone. In Manager Zhang's mind, Ye Chen had already fallen completely into his grasp. He could destroy him at any time, so there was need to worry too much about it. Back in his room, Ye Chen immediately began rummaging through his belongings. It didn't take long before he found a jade slip. The Dragon Elephant Fist. This was an external martial art. The chi refining stage was essentially the process of guiding the spirit chi to cleanse the body, removing the impurities of a mortal frame, and eventually achieving true spiritual foundation at the foundation establishment stage. A strong body was crucial for this process. However, most cultivation techniques had minimal effect on improving the physical body, which was why it was essential to practice an external martial art to cultivate both internally and externally. This would not only enhance combat strength but also increase the chances of successfully reaching the foundation establishment in the future. The earlier one began, the better. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. However, martial arts techniques like this were not cheap. The Dragon Elephant Fist was bought by Ye Chen's father for 3 mid-grade spirit stones. It was a simplified version of a technique passed down from a sect far more powerful than the Green Cloud sect. Rumors had it that such techniques were deliberately sold by large sects for various reasons. On one hand, it served as a means of screening potential disciples. If a genius cultivated it well, they could be invited to join the sect. There was also a rumor that these techniques had hidden weaknesses that could be countered by their original counterparts. Whether the rumors were true or not, Ye Chen didn't know. What mattered was that the Dragon Elephant Fist could temper the bones and tendons, making it an extremely valuable external martial art. After Ye Chen had come to this world, his time had been consumed with pill refining, and he hadn't had a chance to learn it. But Ye Chen didn't plan to learn it either. These kinds of jade slips were one-time use only. Once you finished studying, the slip would shatter, and it was bound by a vow of the Tao heart, thus preventing anyone from passing on the knowledge. Given this, Ye Chen decided he would pass the Dragon Elephant Fist on to Lin Kuo. The technique wasn't bad at all, and it had cost 3 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire. What would happen if the 10 times return occurred? What kind of martial art would he get back? Could it even produce the original version? Ye Chen was deeply curious. Unfortunately, he had just gifted something yesterday. He would have to wait 6 more days for the cooldown period to pass. But Ye Chen wasn't in a hurry. Every day, he practiced steadily, refining pills and quietly improving his cultivation. The second week. Ye Chen arrived early at the pill shop. His family's pill shop wasn't large, only 2 stories tall. It primarily sold the pills sent by the family and purchased various herbs, especially silver moon grass. The name Silver Moon Market came from this very grass. Silver moon grass grew abundantly in the local mountains. It was the main ingredient for refining the clear meridian pill. As the name suggested, this pill could cleanse the toxins and impurities accumulated in a cultivator's meridians. It was highly favored by cultivators in the later stages of qi refining. Ordinary cultivators could never afford it. They barely had enough pills to consume for themselves, let alone spare any spirit stones for clear meridian pills. After all, the threat of pill toxins was far less frightening than poverty. Ye Chen waited quietly for a moment. A female cultivator entered the shop, dressed in somewhat gaudy attire, though she appeared to be of an older age. Upon seeing Ye Chen, her eyes brightened, and she quickly approached, "Fellow Taoist Yi." She knew Ye Chen all too well. A young alchemist, and most notably, a simp. Ever since that scandalous Lin Kuo had entangled him, Ye Chen had been rushing to send her pills every day. Seeing Ye Chen now, the female cultivator subtly tugged at her collar, trying to flaunt her advantages. If she could capture Ye Chen's attention, would she ever have to worry about pills again? However, Ye Chen glanced at her and noticed the lack of any reaction from his system. Taking a step back, he responded with cold indifference. Her intentions, Ye Chen obviously knew. The female cultivator's pride was wounded, but she didn't dare to speak up. Seething internally, she turned and went to the back to tidy up. At that moment, Lin Kuo also arrived for her shift. She was still wearing the same white dress, exuding a subtle, ethereal aura. Her long hair flowed, radiant and beautiful. Upon spotting Ye Chen, Lin Kuo appeared slightly surprised. But her expression quickly softened, and she smiled sweetly. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, showing how happy she was to see him. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you've come out of seclusion. I'm sure you've had great gains." Ye Chen wasn't in the mood for pleasantries with Lin Kuo, who was the kind of woman that would never speak a word of truth to him. His sole focus was on claiming his reward. So, he immediately spoke up, "I have a gift for you, Fairy Lin." Lin Kuo was slightly taken aback. Ye Chen, who had always been somewhat unsolicited, had taken the initiative to give her a gift. It must be another batch of pills. Of course, Lin Kuo didn't want to turn it down. However, Ye Chen had already gifted her 10 low-grade qi gathering pills last time. She still had 3 left, having consumed 1 a day, and hadn't finished them all yet. If she accepted more now, wouldn't it make her seem a bit greedy? Meanwhile, another female cultivator who was tidying up the counter overheard this and clenched her teeth in frustration. Lin Kuo, however, was decisive and shook her head. I truly appreciate your kindness, fellow Taoist Yi. But I still have 3 of the pills you gave me last time left to consume. So there's no need for you to spend any more. Lin Kuo had made up her mind. She wouldn't accept the gift this time. She needed to set an image. She didn't want Ye Chen to think that she was just after his pills. Sometimes, you must take a step back to leap 3 steps forward. The female cultivator beside her grew even more frustrated. In her heart, she shouted, "Why am I not as good as Lin Kuo? Send them to me, send them to me. I really want them." Ye Chen observed Lin Kuo, noting how she had rejected his gift but subtly mentioned that she still had 3 pills left. It was clear she was hinting that he should send more in a few days. This made Ye Chen want to laugh, but he quickly suppressed the urge. There were more important matters at hand. He spoke up directly, "It's not pills, but a martial technique, Dragon Elephant Fist, that my father prepared for me. It can refine flesh, blood, and tendons. This is a martial art passed down from the Dragon Elephant sect. I see that you're close to breaking through to the mid-stage of qi gathering. With the assistance of this external technique, you can refine your body and blood, and your progress will be accelerated." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo, who had been steadfast in her refusal, froze. Her pupils contracted sharply. Not pills, but a martial technique. This. The immense surprise hit Lin Kuo like a sledgehammer, leaving her dizzy. A martial technique? And one that could refine tendons and bones? This was far too precious. Most basic external martial arts could only temper the flesh, and their effects were mediocre at best. The next level up could refine tendons and bones, but such techniques were rare. Even qi refining stage cultivators would feel their wallets bleed if they had to buy one. The most advanced types could refine tendons, bones, and even internal organs. But those were typically only accessible to top-tier sect disciples. Loose cultivators like herself had no hope of acquiring such techniques. Lin Kuo had never practiced external martial arts, knowing that once she broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining, she would need to save up more spirit stones and look for a better technique. She never expected Ye Chen to bring this to her directly. Although she knew Ye Chen had feelings for her, she hadn't anticipated such a generous gesture. Ye Chen was being far too lavish. The shop fell into an uncomfortable silence. One of the female attendants looked at Ye Chen with a face twisted by jealousy. The other servants couldn't help but look at him as if he were some spoiled rich kid. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang had appeared in the hallway at some point, his face tinged with a faint greenish hue. He knew Ye Chen was a simp, but he hadn't expected him to be this hopeless. This martial technique was worth at least 2 or 3 middle-grade spirit stones. And Ye Chen was just giving it to a woman. What the hell was wrong with him? Was he completely ignoring his own family? If Manager Zhang didn't know better, he would have thought Ye Chen came from a foundation establishment family. 2 or 3 middle-grade spirit stones, do you even know how many women you could get with that? Manager Zhang gritted his teeth as the urge to snatch the jade slip from Ye Chen's hands almost overwhelmed him. Even though it wasn't his, just watching made him feel sorry. Ye Chen, however, didn't care at all about what anyone thought of him. He simply smiled lightly and looked at Lin Kuo. Lin Kuo pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. But her willpower was still strong. She suppressed the urge to reach out and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, you also need a martial technique yourself. I can't accept it." She wanted it, no doubt about that, but her modesty made her resist. She wanted to refuse a few more times before finally accepting it. That way, it would look better. It would appear that she was only accepting because she truly couldn't refuse. This was the way she had handled things before. Ye Chen could see exactly what she was thinking from her expression. A cold sneer rose in his heart. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. This woman had been spoiled by his previous self. She had gotten used to being pampered. She clearly wanted it desperately. But now, she had to make him work for it, like she was the prize. Ye Chen felt a rising distaste. He couldn't keep acting like this, constantly giving in and begging her to take things. He was done. He immediately made a motion to retract the jade slip. You're right. If that's how it is, then I'll take it back. Seeing Ye Chen actually take it back, Lin Kuo's eyes widened in shock. Ye Chen was taking it back. How could he take it back? Hadn't he always insisted that she accept it after a few more polite refusals? At that moment, Lin Kuo was filled with immense regret. She even had the urge to leap forward and snatch the jade slip from Ye Chen's hands. That was worth several middle-grade spirit stones, an external technique that could refine the tendons and bones. Even if she didn't eat, drink, or cultivate for the next few years, it would still take her at least 10 years to afford it. And yet, just because of one sentence, it had slipped through her fingers. Lin Kuo felt as though, for the next few years, she would wake up in the middle of the night, slapping herself twice in frustration. She was truly regretful. But just at that moment, Ye Chen's hand paused as he was retracting the jade slip. I just remembered, he said, my father mentioned he might be able to find a better martial technique. He'll bring it to me next time. So, you should keep this dragon elephant fist for your cultivation. He spoke and handed the jade slip back to Lin Kuo. Seeing the jade slip that she thought she had lost, Lin Kuo's emotions were like a roller coaster. She dared not refuse any longer. She was terrified that this opportunity would slip away for good. Hurriedly, she took the jade slip with both hands, her voice sincere, in that case, thank you so much, fellow Taoist Yi. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, hearing the system notification in his mind, was in a particularly good mood. This was how it should be. Just accept it if you want it. No need for fake politeness. Ye Chen didn't even bother to listen to Lin Kuo's thanks. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. He was in a hurry to go check the system rewards. Once Ye Chen left, the shop fell silent again. No one believed Ye Chen's final words. Even if his father were at the peak of the qi refining stage, a middle-grade spirit stone a year would be the most he could manage. Could he really bring a better martial technique next time? They all thought it was just an excuse to convince Lin Kuo to accept the gift. Managed Zhang felt even more shocked. Ye Chen's actions had completely shattered his understanding of what it meant to be a simp. He hadn't expected there could be someone this extreme. Sending pills was understandable, but giving away a martial technique, especially one that Ye Chen needed for himself? It was utterly foolish. For cultivators, the most important thing was their own strength and cultivation. If you gave it all away to someone else, what would happen when their cultivation surpasses yours? Would they even spare you a glance? It was laughable. Ridiculous. Stupid beyond belief. Managed Zhang watched the jade slip in Lin Kuo's hands with greed written all over his face. Even if he couldn't use it himself, it would be perfect for his son. Lin Kuo, a loose cultivator, had no right to possess such a treasure. However, Lin Kuo was quick to react. She immediately pressed the jade slip to her forehead. The next moment, the jade slip lit up and shattered into pieces. Manager Zhang couldn't help but give her a deep, measuring look. This woman was truly clever. Now that the jade slip had shattered after being used, there was no point in coveting it. Grinding his teeth, Managed Zhang made a mental note to increase his exploitation of Ye Chen. He just couldn't understand how the Yi family could raise such a simp. Absurd. Truly absurd. Lin Kuo, having used the jade slip, quickly scanned the information in her mind. The smile on her face grew even brighter. The dragon elephant fist technique was truly powerful. With this technique, her future prospects would only grow brighter. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's face involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ye Chen was truly kind to her. It was clear that Ye Chen really liked her. Even a cultivator like Lin Kur, with a steadfast Tao heart, couldn't help but feel moved by such attention. But as much as she was moved, she knew she could never be with Ye Chen, could never be his Tao partner. Her own goal was to reach foundation establishment and go further along the path of immortality. But Ye Chen? He'd probably struggle to even reach the peak of the qi refining stage. Still, Lin Kur silently vowed that once her cultivation reached greater heights, she would repay Ye Chen 100-fold. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had returned to his room and began checking the system. Gift successful. Gift was the physical cultivation technique Dragon Elephant Fist. Processing feedback. 10 times feedback, rewarded with Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Detected that the gift you gave was of great importance to the recipient and far exceeded their expectations, causing significant fluctuations in their state of mind, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward includes a one-day projection of the Dragon Elephant Sect's founding master, Su Longxiang, who can provide guidance on the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Detected that the host lacks storage equipment. The physical reward will be temporarily stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Looking at the system's reward, Ye Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. His expression was filled with pure astonishment. The disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect were renowned for their formidable physical strength. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique was the sect's signature martial art. The Dragon Elephant Fist was merely a simplified version of this technique. He had only given away a potentially flawed, simplified version, yet he had received the complete and original technique in return. This was truly a windfall of unprecedented proportions. After all, this was something money could not buy. But the real surprise came next. The system had also granted him a critical hit reward, an ethereal projection of the founding patriarch of the Dragon Elephant sect, with whom he could directly consult on the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. The value of this was even greater than that of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique itself. Cultivation techniques weren't easily mastered. There were countless subtle nuances that could never be fully captured in words. They required a master's careful guidance. Without such guidance, figuring things out on his own would take far too long and might even lead him down the wrong path. This was one of the reasons why the larger sects were so attractive to cultivators. But even disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect could only attend the lectures of their elders. But Ye Chen? He would receive one-on-one tutelage from the sect's founding patriarch himself. This was a privilege even the sect's direct disciples could not enjoy. His system had truly come through. And as for Lin Kur, that little green tea. She was truly a treasure trove in disguise. Ye Chen stopped hesitating. He immediately retrieved the jade slip from the system space and pressed it to his forehead. At the next moment, a torrent of vast information surged into Ye Chen's mind. Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, Qi refining chapter. Only the Qi refining chapter, not the entire technique. Yet Ye Chen was not disappointed. In fact, this was more than reasonable. If a simplified version of the technique, possibly with hidden flaws, could be rewarded with the full text through a tenfold return, then it would only mean the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique wasn't as formidable as its legend suggested. In that case, Ye Chen would be the one left disappointed. Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. It can refine the skin, flesh, muscles, bones, and internal organs. When practiced to its depths, the body becomes like the ancient dragon elephant, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Ye Chen found the introduction somewhat exaggerated, likely just a bit of boasting, much like the self-promotions of companies from his previous life. Even if there was a bit of exaggeration, however, the idea that cultivating this technique would make one's physical body invincible among peers wasn't an unrealistic claim. Ye Chen immediately immersed himself in studying the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would summon the ethereal projection of the founding patriarch and ask for clarification. The system's projection was remarkably user-friendly. The timer only counted when the projection was in use, and it could be dismissed at any time. It was just like the game's speed boosters Ye Chen had used in his past life. Though the projection appeared to last for only a day, it was more than enough time for Ye Chen to utilize it extensively. The following week, Ye Chen did not leave his room. Each day, aside from cultivation, he focused solely on mastering the dragon elephant prajna technique. When he ran low on top-tier chi gathering pills, he simply refined another batch. Ye Chen's alchemy skills were becoming increasingly refined. After a single session, almost all the pills produced were of top quality. Life was certainly becoming quite comfortable for him. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. The cold wind howled outside the window. Inside Ye Chen's room, however, it was as warm as spring. Ye Chen, bare-chested, stood within the room. His muscles rippled with every movement, and sweat poured down his body. His spine moved like a great dragon, shifting as he struck different poses. But the most remarkable change was in his skin and flesh, which looked far more delicate yet was resilient. A week of cultivation had allowed Ye Chen to experience firsthand the terrifying power of the dragon elephant prajna technique. His skin, flesh, muscles, bones, and internal organs were all undergoing simultaneous enhancement. The results were simply astonishing. Not only was his strength increasing, but his defenses were also growing stronger. The most significant improvement was in his internal organs. Ye Chen could feel his heart beating more powerfully, his senses growing sharper, and the world around him becoming clearer. It was as though his vision had sharpened and his hearing had grown more acute. This was undoubtedly the benefit of enhancing his internal organs. Such astounding results could be attributed not only to the dragon elephant prajna technique but also to the guidance of the founding patriarch and the aid of medicinal pills. When Ye Chen's father had purchased the external cultivation technique, the shop had conveniently included 10 elephant blood pills, which was a supplementary body-strengthening elixir. These pills were standard for the dragon elephant hand technique. However, the elephant blood pills were a secret concoction of the dragon elephant sect, with no formula available to the outside world. It was a clever scheme, sell a flawed external technique with future profits tied to its use. One couldn't avoid spending spirit stones. It was a legitimate scheme, in broad daylight. Naturally, the elephant blood pills weren't available for sale at the Silver Moon Market. Ye Chen had obtained the recipe for these pills from the ethereal projection of the dragon elephant sect's founding patriarch. As long as he gathered the necessary materials, he could now refine them himself. It was truly an unfair bargain. The projection of the dragon elephant patriarch was like a vast treasure trove. The only regret was that the patriarch only answered questions related to the dragon elephant prajna technique. Had that not been the case, Ye Chen might as well have hired a nascent soul ancestor as his personal tutor. Such a pity. After finishing his cultivation for the day, Ye Chen glanced at the sky and prepared to head out. There were only 3 elephant blood pills left, and they were all of inferior quality. Now that he had the formula, it was time for him to gather the herbs and refine them himself. Additionally, the 5 remaining spirit stones his father had given him were all he had left. It was time to sell off the chi-gathering pills he had accumulated over the past few days. He also had some new gifts to send to Lin Kur. These were all important matters, and he couldn't afford to miss them. Leaving his pharmacy, Ye Chen made his way toward the alley outside the main street. The dragon elephant prajna technique had enhanced his senses, and after confirming that no one was watching, Ye Chen swiftly changed into a new set of clothes in an empty alley. At the same time, the flesh and skin on his face began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he took on the appearance of a middle-aged man, his features somewhat unusual. This was one of the benefits of body refinement. By controlling his flesh and skin, he could alter his appearance. However, since he was still a beginner, the change wasn't perfect, and his new face looked a bit strange. His bone refinement was also lacking. Otherwise, he could have altered his height and physique as well, ensuring total perfection. Returning to the main street, no one took notice of Ye Chen. He walked leisurely toward the largest store in the area, Green Cloud Shop. This was a subsidiary shop of the Green Cloud sect. From his predecessor's memories, Ye Chen knew that the sects in this world were quite adept at making money, and they weren't foolish either. For example, the Green Cloud sect didn't try to monopolize all the resources within its territory. Instead, it supported affiliated families, like the Yi family, to hold on to them. After all, if they tried to control everything themselves, it would only lead to resentment from other factions. Moreover, no matter how powerful the Green Cloud sect was, they couldn't station experts everywhere. So, for many less critical resources, the Green Cloud sect didn't directly intervene. But when it came to bustling locations, the Green Cloud sect always had a presence. The goods sold by the Green Cloud sect were certainly not something smaller families or loose cultivators could compete with. Their financial power was far superior. No one dared to cause trouble when doing business with Green Cloud shop. Thus, despite giving up on numerous resources, the Green Cloud sect still took a large portion of the profits and earned vast amounts. There had been an instance when rogue cultivators had dared to seize a market where Green Cloud shop operated. The next day, 3 Foundation establishment elders arrived, and who knows what happened to that rogue cultivator. Ye Chen intended to go to Green Cloud shop to sell the pills he had on hand and, while he was there, purchase a batch of herbs. This fellow Taoist, may I inquire what you wish to order? Upon entering Green Cloud shop, a servant immediately approached to greet him. Noticing Ye Chen's cultivation was not particularly high, the servant's enthusiasm waned somewhat, though there was no trace of disdain. Ye Chen didn't mind. The level of service here wasn't much different from that of luxury store attendants in his past life. I wish to sell some pills and buy some herbs. The servant's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, and he invited Ye Chen to take a seat. Although the position of alchemist was highly regarded, as the number of cultivators increased, a few alchemists always emerged. So, there was nothing particularly surprising about it. After Ye Chen sat down, the servant inquired, "May I ask what pills fellow Taoist intends to sell?" 200 medium-grade qi gathering pills, Ye Chen replied, casually taking out a pill bottle from his robe. The servant smiled and nodded at Ye Chen. Then, he lightly tapped the bell on the counter. Soon, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the back. Upon seeing the elder, the servant quickly bowed, "Greetings, steward." The servant was somewhat puzzled as to why the steward had come out instead of the designated alchemist. However, he quickly reported the matter of pill appraisal. "Master Li is currently refining pills and has no time. I shall handle this matter," the steward said. The steward of Green Cloud shop was not one who bore the scent of herbs. Instead, there was a faint trace of leather and a subtle metallic scent of blood. Most likely, the man was not an alchemist, but rather a talisman master. Moreover, he exuded an undeniable aura of power. To become a steward, one had to be at least at the late-stage qi refining realm. Qi gathering pills were low-level pills. Given his vast experience, even if the man wasn't an alchemist, he could still appraise them with ease. The elderly man nodded at Ye Chen, then picked up a pill. These are all medium-grade qi gathering pills. The color is pure, and the fragrance is rich, without any impurities. The craftsmanship is excellent. The man first examined the appearance of the pill, nodding with satisfaction. Then, he gently crushed one, studying its internal structure. He even took a pinch of the powder and placed it in his mouth. The medicinal potency is quite pure. The elderly man, who had not even glanced at Ye Chen before, now seemed intrigued and looked at him. These medium-grade pills are almost comparable to high-grade ones. Fellow Taoist must have refined quite a few high-grade qi gathering pills as well. Why not sell them together? The purchase price for high-grade qi gathering pills is actually more favorable. Ye Chen wasn't surprised that the elder could guess this. After all, cultivators capable of reliably producing medium-grade pills often had a few high-grade ones as well. Though high-grade pills seemed more expensive, their demand was also much greater. For example, wealthier and more prosperous rogue cultivators would often choose to use high-grade pills. After all, if one had the option, it was always better to use the superior ones. They contained fewer impurities and toxins. It was said that Green Cloud sect provided their disciples with daily cultivation pills, starting with medium grade, and for those with better spirit roots, they even received high-grade pills. This was one of the reasons rogue cultivators envied them. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Novel Bin. Please report it. However, Ye Chen simply shook his head. I haven't refined many high-grade pills. I've used most of them for my own cultivation. The elder nodded and didn't press further. 200 chi gathering pills were nothing more than a small transaction for Green Cloud shop. What herbs would fellow Taoist like to purchase? The servant put away the box, and the elder continued his inquiry. Ye Chen then took out the prepared list of herbs. The elderly man glanced over the list, raising an eyebrow slightly. The herbs Ye Chen listed were quite mixed. There were the primary ingredients for chi gathering pills, as well as ingredients for clear pulse pills, and a few others used for various other pills. The elder didn't recognize them. However, there were countless pill formulas in the cultivation world. And since the elder wasn't an alchemist, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't identify them all. He handed the list over to the servant, who quickly calculated the price. The total comes to just a little over 10 low-grade spirit stones. The previous transaction for the chi gathering pills was a total of 11 low-grade spirit stones. If you don't need anything else, I'll return 1 low-grade spirit stone to fellow Taoist. Ye Chen had no objections. Soon enough, the servant gathered the herbs. After Ye Chen confirmed everything was in order, he took the herbs and spirit stones and prepared to leave. If you have any more pills in the future, you can come to us to sell them, the elder said. Our Green Cloud shop offers the most complete selection of herbs in all of Silver Moon Market. Though Green Cloud's sect wasn't short of alchemists, their own alchemists didn't enjoy refining low-level pills, as the contribution was too little. As a result, there was often a shortage of low-level pills within the sect. The best quality pills that Green Cloud shop acquired were kept for the sect, while those of lower quality were sold to the public. Ye Chen's pills were of good quality. That was why the elder made this offer. Ye Chen nodded in response but didn't pay much attention to it. He preferred to keep a low profile, not wanting to attract attention by selling too many pills. Although Green Cloud shop was a large establishment, there were always some who were insatiable. Just as Ye Chen was about to leave, a woman's voice suddenly came from the back of the shop. Father, I've drawn the middle-grade fireball talisman. Look, isn't it impressive? Hearing the voice, the elder immediately smiled, though he still scolded, didn't I tell you? No noise in the shop. Wait until I'm done here to talk. Though he reprimanded her, his tone was clearly filled with affection. Ye Chen, already at the door, couldn't help but glance back. He saw a woman in blue walking out from behind the counter. Her hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, and her figure was graceful. Her eyebrows were curved, her expression full of liveliness and playfulness. Her skin was as white as snow, glowing with a radiant shine. At the sight of her, Ye Chen froze for a moment. The woman noticed his gaze and immediately furrowed her brows. Ye Chen nodded at her briefly, then turned and left without hesitation. That person was so ugly. Once Ye Chen had left, the woman muttered softly. The elder, hearing this, affectionately patted his daughter's head. He just used external cultivation to distort his face. His cultivation is only at the 3rd layer of chi refining, probably just a newbie. But he was really too cautious. Only a few low-grade spirit stones. Why would Green Cloud shop even care about that? The elder, having seen many people, quickly identified Ye Chen as an inexperienced novice. Ye Chen hadn't said much earlier, not because of silence, but because he simply hadn't experienced enough of such situations and knew that saying less would avoid mistakes. This was how every low-level cultivator had started. The elder, with his daughter in tow, headed toward the back courtyard to give her some guidance. As Ye Chen stepped out of Green Cloud shop, he couldn't help but glance back again. However, by this time, the woman had already disappeared from sight. Ye Chen wasn't someone who would fall in love at first sight. The cultivation world was full of intrigue, and with the system by his side, his future was bound to be bright. Why would he waste time on fleeting emotions? The reason he had paused earlier was due to the system's notification. Matching gift recipient detected. Sun Ruoxin, 15 times. At last, Ye Chen discovered someone in Silver Moon Market with a higher compatibility multiplier than Lin Kur. How could he not be excited? This was 15 times. If he gave Lin Kuo a pill, he would receive 10 in return. But giving Sun Ruoxin, this female cultivator, a pill would result in 15. As for things like cultivation techniques, the returns would be even greater. The only downside was that Sun Ruoxin had a high status and a solid background. She definitely wouldn't easily associate with someone like him, a mere loose cultivator. Even if he wanted to send her a gift, it wouldn't be that simple. A woman with a 15-fold compatibility multiplier was indeed a treasure. But approaching her recklessly would certainly make her wary. Moreover, she was clearly not like Lin Kuo, a loose cultivator. Her clothes were all enchanted robes, which were more difficult to craft than ordinary magic items and thus were much more expensive. Ye Chen couldn't even assess her cultivation, which meant it was definitely higher than his. She was at least in the qi refining mid-stage. A rich, refined young woman, someone like him wouldn't have a chance with her. If Ye Chen gave her a gift out of the blue, she likely wouldn't even look at it. In fact, it could bring him trouble. He decided it would be better to take a long-term approach. There was no rush. After all, there was Lin Kuo, who could still serve as a backup. Ye Chen found a secluded spot to restore his original appearance and changed back into the clothes he had worn when leaving. He then returned to his pharmacy through the front door. The shop was empty when he entered. When the staff saw him come in, their expressions were complicated. Though it had already been a week since he had given away the external cultivation technique, the shock it had caused in the shop had not yet worn off. The dragon elephant fist, worth 3 mid-grade spirit stones. They couldn't even afford that after 10 years of living frugally, yet Ye Chen had just given it away to a woman like it was nothing. There was no doubt he was a wasteful fool. If he had given such an expensive gift and taken Lin Kuo into his room, then it might have made sense. The problem was that after giving the gift, Ye Chen had never shown up in front of Lin Kuo again. What was that supposed to mean? Giving without expecting anything in return. What is that but a simp? The staff couldn't understand Ye Chen's simp behavior. In fact, they despised it so much that they often laughed about it after work. As a result, many local cultivators in Silver Moon Market now knew that a young alchemist from the Yi family's shop was nothing more than a hopeless simp. They all looked down on him. Ye Chen was unaware that his reputation had spread far and wide. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Whether he was a simp or not wasn't up for others to decide. He alone could define it. If he said he wasn't simping, then he wasn't. The staff watched Ye Chen with curiosity. Could it be that he was here to give another gift? Lin Kuo, seeing him, wore a complicated expression. She had already cultivated the dragon elephant fist. The effects were truly outstanding, far surpassing ordinary external cultivation techniques. But after receiving such a heavy gift from Ye Chen, she didn't know how to face him anymore. What if Ye Chen had some improper request? How would she refuse? What relieved Lin Kuo was that Ye Chen didn't come to find her. Instead, he called over a staff member and listed some medicinal herbs. He asked them to charge it to his account and have the herbs delivered to the back courtyard. The herbs Ye Chen bought from Green Cloud shop weren't the full list. Some of the most common herbs he bought from his own shop. He also bought a few unnecessary herbs, ensuring no one could figure out what he was going to refine. The elephant blood pill was a unique pill of the dragon elephant sect. If word got out that he could refine it, it might cause trouble. It was better to be cautious than to risk it. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. Back in his room, Ye Chen remained calm as he processed the herbs and began refining. After more than 4 hours, a peculiar aroma filled the room. With a soft hiss, the alchemy furnace lid lifted. Several red pills flew out and landed in Ye Chen's hand. Elephant blood pills. 5 lower grade, 3 middle grade, no upper grade. Ye Chen examined the pills in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The refinement of the elephant blood pill was more difficult than that of the qi gathering pill. To produce 3 middle grade pills on his first attempt was already a good result. As for the 5 lower grade pills, Ye Chen planned to give them to Lin Kuo. She was currently cultivating the dragon elephant fist, and the elephant blood pill was precisely what she needed. Moreover, his father had indeed given him 10 elephant blood pills in the past, so there was no fear of revealing that he could refine them. It was also an opportunity to see what the tenfold reward would yield. However, he could only give 10 pills at once. Each pill would provide a tenfold reward, so Ye Chen would naturally not waste the opportunity. Thus, he decided to add 5 middle-grade qi gathering pills to the gift for Lin Kuo. The goal was to maximize the rewards. Ye Chen's remaining spirit stones were running low, so it was time to earn more. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford more expensive gifts. During the afternoon shift, Lin Kuo was somewhat distracted. Ye Chen had come to the shop today but hadn't spoken to her. He hadn't even glanced in her direction. This left Lin Kuo feeling uncertain. Could it be that Ye Chen was upset with her for not actively thanking him for such an extravagant gift? Had he grown tired of her? As she pondered, Lin Kuo hesitated. She knew her own heart well. She wanted to grow stronger, to reach foundation establishment, and to climb higher. While Ye Chen could help her now, he would be of little use in the future. Lin Kuo had initially planned to distance herself from Ye Chen once she reached the 4th layer of qi refining, when she no longer needed the qi gathering pills, and draw clear boundaries. But the dragon elephant fist had changed her perspective. It made her realize the kind of support Ye Chen had behind him. Even if Ye Chen were a failure, his father, who was at the 8th layer of qi refining, would continue providing resources that someone like Lin Kuo, a wandering cultivator, could only dream of. Once Lin Kuo reached the 4th layer, she could still obtain many valuable resources from Ye Chen. If she severed ties with him now, it would be a huge loss. With that in mind, Lin Kuo decided that after work, she would go to the back courtyard to see Ye Chen, thank him in person, and dispel any misunderstandings he might have about her. After work, Lin Kuo made her way to the back courtyard, stopping in front of Ye Chen's room. She gently knocked on the door. "Fellow Taoist Yi, are you there?" Inside the room, Ye Chen heard the knock and lazily stretched. Lin Kuo was coming to him. Well, that saved him the trouble of delivering the pills himself. He opened the door to find Lin Kuo standing there, her face full of joy and gratitude. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I've come to thank you again for the dragon elephant fist you gave me. I don't know how to express my gratitude. I've been cultivating for years, and you, fellow Taoist Yi, have been the kindest to me. You're like an older brother to me." Hearing this, Ye Chen nodded in agreement, but he believed not a word she said. As for the part about, "You're the best person to me, and I always thought of you as an older brother," Ye Chen had seen more than enough of these kinds of green tea phrases in his past life. "Fairy Lin, you're too kind. These elephant blood pills were prepared for me by my father to assist with the cultivation of the dragon elephant fist. Also, I've recently improved my alchemy skills and produced 5 middle-grade qi gathering pills. I'd like to gift them to you to aid your cultivation as well. Please, Fairy Lin, don't hesitate." With that, Ye Chen directly handed her the pills. Lin Kuo's eyes widened in surprise. After starting to cultivate external techniques, her progress had been rapid. However, the consumption of resources had also increased at a correspondingly fast rate. After all, cultivating external techniques drained one's vital essence and blood. It was therefore crucial to use cultivation pills in conjunction with the training. Without the proper pills, one could not only fail to see results but could even damage their foundation and harm their body. Lin Kuo didn't have any pills to help with this and had been relying on more spirit beast meat and spirit rice to nourish her body. But that added extra expenses made her situation even more financially strained. The pills Ye Chen offered were precisely what she needed to address her pressing concerns. However, she really didn't come here expecting a gift. Looking at Ye Chen about to offer her more pills, Lin Kuo felt a swirl of conflicting emotions in her heart. She truly hadn't come here today with the intention of accepting anything else from Ye Chen. After all, the dragon elephant fist he had given her earlier was far too precious. It was an external technique that many cultivators would eagerly seek, and Ye Chen had given it to her without a second thought. Now, he was also offering her cultivation pills, once again being thoughtful and generous. This touched Lin Kuo deeply, but it also made her realize how much she had overthought things before. Ye Chen still harbored goodwill toward her. The reason he hadn't been actively seeking her out lately or speaking to her after gifting her something wasn't because he had lost interest. It was simply that he didn't want to put too much pressure on her. Lin Kuo asked herself, ever since stepping onto the path of cultivation, had she ever encountered anyone like Ye Chen? A person who selflessly gave without expecting anything in return. What cultivator wasn't driven by personal gain? No one would ever do something without a benefit in mind. Even Dao partners were usually cautious with one another, often scheming and calculating. But Ye Chen had always been quietly giving to her. If she were to become Dao partners with someone like him, life would surely be much more peaceful and comfortable. However, the cultivation world was fraught with danger. Demonic beasts and tribulations were numerous. Take the Silver Moon market, for example. This was already the third generation of the market. The first generation had been destroyed by a beast tide, turning it into ruins. The second generation had been obliterated when a golden core demonic beast fought a powerful expert deep in the mountains. The shockwaves from that fight had razed the entire market. This world was simply too dangerous, and Lin Kuo still wished to grow stronger, to climb higher. Yet, the Yi family was merely a qi refining level family. Even though Ye Chen had some talent, the support he could offer was limited and would never help her reach greater heights. As perfect as Ye Chen seemed, he simply wasn't the right person for her. What a shame. Looking at the pill bottle in her hand, Lin Kuo hesitated for a moment before reaching out and accepting it, sincerely thanking, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi." Ye Chen, on the other hand, smiled at the prompt sound echoing in his mind. "No need for thanks, fellow Taoist. Just focus on your cultivation," he replied with a warm smile. To Lin Kuo, Ye Chen's smile seemed to be a reflection of his joy at her accepting his gift, which, in turn, made her feel a bit of pressure. Ye Chen really liked her, didn't he? What if, in the future, she couldn't return his feelings? What if, out of love unreciprocated, resentment arose? Would he want everything back? And if she couldn't repay him, might he try to force her? For a moment, Lin Kuo's thoughts were in disarray, but a loud thud broke her train of thought. Ye Chen, after giving the gift, simply returned to his room. Lin Kuo paused in surprise but soon let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was for the best. With that, she quickly left the backyard and headed back to her cultivation, pushing the complex feelings aside for now. Meanwhile, inside his room, Ye Chen was thoroughly pleased with the tenfold rewards he had received. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. 5 lower-grade elephant blood pills have turned into 25 upper-grade ones. 5 middle-grade chi-gathering pills have turned into 50 middle-grade chi-gathering pills, perfect for selling and earning more spirit stones. This system really is thoughtful, adjusting the rewards based on my needs. Ye Chen was incredibly satisfied with the result. Without hesitation, he swallowed one of the upper-grade elephant blood pills. The more refined medicinal power surged through his body, filling him with vitality and vigor. His blood boiled, and he immediately began to cultivate using the postures from the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Ye Chen's talent was ordinary at best. However, with the assistance of the upper-grade elephant blood pills, he could feel his strength rising swiftly. It wouldn't be long before he would reach a small level of mastery in the dragon-elephant prajna technique. The days passed by steadily. Each day, Ye Chen focused on 2 things, cultivating and refining pills. Every week, without fail, he would send more pills to Lin Kuo, triggering the tenfold feedback. Each week, he would receive hundreds of pills from her in return. As Ye Chen's pill refining skill improved, his success rate grew steadily higher. Once he had accumulated a sufficient amount of middle-grade chi-gathering pills, he would head to other shops to sell them. The chi-gathering pill was especially popular among cultivators in the early stages of chi refining, and the market in Silver Moon Market was full of such practitioners. As a result, there was no shortage of buyers willing to purchase the pills. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Chen had amassed a fortune of 80 lower-grade spirit stones. Being an alchemist was indeed profitable. Of course, most low-tier alchemists would not earn this much. After all, Ye Chen had a perfect mastery of his craft, with a nearly 100% pill success rate and minimal waste. On top of that, Lin Kuo provided a tenfold reward system, allowing him to rake in even more. This was an income that other alchemists simply couldn't match. Aside from accumulating spirit stones, Ye Chen's cultivation was progressing at a remarkable speed since he was consuming upper-grade qi gathering pills and elephant blood pills every day. The treatment he was receiving now was comparable to that of a top disciple from a great sect. Ye Chen estimated that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 4th level of qi refining. Ye Chen stood up leisurely. Today was another day for giving gifts. He glanced at the time. Soon, it would be closing time. With 10 middle-grade qi gathering pills in hand, Ye Chen made his way to the store to deliver his gifts to Lin Kuo. By the time Ye Chen arrived, the store was already in the process of closing up. Seeing Ye Chen, the shop assistants exchanged sly smiles, while one of the female attendants wore a look of "serves him right." This piqued Ye Chen's curiosity. What had happened? But when he saw Lin Kuo, he quickly understood. Her aura was noticeably stronger than the last time he had seen her, and there was a significant shift in her cultivation level. Clearly, she had broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. Lin Kuo's eyes were full of joy as she saw Ye Chen. With a slight bow, she smiled and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi, for your help. I've broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. I just confirmed my resignation with Manager Zhang and settled my wages. I won't be coming in tomorrow. But I won't forget your kindness, fellow Taoist Yi. If you need anything, you can come to my courtyard to find me. However, I will often be out with my team, searching for silvermoon grass in the mountains, so I may not be home often. If you leave me a message, I'll come to see you as soon as I can." Lin Kuo had resigned. Ye Chen was surprised at first. But as she continued, he understood. The work at the store had little future and earned very little. The primary product of Silver Moon Market was the silvermoon grass. Some stores would form teams to venture into the mountains to search for it. They would be in the mountains for 10 days at a time. Not only was it exhausting work, there were also demon beasts in the mountains, so it could be dangerous. However, the reward was considerable. A successful trip could earn 7 or 8 lower-grade spirit stones, and if they were lucky enough to find some rare medicinal herbs, the profits could be even greater. Moreover, these teams were usually led by cultivators at the later stages of qi refining, which made the expedition safer. So for many scattered cultivators who didn't have the courage to go into the mountains alone, joining a medicinal herb hunting team was a viable option. Ye Chen now realized that Lin Kuo had resigned to join one of these teams. No wonder the male attendants and the female receptionists in the store had such strange expressions when they saw him, some even looking a bit sympathetic. It turned out that Lin Kuo was leaving. People always strive for higher ground, and water always flows to the lower. Cultivation creates vast chasms between cultivators. Take large sects, for instance. There was a time when all disciples were like brothers, bound by the same teachings and shared struggles. Yet, once one cultivator breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, and another remains stagnated in the qi refining stage, their bond will inevitably grow distant. In the early stages of qi refining, the spirit qi is thin, and cultivators possess little combat ability. The spells they can learn are basic with minimal power, and could only do things like cleaning or controlling water and fire. However, once a cultivator reaches the mid-stage of qi refining, their spirit qi becomes more condensed, and their spirit sense grows exponentially. Their control over energy improves, so they can begin learning more advanced spells, such as fireball and ice spike techniques. This is why herb hunting teams typically require cultivators to be at least at the 4th level of qi refining. As for Lin Kuo, having broken through to the 4th level of qi refining, she now stood at a new stage, with new opportunities and a new circle of acquaintances. Ye Chen, however, remained at the 3rd level. The distance between them would only grow from now on. The relationship between them would undoubtedly fade. Soon, even seeing each other would be difficult. In this context, Ye Chen simping, from the perspective of the store's staff, seemed utterly foolish. Several of the assistants couldn't help but feel amused at Ye Chen's misfortune. Serves you right, they thought. You treated Lin Kuo like a princess, gifting her pills and martial arts techniques. And now, she's already breaking through in her cultivation, leaving you behind in the dust. She'll definitely think less of you now. All that effort for nothing, how foolish. Ye Chen had no idea what the others were thinking. Even if he knew, it wouldn't bother him. To be honest, he thought Lin Kuo was quite determined. She broke through to the 4th level of qi refining and immediately resigned, ready to take on a more dangerous but higher-paying job. However, this made Ye Chen reconsider his plan to give her pills. Not that he would stop giving her gifts, but now, he intended to give something more valuable. If she was going into the mountains to harvest herbs, no matter how confident she appeared, she would likely have concerns and fears. At this moment, if he could present her with a powerful offensive spell, it would be like a timely gift in a snowstorm. If she was emotionally overwhelmed, the effect of the spell might even be amplified. Besides, he was about to break through to the 4th level of qi refining himself, so it was the perfect time to begin learning attack spells. And after the 10-fold feedback, his spells would surely be far stronger. The Silver Moon market wasn't exactly safe. Just a few days ago, Ye Chen had heard that several cultivators had died within the market. Although the patrols claimed to have captured the culprit the very next day and hung them at the market's entrance, who could really be sure if they were the true murderer? It seemed like the right time to prepare some offensive techniques. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen set aside the pills he had planned to give her. He turned and walked out of the store. His sudden departure caught the attention of the staff, and their previously hidden smiles now couldn't help but open spread across their faces. In their eyes, Ye Chen must be heartbroken and at a loss. Another maid, meanwhile, found Ye Chen almost laughable, though a sense of excitement was stirring in her heart. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Lin Kuo was leaving. If Ye Chen was distressed, didn't that present an opportunity for her? If she could win Ye Chen over, then surely she could gain access to his wealth of pills. With this thought, the maid couldn't help but smile. Lin Kuo, watching Ye Chen leave without a word, shook her head in resignation. It was clear that Ye Chen truly cared for her. He just couldn't accept this situation. But Lin Kuo, knowing that Ye Chen was still useful to her, had decided to visit him later, before her official departure, and offer him some comfort. In the eyes of others, Ye Chen, who seemed heartbroken, walked all the way to the Green Cloud shop. "Sir, may I help you with something?" the attendant asked. Ye Chen had visited this place twice before to sell pills, but he had always altered his appearance, deliberately hunching his back and stooping to make himself look more inconspicuous. This was the first time he had come in his true form. It seemed the attendant didn't recognize him. "I'm about to break through to the 4th level of qi refining," Ye Chen said, stating his request. "I wish to purchase a suitable spell for self-defense." Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes lit up. The Green Cloud shop dealt in a wide range of goods. Pills, talismans, magical items, and spells were all available. The attendant quickly led Ye Chen to the 2nd floor. "What kind of spell are you looking for, sir?" "Spells come in many categories," the attendant continued. "There are offensive, defensive, speed-enhancing, and control spells. This fireball spell, for example, is an offensive spell. It costs 30 lower-grade spirit stones. After practicing, a cultivator can form a fireball about the size of a fist. Upon impact, the fireball explodes, causing tremendous damage. This one is the ice needle spell. It can form sharp ice needles to attack the enemy. These needles are extremely sharp and travel at high speed, able to pierce through the enemy's skull, delivering a fatal blow. Additionally, the ice needles carry cold energy. Even if they don't hit a vital point, they can slow down the enemy's movements if they get injured. And this one is." Listening to the attendant's introduction, Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Spells were really expensive. If a cultivator didn't have money, they would be in serious trouble. After pondering for a moment, Ye Chen knew he needed an offensive spell. Attack was the best form of defense. He would first establish powerful offensive capabilities and then think about defense later. Otherwise, he would just be a target for others. Offensive spells, but are there any better ones? Ye Chen asked thoughtfully. Since he planned to give a gift, he wanted to push for the best value within his reach. The higher the value, the greater the return he would receive. The attendant smiled, clearly sensing the potential of this young man. It seemed he was a big customer after all. However, at that moment, an elderly voice interrupted, "Young friend, if you're looking for a high-powered spell, I have one that might suit you." Upon hearing this, the attendant turned around helplessly, and Ye Chen followed the voice, recognizing the elderly man as the same one who had previously appraised the pills for him. It seemed the old man was in charge of the Green Cloud shop. However, from the old man's tone, it appeared he wasn't offering a product from Green Cloud shop, but was rather suggesting something private. Ye Chen glanced at the attendant, who lowered his head, signaling that he didn't want to get involved and was pretending not to hear. This made Ye Chen reflect on the greed inherent in human nature. It seemed that no matter which world one found themselves in, such underhanded dealings were universal. But this was none of Ye Chen's concern. He didn't mind who he bought from. In fact, he was glad to have the chance to meet the old man, as his daughter was a 15-fold, making this an excellent opportunity for Ye Chen to introduce himself and eventually get to know her. This was exactly what Ye Chen wanted. "Senior, may I ask what spell you have that suits me?" Ye Chen asked, his interest piqued. Seeing that Ye Chen was genuinely interested, the elderly man smiled and led him into a room on the second floor. He then took out several jade slips, arranging them neatly before him. With a warm smile on his face, the old man began explaining, "This is the first spell I obtained in Green Cloud City. It's called the Sword Finger Technique. It can unleash an attack similar to Sword Chi. It's razor-sharp and extremely fast, with exceptional penetrating power. Once mastered, it can easily pierce through several thousand gene of stone. The most important aspect is its cold energy. Once it wounds the enemy, this cold energy invades their body, affecting their physical state and slowing their spirit chi circulation. I'll sell it to you for 1 middle-grade spirit stone." The second spell is the Golden Light Technique, a top-tier Buddhist defensive spell, the elderly man continued with a smile. It boasts incredibly strong defense and activates swiftly, emitting a golden light that envelopes the user, providing excellent protection against sinister attacks. Its effectiveness is unparalleled against such spells. Its price is also 1 middle-grade spirit stone. And now, the third spell. The old man presented a total of 4 spells, all of which were quite impressive. Ye Chen couldn't help but be impressed by the old man's background. It was no surprise that he had been an outer disciple of Green Cloud sect. While such roles were usually given to those with no hope of breaking through, being backed by a major sect still made them far more powerful than independent cultivators. Of the 4 spells, Ye Chen was most intrigued by the Sword Finger Technique and the Golden Light Technique. However, the old man was praising the technique far too much. According to him, the Sword Finger Technique could seemingly pierce through anything, while the Golden Light Technique was impervious to all attacks. Ye Chen almost wanted to ask which would win if the Sword Finger Technique was used against the Golden Light Technique. But that would be a bit too much of a spoil of the fun. It was best not to spoil things for himself. After thinking it through, Ye Chen decided that his priority would be to acquire an offensive spell. The Sword Finger Technique was the clear choice. As for the Golden Light Technique, he could always save up spirit stones for it in the future. "Senior, can the Sword Finger Technique be a bit cheaper?" Ye Chen pointed to the jade slip containing the technique as he asked. Since the deal was happening privately and not at the market price, there had to be some room for negotiation. Ye Chen didn't have that many spirit stones on him. The Green Cloud shop manager furrowed his brows at Ye Chen's request. "How much are you willing to offer?" Recalling his mother's bargaining tactics in his past life, Ye Chen immediately cut the price by half. 50 lower-grade spirit stones. The old man immediately twitched his mouth, dismissively waving his hand. Go. Take your business elsewhere." The old man was no longer interested in selling. Ye Chen panicked a little. Had he gone too far with the discount? Was the tactic of having the price not applicable in the cultivation world? 70 spirit stones. No, wait 75. Ye Chen quickly raised the offer. But the old man crossed his arms and glanced at Ye Chen with a look of indifference, as if too lazy to even speak. It was clear he wanted Ye Chen to leave. Ye Chen sighed in resignation. 80 lower-grade spirit stones. That's all I have. He then took out all the spirit stones from his robes, showing the old man that he truly had no more. The old man looked up, clearly uninterested, and said, 90 lower-grade spirit stones, and you can take it. Ye Chen immediately felt that the price was non-negotiable. He only had 80 spirit stones. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. Besides, Lin Kuo probably wouldn't be heading into the mountains anytime soon. He still had time. As Ye Chen began packing up to leave, the old man's expression shifted slightly. He seemed to realize that Ye Chen might actually only have 80 spirit stones, not trying to pull a fast one. After a brief hesitation, the old man spoke again, fine, fine. You young cultivators don't have it easy. 80 spirit stones it is. Taken from Novel Bin, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Ye Chen's face broke into a smile, and he quickly laid down the spirit stones, completing the deal. The old man, watching Ye Chen's eagerness, couldn't help but wonder. This young man didn't seem like someone who would be so quick to spend all his savings on a spell. Had he been tricked? Well, it's done, the old man muttered inwardly, resigned. Once the spirit stones were confirmed, the old man handed the jade slip to Ye Chen. One-time use. Once you activate it, the slip will shatter. Ye Chen nodded and gently touched the jade slip with his brow, activating it. The sword finger technique was indeed inside, accompanied by a brief introduction. However, after reading it, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel the old man had exaggerated quite a bit. The technique allowed one to channel sword chi through the fingertips, and indeed, the speed was astonishing. It also allowed for rapid, consecutive strikes. But as for the power, it was average at best. The so-called, invading the enemy's meridians, effect was also lackluster. It was useful, but not much more than that. This technique was best suited for targeting vital points or surprise attacks. In other situations, it would only be adequate. It seemed the old man had been puffing up its merits. Ye Chen didn't activate the jade slip again but instead put it back in his robes. The old man, in a good mood, smiled slyly. He had been scammed when he bought the sword finger technique for 70 lower-grade spirit stones. But now, he had sold it for 80, earning a neat profit of 10 spirit stones. It was a great deal. Thinking that Ye Chen likely still had more money, the old man spoke up. Young friend, would you like some guidance on your cultivation? Although I haven't personally trained in it, I was once a disciple of the Green Cloud sect. I've seen much and know quite a bit. If you have any doubts in your cultivation, feel free to ask me. With some guidance, you'll advance twice as fast and gain results much quicker. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. The old man seemed to have a shred of conscience, perhaps realizing he had taken advantage of someone. But the next moment, Ye Chen realized he had been wrong. 10 lower-grade spirit stones, and I'll guide you for 3 days, the old man continued, a glint in his eye. Ye Chen's mouth twitched. Without further hesitation, he stood up and said, farewell, senior. This old man was truly obsessed with money. As a manager of Green Cloud Shop, his status was already quite respectable. And considering the private deals he was doing, he was likely swimming in wealth. Yet, even with all that, he was still this greedy. Where's your cultivator's dignity? Ye Chen muttered inwardly. But despite his grumbling, he found himself oddly amused by the old man's greed. After all, this would give him the perfect opportunity to get closer to the old man's daughter, Sun Ruoxin, who was a perfect match with a compatibility rating of 15 times. To gain wealth and honor, one must not forget their roots. Lady Lin, your future is bright, and when you rise from the mire, please remember your sister. May Lady Lin's cultivation advance swiftly, breaking through to foundation establishment. The mountains are not safe. Please be careful, Lady Lin. In the medicinal shop. The sky had darkened, and business for the day had come to a close. The workers finished tidying up and said their goodbyes to Lin Kuo. Regardless of what they might think in their hearts, Lin Kuo, at just 20 years old, had already reached the 4th level of qi gathering. Among the loose cultivators, she was undoubtedly a top talent. Therefore, they were all eager to speak a few kind words, hoping that, if she ever rose to prominence, they might be able to benefit from it as well. Such things had happened before. Lin Kuo smiled and thanked each one in return, but her mind was preoccupied with Ye Chen. Where had he gone? She had intended to comfort him before leaving, to maintain their connection. At this moment, Ye Chen appeared, walking back from the main street. Fellow Taoist Yi, my resignation is solely for the sake of cultivation. Though all gatherings must eventually end, I'll still be here at Silver Moon Market. We will meet again. I won't forget your kindness, fellow Taoist Yi. When I return from my first herb gathering, I will use my first earnings to treat you to a meal at the Starry Sky Pavilion. Lin Kuo stood before Ye Chen, her expression bright with a smile, speaking warmly. Ye Chen nodded, his mind not particularly moved. He wasn't fooled by the usual sweet words. Sure, I'll treat you to a meal later. The words felt like a scripted line, the same familiar tone. But as much as Ye Chen dismissed her words, his mind was still focused on something else. He was eager to see if this sword finger technique would trigger a critical hit. He had spent 80 lower-grade spirit stones on this technique, and he was very much looking forward to the rewards that would come with it. Fairy Lin's breakthrough brings me joy, Ye Chen said after a brief pause. But going into the mountains to gather herbs is a perilous task. So, I've specially purchased a spell for you as a gift. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, both Lin Kuo and the other shop attendants who were watching froze in shock. Ye Chen. What kind of simp was this? Everyone was stunned when they heard Ye Chen's words. They had never expected that, upon learning Lin Kuo was leaving, Ye Chen's first reaction wasn't sadness, wasn't sorrow. Instead, he was worried about Lin Kuo. Because he was concerned that the herb-gathering trip would be dangerous, he had gone out of his way to buy a spell for her. This was absolutely absurd. It should be known that truly effective spells were far from cheap. The crowd was at a loss for words, unsure of how to describe the situation. They could only wonder, just how much did Ye Chen like Lin Kuo? How could he act this shamelessly? Lin Kuo was also taken aback. Ye Chen's unexpected move had left her speechless. Her usual quick wit failed her in the face of this sudden turn of events, and for a moment, she didn't even know how to respond. Before she could say anything, Ye Chen continued, this spell is one I carefully selected at Green Cloud Shop just now, priced at a medium-grade spirit stone. Fairy Lin, please make sure you've mastered it before heading to the mountains. It will make your journey much safer. As Ye Chen finished speaking, the attendants, who had already been internally mocking him, couldn't hold back their astonished exclamations. A medium-grade spirit stone. That was an exorbitant price for a spell. Given their annual income of 30 to 40 lower-grade spirit stones, they would have to go without food or drink for at least 2 or 3 years just to afford such a spell. And yet, Ye Chen was simply giving it away. At this point, the attendants couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and disdain. How could anyone be such a pushover? If they had Ye Chen's wealth and background, they would invest in themselves. With strength, what woman wouldn't be within reach? How could anyone choose to be a simp like this? It was truly embarrassing. The crowd's feelings were complex. As Lin Kuo looked at the jade slip Ye Chen handed over, a storm of emotions surged within her heart. She had always regarded Ye Chen as a stepping stone. But this time, she was genuinely moved. Her departure was, in essence, a form of betrayal. It was the act of taking what she needed and leaving without a second thought. Yet Ye Chen wasn't angry in the slightest. In fact, he was this concerned for her. This made Lin Kuo's heart swirl with conflicting emotions. Gratitude, guilt. Fellow Taoist Yi, I don't deserve this. For the first time, Lin Kuo genuinely felt that she couldn't accept Ye Chen's kindness. In the face of Ye Chen's sincere feelings, she felt unworthy of his affection. Compared to Ye Chen's purity, she felt she was truly inadequate. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, who had inflated the price in order to make Lin Kuo feel moved and trigger a critical hit reward, smiled lightly and shook his head. Don't say that. Kur, you deserve everything good in this world. I only regret that when I can't offer you more help, having to watch you go into the dangerous mountains to gather herbs. You must accept it. Because no matter what happens in the future, as long as you're safe, it will be a sunny day for me. With that, Ye Chen took Lin Kur's jade hand in his own. Her hand was soft and smooth, cool to the touch, with an excellent feel. After placing the jade slip in her hand, Ye Chen turned around and walked away. The main reason being, the sweet words he had just spoken were almost too much to bear. If he laughed, it would completely ruin the atmosphere. As Lin Kur held the jade slip in her hand, she deeply bowed, her voice sincere and filled with gratitude. Fellow Taoist Yi, your kindness, I shall never forget for all my life. One day, I will repay this. Unauthorized duplication, this narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. This time, Lin Kur was not merely speaking empty words. She was genuinely moved. As long as you're safe, it will be a sunny day for me. Such a pure sentiment. How could she not be touched? Although she was wholeheartedly focused on her cultivation, unwilling to bear the weight of such emotions, Lin Kur made a vow. Once her own cultivation reached a higher level, she would find a few exceptional Tao companions for Ye Chen to make up for his sacrifice. The jade slip was a one-time item. To prevent others from coveting it, Lin Kur pressed it to her forehead and activated it. Sword Finger Technique. Using the finger as a sword, unleash swift invisible sword chi. As she read the description, Lin Kur's excitement grew. This technique was far superior to any spell she had purchased in the past. It was worth the value of a middle-grade spirit stone. With this technique, her combat strength would certainly increase dramatically. Her ability to protect herself when entering the mountains would be much stronger. Ye Chen had truly done her a great favor. With Dragon Elephant Palm and the Sword Finger technique, she could even contend with enemies more powerful than her. Ye Chen. She silently whispered his name as she left, her expression filled with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had just returned to the courtyard. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Gift successful. The gift was Sword Finger technique. Rewarding. 10 times feedback, reward, black yellow sword finger. Detected that the gift you provided was of great importance to the recipient, exceeding their expectations and causing significant emotional fluctuations, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward, shadow of the third-generation patriarch of the Black-Yellow sect, with the ability to ask them for guidance on cultivating the black-yellow sword finger. Detected that the host does not own storage equipment. Physical items will be temporarily stored in the system space and can be extracted at any time. Listening to the system's prompt, Ye Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. As expected, he got a critical hit. Ye Chen's talent was average, his comprehension also ordinary. Having a mentor to guide him would certainly make all the difference. This reward was far beyond his expectations. It was well worth the cringy words he had spoken earlier. After closing the door and settling down in silence, Ye Chen retrieved the jade slip from the system's storage space and pressed it to his forehead. Black-Yellow Sword Finger, an outer sect technique of the Black-Yellow sect, created by the third-generation patriarch of the sect after observing the birth of the Black-Yellow Qi, an accidental low-level technique. Using the finger as a sword, it unleashes invisible sword energy that can pierce anything. The wounded parts of the enemy will be eroded by the technique, like implanting maggots in the bones, making it extremely difficult to heal. Reading through the description, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. The tenfold reward was truly powerful. Although he had never heard of the Black-Yellow sect, this Black-Yellow sword finger was far stronger than the sword finger technique. The essence of any spell was its ability to transform spirit chi into offensive power. The reason spells varied in strength was due to how effectively they utilized this transformation. A weak spell would only allow you to use half your spirit chi's potential for damage. But with a superior spell, even with less spirit chi, you could unleash your full power. A powerful spell not only dealt more damage but also consumed less energy. For example, the Black-Yellow Sword Finger, under the same conditions, was twice as powerful as the Sword Finger technique. But the consumption was nearly the same. In a fight with equal strength, whoever used the black-yellow sword finger would inevitably win. With this technique, Ye Chen's combat power would certainly rise dramatically. After the excitement, Ye Chen crossed his legs and began to meditate. At his current cultivation, still in the qi refining third layer, it was pointless to focus on the technique. His priority was to break through first. Ye Chen could feel that the breakthrough to the fourth layer of qi refining was already close at hand. Meanwhile, outside. Thanks to the spreading gossip, fueled by the staff's exaggerations and jealousy, more cultivators in Silver Moon Market became aware of the events that transpired at One Leaf Pill Shop. They learned that there was a young simp alchemist who had given Lin Kuo a pill he personally crafted, then went further by gifting her a martial art his father had purchased, and even gave her a spell worth a middle-grade spirit stone. He was dubbed Silver Moon Market's first simp. This left many male cultivators in Silver Moon Market feeling disdain. As for the female cultivators, they were filled with regret, lamenting why they hadn't met such a simp themselves. Bang! Ye Chen's room was spacious. After all, it housed a pill furnace, and this wasn't Earth where every inch of space was precious. The outer room spanned a full 400 square meters, incredibly roomy. Ye Chen glanced at the pill bottle positioned 15 meters away, then raised his hand and gently pointed at it. In an instant, the pill bottle exploded, shattering into fine powder. Even the wall behind it bore a small crater from the blast. Seeing this display of power, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. The current Ye Chen was noticeably different from before. The aura emanating from his body was more refined than ever. Clearly, with his continuous consumption of upper-grade qi gathering pills, Ye Chen had successfully broken through to the fourth layer of qi refining. At the same time, under the guidance of the third-generation patriarch's phantom from the black-yellow sect, he had also made progress with the black-yellow sword finger. Its power certainly did not disappoint. Even though he had only just started practicing, he could already unleash impressive power from 10 meters away. The maximum range seemed to be about 20 meters. Moreover, the speed at which the technique was launched was far faster than he had imagined, with almost no preparation time needed. Most importantly, it could be used in quick succession. Ye Chen calculated that with his qi after the breakthrough, he could fire about 20 consecutive shots. He didn't think many cultivators in the middle stage of qi refining would be able to withstand such a barrage. This realization eased the tension that had been constantly hanging over Ye Chen since he crossed into this world. As an earthling, Ye Chen shared a common psychological fear, one that most of his countrymen could relate to, the fear of insufficient firepower. Now, with his robust physical body and the black-yellow sword finger as an attack method, Ye Chen's sense of security has greatly increased. After breaking through to the fourth layer of qi refining, Ye Chen still had many things to do. For example, it was time to change his pills. In the early stages of qi refining, one would consume qi gathering pills. However, once reaching the middle stage of qi refining, the effects of the qi gathering pills would no longer be as significant. It was best to switch to qi nourishing pills. Fortunately, these low-tier pills were already ubiquitous, and even the pill formulas were no longer secrets. As long as he had the materials, Ye Chen could easily refine them himself. The problem, however, was that Ye Chen didn't have any spirit stones left. After buying the sword finger technique, he had spent all his spirit stones, leaving him with nothing to purchase the necessary materials for the pills. After some calculations, Ye Chen realized that the deadline for submitting the quest was fast approaching. With that in mind, he grabbed the low-tier qi gathering pills he had previously purchased at a discount and headed for the shop. Upon seeing him, the shop's attendants exchanged complicated expressions. The new attendant, however, brightened upon spotting Ye Chen and quickly approached him. "Master Yi, are you here to prepay for some materials? I'll assist you." Ye Chen glanced at her. This new attendant was fairly attractive, with a pair of seductive fox-like eyes that could easily make someone's heart race. In Ye Chen's previous life, with her looks, she would have been a celebrity. It had only been a week since Lin Kuo resigned, and yet a new attendant had already replaced her. This attendant's appearance was even more striking. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. The employment situation in the cultivation world really wasn't great. This truly proved the saying, if you don't do it, someone else will. However, Ye Chen's system didn't offer any prompts. So, he couldn't be bothered to waste time on her. He shook his head and directly headed upstairs. I'm looking for Manager Zhang. The attendant didn't even get a second glance from Ye Chen. This made the female attendant's eyes narrow in frustration. She had long heard of Ye Chen's reputation, and when she saw the job opening at One Leaf Pill Shop, she rushed to apply. Her goal was to reel in Ye Chen. If she succeeded, not only would her pill needs be met, but she could even gain access to external skills and techniques. This was far more promising than just working a regular job. But the problem was, how dared he ignore her like that? The female cultivator felt a blow to her pride. As she watched Ye Chen ascend the stairs, her fox-like eyes were filled with malice. Young Master Yi has actually broken through to the middle stage of qi refining. Truly, congratulations are in order. 500 low-grade qi gathering pills delivered 5 whole days ahead of schedule. Master Yi, you're so trustworthy that there's no need to count them. To speak frankly, low-grade qi gathering pills are of little value, contributing very little. It will be difficult to contend for a position in the Green Cloud sect with this. Young Master Yi, would you happen to know how to refine the qi-nourishing pill? The qi-nourishing pill is the cultivation medicine required for the middle stage of qi gathering. It holds twice the value of a qi gathering pill. If you can refine it, the contribution would naturally be considerable. Would you care to give it a try? Manager Zhang's plump face remained ever smiling. He did not hold back in praising Ye Chen. Yet, in his heart, disdain ran deep. He knew better than anyone where Ye Chen's pills came from. As for the breakthrough, the cultivation speed during the qi refining stage was not slow to begin with. As a member of the family, even a small insignificant one, Ye Chen had always been provided with resources, never needing to toil and struggle. In such circumstances, only now did he break through to the 4th level of qi refining. This clearly reflected his lack of talent. Facing a disciple like Ye Chen, one so lacking in ability, he could not allow him to continue making qi gathering pills to simply pass the days. There had to be some challenge. The qi nourishing pill was worth twice as much as the qi gathering pill. In Zhang's eyes, Ye Chen would surely be unable to refine it. In the end, he would have to buy it from somewhere else. That somewhere would naturally be Manager Zhang himself, who would pocket the difference. Although he was an outsider, he was still a member of the Yi family. Earning spirit stones for himself was far more useful than watching Ye Chen, that fool, waste them on women. And if Ye Chen ran out of spirit stones and could not provide the pills, then he would report it truthfully, ensuring Ye Chen's qualification for the competition was revoked. That would fulfill the task assigned to him by Yi Jia's second-in-command. A perfect win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's face revealed a trace of hesitation. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and nodded. For the sake of contributing more to the family, I shall refine the qi-nourishing pill. Seeing Ye Chen's expression, Manager Zhang immediately knew that Ye Chen was incapable. A smile spread across his face. Since that's the case, young Master Yi, you may go ahead and collect the materials. Of course, the workload won't be too heavy. 500 pills in 3 months, don't feel any pressure. Ye Chen gave a grateful nod, sincerely appreciating the other's consideration. Once he exited the room, however, a sly grin tugged at the corners of his lips. The materials for refining the qi-nourishing pill was exactly what he had been waiting for. With his current skill level, refining the qi-nourishing pill would be a simple task. A few more attempts and he could easily ensure that most of the pills were of medium grade, with high-grade ones not being difficult to achieve. Moreover, the manager would undoubtedly offer him the low-priced pills as expected. Ye Chen could then sell his own medium-grade pills at a high price. And with those earnings, he could purchase the low-grade qi-nourishing pills. It was a guaranteed profit. After receiving the materials, Ye Chen carefully inspected them. He found that everything seemed to be in order. This only improved his mood further. He immediately returned to his room and began preparing to refine the qi-nourishing pills. Lin Kuer was likely still practicing the sword finger technique and had not yet entered the mountains. This gave Ye Chen the perfect opportunity to send her some chi-nourishing pills for 10 times the return. A single gift was roughly equivalent to refining 10 batches of pills. He certainly couldn't miss such an opportunity. Of course, even if Lin Kuo had already entered the mountains, Ye Chen would not pass up the chance for a double reward. At worst, he could find a female cultivator with a lower multiplier to deliver the pills. Though the return might be lower, it was better than none at all. Bang! 7 medium-grade chi-nourishing pills, but no high-grade ones. However, this is my first attempt. A few steps were not perfectly executed. Let's try one more batch. If I can produce 10 medium-grade pills, I'll deliver them to Lin Kuo. Ye Chen, in a good mood, continued to sit cross-legged and refine the pills. By the time the sun began to set, the second batch was finally complete. 2 high-grade chi-nourishing pills had appeared among the 10, prompting a satisfied nod from Ye Chen. He picked out the 10 medium-grade pills, placed them in a vial, and immediately left the courtyard, heading toward Lin Kuo's address. Lin Kuo's residence was located on the far edge of Silver Moon Market, a more secluded area. In terms of safety, it was relatively lower. But now that Ye Chen had broken through to the 4th level of Qi gathering, with a physique far superior to others at the same stage and the powerful black-yellow sword finger as an attack spell, he felt more confident. Though, in the grand scheme of the cultivation world, he might not be that strong, as long as he was stronger than those around him, it was enough. Thus, Ye Chen wasn't as cautious as before. As he walked through the alley, he brushed past various cultivators. There were even many heavily made-up women, some looking well past their prime, standing by the street, calling to Ye Chen, inviting him inside. Now and then, older men, some appearing to be close to their graves, followed these women into their homes. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of a sense of irony as he observed the cultivation world. It looked just like Earth at this moment. The Silver Moon Market wasn't that large. After about 20 minutes of walking, Ye Chen arrived at the address Lin Kuo had left him. It was a rather dilapidated little courtyard, with 2 modest houses facing each other within the yard. Each house was small, about 30 square meters at most. For such a place, the rent was 1 low-grade spirit stone per month. It was truly ridiculous. However, Ye Chen, having been in the cultivation world for a while, understood that although land wasn't particularly expensive, protection and order came at a steep price. Silver Moon Market had order, patrolled by a guard force. Therefore, bandit cultivators didn't dare to openly stir trouble. There was at least some basic level of safety. So that single low-grade spirit stone was essentially a protection fee. Ye Chen glanced around, not feeling much of a need to linger on his thoughts. Once he delivered the pills, he still had to return to cultivate. Ye Chen stood outside the courtyard and called out, "Fairy Lin, I've come to see you." Soon, the door to one of the rooms opened. Lin Kuo, with her cool and refined aura, looked pleasantly surprised to see Ye Chen. She hurriedly walked to the gate of the courtyard and opened it. "Fellow Taoist Yi, what brings you here? Please come in." She gestured for Ye Chen to enter the courtyard. Though small, the courtyard had a stone table and benches, enough for the two to sit comfortably. Ye Chen smiled as he spoke, "It's nothing important. I was just a little worried about you, Fairy Lin, and wanted to know if you've entered the mountains yet." Ye Chen didn't bring up the previous gift he had given her, something Lin Kuo appreciated the most about him. He never repeatedly mentioned gifts, nor did he try to pressure her psychologically. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Yi. I'm still studying the sword finger technique you gave me. I've just entered the basics and plan to continue for another month to refine my skills. Speaking of which, I must thank you again, fellow Taoist. This sword finger technique is truly marvelous. It's far more powerful than anything I had prepared before. With this technique, I'm sure I'll gain much more when I enter the mountains." Lin Kuo spoke these words with sincere gratitude. Over the years, Lin Kuo had accumulated enough spirit stones to prepare for her breakthrough into the middle stage of Qi gathering and had also chosen her own spells. But compared to the sword finger technique Ye Chen had given her, her own preparation seemed vastly inferior. Ye Chen smiled upon hearing her words, glancing at the darkening sky. Since he knew she would still be around for the next month, he decided not to linger with further pleasantries. He planned to deliver the pills and leave. However, just as Ye Chen was about to reach into his robes to take out the pills, the door to another room opened with the soft sound of a bell. Curious, Ye Chen glanced up. And there, stepping out of the room, was a woman cultivator with an alluring figure. At the same time, the system, which had been silent since Ye Chen passed by the street-side women earlier, suddenly chimed in with a notification. Matching gift recipient detected. Lu Jing, 10 times. Ye Chen's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. So, Lin Kuo had another person living in her courtyard? What was more surprising was that, just like Lin Kuo, this woman also had a tenfold gift multiplier. This was truly an unexpected bonus. Initially, Ye Chen had only glanced over briefly, but now his gaze couldn't help but linger on the woman. The cultivator named Lu Jing was exceptionally beautiful, her long, black hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a green dress that accentuated her snow-white skin. But what caught the eye the most was her figure. It was absolutely stunning. Even more so than the sultry women from Ye Chen's previous life who were always touched up in photos. Coupled with her mature face, the allure was staggering. No wonder she also had a tenfold multiplier. Lu Jing, initially frowning at the sight of Lin Kuo inviting a man into the courtyard, seemed to have thought of something in the next instant. She let out a light laugh, her mature voice carrying a slightly husky undertone, which gave her words an undeniable charm. Kuo, who is this fellow Taoist? Why don't you introduce him to me? She spoke as she gracefully approached the round table, her long legs moving with each step. The green dress rippled like water in a pond, creating a mesmerizing effect. Even Ye Chen couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Lin Kuo furrowed her brows slightly but still rose to her feet with a smile, introducing them. This is fellow Taoist Lu Jing. We share this courtyard and split the rent. And this is fellow Taoist Ye Chen, a close friend of mine. Lin Kuo didn't mention Ye Chen's identity as an alchemist or his connection to the Yi family. But at the mention of Ye Chen's name, Lu Jing's eyes immediately brightened. She smiled gracefully and nodded toward him. It's a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist Yi. Her nod was soft and seductive, the motion stirring in Ye Chen an involuntary reaction. Ye Chen, smiling, returned the gesture. The pleasure is mine, fellow Taoist Lu. Lu Jing, the cultivator before him, seemed like a fortuitous surprise. Ye Chen had been worrying about what to do if Lin Kuo went into the mountains. How would he be able to send her gifts then? The 15-fold multiplier from Sun Ruoxin was still out of reach. It would be such a waste to randomly give a low multiplier gift to someone else. But now, Lu Jing stood before him as the perfect substitute for Lin Kuo. She appeared to be a loose cultivator as well. And the fact that she was even sharing rent suggested she was financially struggling. She was an ideal candidate to receive gifts. In any case, coming to Lin Kuo's place today had truly been the right decision. I can smell the fragrance of herbs on you, fellow Taoist Yi. Could it be that you're an alchemist? Of all the 6 arts of cultivation, alchemy is the most revered. I've always admired alchemists. Lu Jing expressed a clear interest in Ye Chen, leaning closer as she spoke. Her proximity released a delicate fragrance, and combined with her alluring figure, her voice, and talk of alchemy, any alchemist would likely be flattered. Ye Chen smiled and waved his hand, humbly replying that he was just a beginner. Yet, his modesty did little to extinguish Lu Jing's enthusiasm. Behind them, Lin Kuo, with her exquisite and delicate features, observed the scene, her expression darkening. She felt a pang of regret. Earlier, she had avoided bringing Ye Chen into the room to prevent any misunderstanding or for fear that Ye Chen might misinterpret her actions. But if she had known that Lu Jing would come out and encounter Ye Chen, she certainly wouldn't have hesitated. She would have brought Ye Chen into the room without a second thought. Fellow Taoist Yi, you haven't yet mentioned the reason for your visit today. If it's something private that shouldn't be overheard, would you prefer to speak in the room? Lin Kuo couldn't watch any longer and decided to interrupt. Although she didn't have much affection for Ye Chen, seeing how eager Lu Jing was toward him made her uncomfortable. She and Lu Jing were hardly close friends. They were merely acquaintances. They had happened to meet while renting the house, both were short on spirit stones, and it was a mutual, practical arrangement. Of course, Lin Kuo wasn't worried that Ye Chen would be taken from her. What bothered her was the thought of Ye Chen being deceived by Lu Jing. Lu Jing was a woman with suitors. Ye Chen was so innocent, so it was easy for Lu Jing to use him as a pawn. Lin Kuo directly interrupted their conversation, intending to take Ye Chen into her room. Lu Jing's mature face broke into an even wider smile upon hearing Lin Kuo's words. But she didn't say anything, merely smiling seductively at Ye Chen. As for Ye Chen, he wasn't particularly eager for the chance to enter Lin Kuo's room. He had also noticed Lin Kuo's sudden interruption and her less than pleased expression. Ye Chen had experienced his fair share of women in his past life. He understood the psychology of someone like Lin Kuo all too well. Even if she didn't care for a simp, she'd still be uncomfortable if someone else showed interest in her property. After all, they may not like simps, but in their eyes, a simp was still something that belonged to them. As for Ye Chen, he didn't care much for Lin Kuo's thoughts. To him, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing were no different. If anything, Lu Jing was a bit bigger, better. Besides, both had the same gift multiplier. Why not lick in whichever one seemed best? Cough, not lick, but invest. Glancing at the darkening sky, Ye Chen didn't want to stay too late. He had a bright future ahead, and if he got stuck in some alleyway on the way back, that would be a huge loss. So Ye Chen spoke directly, "There's nothing urgent, no need to discuss it in the room. Since you've broken through to the qi refining mid-stage, I can now refine qi nourishing pills. In the past few days, I've refined 10 medium-grade qi nourishing pills. I've brought them here for you, fellow Taoist, to assist in your cultivation. After all, the mountains are dangerous, and the stronger you are, the more at ease I will be." With those words, Ye Chen took out the pills he had prepared earlier and handed them to Lin Kuo. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo's face lit up with joy. Qi nourishing pills, and medium-grade ones at that. Since her breakthrough to the qi refining mid-stage, the effects of qi gathering pills had diminished. But qi nourishing pills were priced twice as much as qi gathering pills. With a month's worth of cultivation, she would need 3 low-grade spirit stones. Her expenditures had doubled compared to before. Not to mention the additional costs of cultivating external techniques and consuming spiritual rice. This had made Lin Kuo more and more strapped for resources, her savings dwindling bit by bit. It made her feel increasingly anxious, wishing she could immediately head to the mountains to earn more spirit stones. And now, Ye Chen had unexpectedly sent her qi nourishing pills, and they were even medium grade. This was certainly a pleasant surprise. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Lin Kuo had long grown accustomed to Ye Chen gifting her pills, so she didn't refuse, instead expressing her gratitude with a joyful smile. Seeing her accept the pills, Ye Chen heard the system prompt and smiled back, "In that case, I'll be on my way. You don't need to see me off." With that, he nodded at Lu Jing, who wore a knowing expression, and left the courtyard, heading back toward One Leaf Pill Shop. The sky had darkened, and the number of female cultivators in the alley had increased. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. The employment prospects in the cultivation world were truly grim. "Fellow Taoist Lu, I'll be on my way," Ye Chen called out as he left. Lin Kuo waved her hand and directly returned to her room. Usually, the two of them were polite with each other, but today, seeing how warmly Lu Jing was treating her simp, Lin Kuo could barely tolerate it. She had even started to think that once she came back from the mountains with some spirit stones, she would move out. She couldn't bear living with Lu Jing anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Jing watched Lin Kuo's pill bottle with a gleaming look in her phoenix eyes. That Ye Chen earlier, he really was the so-called simp alchemist, from the rumors. Ye Chen had grown quite famous in Silver Moon Market. Everyone knew that he gave women not only external cultivation techniques and spells but also countless pills. Lu Jing had thought it was just exaggerated rumors. She had believed it was impossible for a male cultivator to be so foolish. Many male cultivators had shown interest in her, but all they did was speak nice words and never really gave anything of substance. Some would offer small favors, but their intentions were clear, they wanted something in return immediately. It was as if they thought a few spirit stones could buy them her. But Ye Chen. He was willing to give even medium-grade qi-nourishing pills. And not just 1 or 2. 10 medium-grade qi-nourishing pills was worth roughly 1.5 low-grade spirit stones. And after gifting them, Ye Chen had left without any ulterior motives, without even a hint of expecting something in return. This had made Lu Jing believe the rumors were true. But it also stirred jealousy in her heart. Lin Kuo didn't have the same figure as herself, and her charm was limited to a cold and aloof demeanor. What made her worthy of a simp like Ye Chen? Why couldn't such a simp be hers? Thinking back to Ye Chen's initial gaze at her figure, Lu Jing felt a surge of confidence. She wasn't without a chance. If Ye Chen ever turned his affections away from Lin Kuo, giving the gifts meant for her to Lu Jing instead, that would be perfect. With the support of resources, she wouldn't need to struggle so hard. As for whether stealing Ye Chen from Lin Kuo would make her feel guilty, that wasn't even a question worth asking. In the cultivation world, even sisters fought for resources, let alone mere roommates like Lin Kuo. Not fighting for it would be foolish. Ye Chen had no idea what the two women were thinking. But even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. After all, it made no difference to him who he gifted things to. Both of them gave the same tenfold rewards. Returning safely to the pill shop, Ye Chen looked toward the system space. Gift successful. Gift, 10 medium-grade qi-nourishing pills. Returning feedback. Tenfold feedback. Reward, 100 medium-grade qi-nourishing pills. Upon seeing the feedback, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. A major profit. 100 medium-grade qi-nourishing pills were worth roughly 15 low-grade spirit stones. Over the course of a month, that would amount to at least 60 low-grade spirit stones. And with 2 pill furnaces running every day, he could easily produce another 400 to 500 qi-nourishing pills each month. Altogether, it seemed he could earn up to 1 medium-grade spirit stone per month. Since the medicinal ingredients were supplied by the pill shop, and manager Zhang would likely sell him pills at a low price to fulfill the task, this was essentially pure profit. Once Ye Chen had spirit stones, he could continue gifting more expensive items. He felt that he needed a self-defense technique. His offensive spells were too limited. Once he had the funds, it would be best to buy a few more. Then there were magic tools that could significantly enhance his combat power. And protective clothes, which could greatly boost his defense. Not to mention a storage bag, Ye Chen really wanted one. His supply of pills was growing, and it was becoming inconvenient to keep them in his pockets or room. Having a storage bag would undoubtedly be much better. In the end, after doing the math, Ye Chen realized just how long and difficult his cultivation journey would be. There were simply too many things that required money. Even with his alchemy skills and the system, he was still struggling. If the life of an ordinary cultivator was this hard, it was no wonder so many fell to the wayside. The next month passed in a blur for Ye Chen. Every day, aside from devoting himself to cultivation, he spent his time refining pills to accumulate spirit stones. After becoming more adept at refining qi-nourishing pills, Ye Chen's success rate improved. Each time he opened the furnace, he could now refine 2 to 3 high-grade qi-nourishing pills. However, he kept all of them for himself. If he sold them, his earnings would have been even greater. However, the effects of the high-grade qi-nourishing pills were too extraordinary to not use them on himself. Combined with the strengthening effects of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, Ye Chen could clearly feel his progress every day. Perhaps in no more than 6 months, he would break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Indeed, cultivation could be accelerated with the right resources. But the key was having those resources. For instance, Ye Chen consumed high-grade qi-nourishing pills daily, each month costing him 6 low-grade spirit stones just for those. In addition to the qi-nourishing pills, he also took elephant blood pills for body refinement, also all high-grade. Elephant blood pills were even more expensive, as they were a specialty of the dragon elephant sect. A low-grade elephant blood pill cost 1 spirit stone for 5 pills. But a high-grade one was a direct one-to-one trade. At 30 pills a month, that amounted to 30 low-grade spirit stones. On top of that, Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to cook, so he also used spiritual fasting pellets for nourishment, taking one each day. Altogether, his monthly expenditure on pills alone amounted to nearly 40 low-grade spirit stones. This didn't even include the resources needed for other spells and techniques. Living this way was 10 times better than the life he'd led in his family. When he did the math, Ye Chen couldn't help but reflect deeply. Indeed, no matter the world, having money was the key to living well. In the past month, Ye Chen made it a point to visit Lin Kur once a week, bringing her cultivation pills. Ever since Lin Kur had first sensed a threat, she had been leading Ye Chen directly to her room whenever he arrived. It seemed she was trying to avoid being seen by Lu Jing. However, every time Ye Chen finished delivering the pills and was about to leave, Lu Jing would coincidentally step out of her room. She always wore different clothes, unabashedly flaunting her figure. She greeted Ye Chen with extra enthusiasm, much to Lin Kur's displeasure, her face turning sour. But Ye Chen, as if oblivious to the situation, maintained a pleasant demeanor and chatted amiably with Lu Jing, taking the opportunity to learn more about her. This frustrated Lin Kur to no end, and behind Ye Chen's back, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Ye Chen, of course, wasn't blind to Lin Kur's emotions. But he didn't care, for it didn't concern him. He wasn't a true simp. The gifts he was giving were simply to complete the system's task. Although Ye Chen had to admit that his actions might appear like flattery to outsiders, he still had the right to choose who he wanted to flatter. Lu Jing, after all, was doing her best to get something out of him. Her enthusiasm was so evident, and though she only showed a little skin, it was enough to be noticed. Meanwhile, Lin Kur. She was always playing the indifferent, aloof role, never making any moves. The contrast was obvious. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. However, Ye Chen wasn't planning to switch his attention to Lu Jing just yet. He didn't want to be too eager. He would wait for Lin Kur to enter the mountains first. Then, once Lu Jing's advances became more apparent, he could gradually shift his focus to her. After all, if there were 2 women with a 10-fold multiplier, each eager to gain from him, the market would shift in his favor. Given his system, which could only trigger once a week, Ye Chen was patient. There was no rush. Lin Kur had no choice but to accept the situation. After all, it was Ye Chen who was giving the gifts. Although it had become a weekly routine, Lin Kur couldn't exactly march over to the pill shop and tell Ye Chen to give her the gifts directly. That would be too awkward. So, Lin Kur made up her mind. Once she returned from the mountains and had some money in hand, she would immediately move out. She couldn't stand living with that woman, Lu Jing, any longer. The sense of danger Lu Jing brought made Lin Kur fear that Ye Chen might be snatched away from her. At the same time, Lin Kur also felt the urgency of preparing for the dangers of the mountains. With Ye Chen providing the pills she needed for cultivation, Lin Kur ended up staying a full month longer than she had initially planned before finally heading to the mountains. Lin Kur had chosen her medicine-picking team carefully. The team leader was a female cultivator at the late stage of qi refining, fair in her dealings, with a solid reputation and good word of mouth. It had been difficult for Lin Kur to secure a spot in the team, but the team couldn't wait indefinitely for her. If she didn't join the group this time, they would replace her. Though Ye Chen had provided her with pills for daily cultivation, the expenses of cultivating were still too high. Lin Kur didn't have a job and no income source. The spirit stones she had saved over the years were dwindling. If she delayed any further, she might not even be able to pay the rent. Under these circumstances, Lin Kur had no choice but to agree to the team leader's request to depart first thing the next morning. However, the day before her departure, Lin Kur made her way to Ye Chen's apothecary shop to find him. Master Yi, the female cultivator, Lin Kur, has come to visit. Inside the room, Ye Chen had just finished refining a batch of elephant blood pills. Looking at the 10 high-grade pills he had just produced, he felt quite pleased with himself. When he heard the servant girl outside reporting, Ye Chen paused for a moment. Calculating the time, he realized it was only the 6th day, still 1 day before the usual weekly visit. After a moment's thought, he called out, instructing the servant to bring Lin Kuo in. Since Lin Kuo had left her job, she could no longer enter the back courtyard directly, so Ye Chen stepped out of the room and waited for her in the garden, ensuring the door was closed behind him. The faint aroma of the pills still lingered in the air, and Ye Chen didn't want anyone to discover that he was capable of refining elephant blood pills. Soon, Lin Kuo arrived. However, her attire today was different from usual. Instead of her usual long skirts, she wore a black, form-fitting combat outfit with long pants, giving her a much more martial appearance. Her hair was tied up high, and the usually cool and distant look on her face now had a touch of boldness. "Fairy Lin, what brings you here today?" Ye Chen greeted her with a smile. The servant girl placed a tray with spirit tea on the stone table. As an alchemist in a shop, Ye Chen enjoyed these small privileges. Lin Kuo looked at him seriously and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, tomorrow morning, I'll be heading to the mountains for my first herb-gathering trip. This trip will be rather long, probably taking about a month. Fellow Taoist Yi is my only true friend in Silver Moon Market, and the only one who genuinely cares about me. Naturally, I wanted to inform you before I leave." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen understood. So this was just her telling him she was going on the trip. If it were before, Ye Chen might have felt some reluctance. After all, there was only one female cultivator with a tenfold return. If Lin Kuo went to the mountains, it would mean fewer spirit stones for Ye Chen. But now, with Lu Jing, another female cultivator with a tenfold return, there was no need to worry about Lin Kuo's absence. Ye Chen smiled lightly. "Then I wish Fairy Lin a bountiful harvest on this trip." Lin Kuo was taken aback. This response was completely different from what she had expected. She had thought that upon hearing about her departure, Ye Chen would feel some sense of reluctance, or at least express concern. But instead, there was nothing. It felt strange. Ye Chen's calm demeanor left Lin Kuo slightly stunned. However, she quickly realized the truth behind his attitude. Ye Chen's demeanor was likely an attempt to avoid adding any pressure on her. In the time they had known each other, Ye Chen had proven that he was someone who would quietly give to her without asking for anything in return. Although Ye Chen had his father backing him with resources, the Yi family was a small clan. The amount of resources he could gather couldn't possibly be much. To be able to offer her external techniques, spells, and a weekly supply of pills was already the extent of his capabilities. Ye Chen was fully aware of his limitations and his inability to help her in more substantial ways, which was why he never stopped her from pursuing her own path. He could only support her from the shadows. Once Lin Kuo understood Ye Chen's intentions, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. However, that only made the harsh reality all the more apparent. Ye Chen simply had no future. His talent was too lackluster. His background was from a small, low-level family of cultivators. Even his best asset, his alchemy, was barely superior to that of an average loose cultivator. Lin Kuo knew full well that the mid-grade pills Ye Chen had been gifting her, although he claimed to have made them himself, were beyond his current ability. No one knew better than Lin Kuo how lacking Ye Chen's alchemy skills were. The qi-gathering pills he had once made were some of the lowest quality pills. How could his skills have improved so dramatically? If his alchemy had genuinely improved so fast, perhaps Lin Kuo might have considered him more seriously. But as things stood, it was clear to her that Ye Chen truly had no future. Lin Kuo looked up at the sky, noticing it was already late. She had to head into the mountains early the next morning, so she planned to rest early tonight. After all, the mountains were dangerous, and being her first time going, there was a natural sense of unease. With a smile, Lin Kuo spoke, "I'll be heading out early tomorrow, but once I return, I'll make sure to come find you, fellow Taoist, to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude for your care these past few days. There's no need for you to come to my place during this time." Hearing this, Ye Chen immediately understood Lin Kuo's meaning. No wonder she had come to find him today. It wasn't just a casual visit. She was letting him know that, while she was away, there was no need for him to visit her residence. She was probably concerned about him running into Lu Jing. Ah, women. Even if they didn't think highly of simps, they still didn't want anyone else to take them away. Such a classic reaction. It seemed like Lin Kuo was also trying to manage how Ye Chen viewed her, making sure she didn't come across as too indifferent. Lin Kuo added a few more words, perhaps to soften the impact. Also, Lu Jing is a quiet person, and she doesn't like to be disturbed. I know that Lu Jing has several suitors, one of whom is a cultivator at the 5th level of qi gathering. He seems a bit overbearing. Of course, Lu Jing doesn't have any relationship with them. But if he happens to see you at my place, it could cause some trouble. Ye Chen chuckled to himself. Lin Kuo certainly had a high level of skill when it came to handling these things. She said she was warning him to avoid trouble, but in reality, she had taken a nice jab at Lu Jing. It was clear she wasn't a fan of Lu Jing. Ye Chen couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Girls often talked behind each other's backs, and he had witnessed plenty of similar situations in his past life. In fact, during his travels in his past life, he had met a pair of close friends, who seemed inseparable, only to find out later that they were secretly competing against each other in subtle ways. Perhaps it was because Ye Chen was handsome and his demeanor was mature, which drew the interest of both women. When they traveled together, the two friends always appeared to have a deep, unshakable bond. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. But when they chatted with Ye Chen privately on their phones at night, they couldn't help but reveal each other's less than flattering pasts. How many boyfriends they had, their past relationships that led to things like a miscarriage. Those things came spilling out, leaving Ye Chen amused. It was a common trait among most women's friendships, really. Now, Lin Kuo, who always maintained a calm, detached demeanor, was no exception, starting to play the same game. It was clear that Lu Jing's presence had indeed pressured Lin Kuo. Ye Chen didn't say much in response, simply nodding with a smile, thanking Lin Kuo for her thoughtful reminder. But whether he'd actually heed her advice? Not a chance. For Ye Chen, sending gifts came with a tenfold reward. Would he pass up on that? Of course not. After chatting for a while, Lin Kuo began to feel a little disappointed when Ye Chen didn't respond as she'd expected. For the past 2 months, he had sent her gifts of cultivation pills every week. And now, almost a week had passed since the last delivery. Lin Kuo had hoped that Ye Chen would prepare something extra, perhaps some healing or detoxifying pills since, although she had prepared some herself, who would ever say no to more. After hearing her plans to resign and head into the mountains, Ye Chen had rushed out to buy her a new spell. Yet this time, with her departure approaching, he hadn't made any moves. It felt strange. Soon, Lin Kuo had an epiphany, and she began to realize the likely reason. It was because Ye Chen had probably run out of spirit stones. After all, Ye Chen's family could hardly provide him with much support. It had been over 4 months. During that time, Ye Chen had continuously sent her cultivation pills, many of which were of medium quality, all of which required spirit stones. Then there was the sword finger technique, which Ye Chen had purchased for himself, spending a whole medium-grade spirit stone on it. An ordinary cultivator in the qi refining stage simply couldn't afford such expenditures. It was likely that Ye Chen himself could only afford to consume low-grade pills for his cultivation. Given all that, it was entirely normal that Ye Chen couldn't prepare anything for her this time. Lin Kuo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at the thought. But, still, she smiled as she bid Ye Chen farewell. In her heart, however, she couldn't help but feel that as her cultivation continued to rise, the help Ye Chen could offer her would only grow more limited. She and Ye Chen truly belonged to different worlds. As that thought crossed her mind, the sense of competition with Lu Jing and the sense of importance she had placed on Ye Chen gradually faded away. She returned to her usual, calm demeanor, like the quiet, delicate flower she had always appeared to be. After seeing Lin Kuo off, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile when he thought of her slightly aloof attitude at the end. Having lived 2 lives, he knew exactly what was going through her mind. It was simple, he hadn't actively given her anything today, and she had misinterpreted it. She probably thought, with his usual submissive behavior, that he must want to give something but didn't have anything to give. Once she assumed that he had run out of spirit stones, even though she didn't show it overtly, her attitude had shifted, becoming noticeably colder. Ye Chen wasn't surprised by that. This was the inevitable outcome of being a simp. Affection earned through constant flattery would naturally disappear once the resources to maintain it ran dry. If Lin Kuo returned from the mountains and saw that he was still struggling, she'd probably only drift further away from him. But Ye Chen didn't care about any of that. He certainly wasn't going to give any gifts today, not because he had no spirit stones. On the contrary, he had accumulated a total of 90 low-grade spirit stones recently. He was almost at the threshold of a medium-grade spirit stone. But because of the system's feedback function, the cooldown wouldn't be over until tomorrow. If he gave something today, it wouldn't trigger the tenfold feedback. Without the tenfold feedback, why would Ye Chen give anything? Was he supposed to treat this like a charity? Ye Chen wasn't some true simp. So, he didn't care about the words Lin Kuo had said earlier. Not only was he going to visit her house, but he was also going first thing tomorrow morning. He was going to pretend he didn't know Lin Kuo had gone into the mountains. He was going to meet Lu Jing. And he was going to give her the cultivation pills. Now that Ye Chen had refined higher quality pills, they fetched a better price, and his earnings were growing faster. He thought he could also buy some new spells to give to Lu Jing, to enhance his own strength. And a storage bag. Ye Chen had been eyeing one of those for a while. A space-utilizing item was something he had never seen in his past life. He'd heard that typical storage bags were about half a cubic meter in size. With the tenfold return, that would become 5 cubic meters. He could store all kinds of things there. Wouldn't that just make everything easier? During the 1-month period that Lin Kuo was in the mountains, Ye Chen planned to give all these things to Lu Jing. In fact, from now on, he intended to only send things to Lu Jing. Not because Lu Jing was big. It was just that Ye Chen was a little curious. What would Lin Kuo think when she returned a month later and saw how much he'd given Lu Jing? Would she feel betrayed, sever ties with him, and never speak to him again? Or would she drop the indifferent persona, and turn into someone who flattered him for resources? Ye Chen was eager to find out. The morning light spilled softly through the window as Lin Kuo finished her morning routine. She carefully tucked the cultivation pills she had prepared into her robes, the warmth of the small pouches brushing against her skin. A change of clothes was slung across her back, and in her hand, she gripped a long sword. It was no magic tool, but a finely crafted sword of tempered iron, with a small amount of materials used in magic tool crafting mixed into the blade. It was sharp, though lacking the ability to channel spirit chi or unleash spells like a true artifact. Yet, it was affordable and efficient for her needs. Once everything was packed, Lin Kuo stepped out of her room. Her gaze turned toward the distant mountains, where the early morning fog still clung to their peaks. In the distance, faint beastly roars echoed through the air, reminding her of the dangers she would have to face. Most cultivators were reluctant to venture into the mountains. The rewards were great, but so too were the risks. Not everyone had the courage to face such uncertainty. However, Lin Kuo had grown weary of the struggle to make ends meet. She longed to grow stronger. If she could break through to the later stages of chi refining, everything would be different. Every endeavor would yield more than it did now. And with more resources, she could reach greater heights in her cultivation. Perhaps one day, she might even break through to foundation establishment, or even beyond. For that, she knew she had to take a gamble. As she walked out the door, she saw Lu Jing just stepping out as well. A smile immediately formed on Lu Jing's face at the sight of Lin Kuo. But Lin Kuo offered no such smile in return, her face cold as she ignored Lu Jing and walked past her without a word. Lu Jing, unfazed by Lin Kuo's demeanor, let her lips curl into a smile. Lin Kuo was leaving. The opportunity she had been waiting for had arrived. As Lin Kuo stepped out of the courtyard, she found no trace of Ye Chen. She had secretly hoped Ye Chen might come early to send her off, but clearly, that wasn't the case. It seemed he truly had nothing left to give her. A sense of waste filled her thoughts. Her visit to Ye Chen the previous day to remind him felt like a futile effort. After all, a useless person like Ye Chen being taken away was of no consequence to her. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Jing's intentions were driven by Ye Chen's resources. If Ye Chen truly had nothing left to offer, Lu Jing would surely stop wasting her time. Turning back, Lin Kuo gazed at the dilapidated courtyard, her heart brimming with resolve. She swore to herself, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. She would never again live in such a crumbling house. She would not remain in Silver Moon Market either. She was determined to move to Green Cloud City. Whether it was Ye Chen or Lu Jing, both were destined to belong to worlds far removed from her own. With this thought, Lin Kuo's confidence grew. Filled with anticipation for the future, she took a firm step forward, heading toward the meeting place of her team. The morning sun filtered gently into Ye Chen's room as he woke up leisurely. After being attended to by the maid and finishing his morning routine, he suddenly recalled that Lin Kuo had probably already set off. But Ye Chen paid no mind. So what if she left? He proceeded with his usual daily routine. First, he practiced his cultivation method in the morning. Then, he focused on his external training. Before he knew it, the morning had passed. After a brief rest at noon, he began researching new spells. Once that was done, he started refining pills. He made 2 batches each day. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Most of the time, he focused on making chi-nourishing pill. Once his stock of elephant blood pill ran low, he would make those as well. After everything was finished, it was time for rest and relaxation. Ye Chen knew the importance of balancing work with rest. While the cultivation world lacked the internet, it was not devoid of cultural entertainment. Many common folk lived off the prosperity of cultivators. To hear a song, one didn't need speakers. Just summon a mortal songstress. If one desired a performance, a seat could be secured with just a small fee. For a thrill, one had more than 10 choices, even without counting the street vendors. Mortals and immortals alike could entertain and be entertained. All of it was supported by specific sects of cultivators. Silver Moon Market even offered a variety of novels. All of them were fantasy-based. The stories featured ordinary people who suddenly gained a miraculous encounter and rose to become gods or ancestors. The plots were highly dramatic, with immortal maidens, witches, and more. And since there were no editorial restrictions, some even had illustrations. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel his eyes widen with amazement. However, after finishing his pill refinement session in the afternoon, he did not rest. Instead, he decided to head out. Since Lin Kuo had left, it was time to visit Lu Jing and present his gift. 10 mid-grade chi-nourishing pill would be worth 5 days of pill refining earnings. A solid profit. Once he exchanged this batch of pills for spirit stones, he could buy more valuable gifts. But just as Ye Chen was about to leave, the maid came in to deliver a message. Fellow Taoist Yi, a female cultivator has come to visit. She claims to be Lu Jing. At the sound of those words, a smile immediately appeared on Ye Chen's face. So, Lu Jing was decisive, wasn't she? Lin Kuo had only left in the morning, and by afternoon, Lu Jing was already coming over to stake her claim. A true talent indeed. Please invite her in, Ye Chen said with a wave of his hand, waiting in the courtyard. Before long, a female cultivator entered the courtyard under the maid's guidance. It was Lu Jing. She wore a long green dress that looked like it was bought off the rack. But when Lu Jing wore it, it was as if the dress was tailor-made to highlight her figure. While Lu Jing's waist was not as slim as Lin Kuo's, the exaggerated curves of her figure made it appear far more delicate in comparison. Her waist seemed so slender it could be encircled by a single hand. Her long hair was styled up, and her mature features were exquisitely refined. Clearly, she had put effort into her appearance, making her undeniably captivating. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel that Lu Jing had truly great assets. If it was his past life, even a messy photograph of her would have driven countless men to sleepless nights. Fellow Taoist Lu, what brings you here? Please, make yourself comfortable, Ye Chen asked, feigning confusion. Lu Jing's almond-shaped eyes blinked slightly, as if sending a spark of electricity, and she playfully feigned a touch of reproach. Fellow Taoist Yi, are you no longer welcoming me? Should I leave? Ye Chen laughed heartily. How could that be? I was just about to go to your place to look for Kur, and yet here you are, fellow Taoist Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing smiled, gracefully pressing down the hem of her long skirt before sitting down with an elegant bow. Though the day was still young, Ye Chen felt as though he had just witnessed the full moon rise. I came here for this very reason, Lu Jing began. Kur left early this morning to enter the mountains. I feared you might make a fruitless trip, so I stopped by to inform you. Has Kur not told you? Ye Chen's expression darkened at her words. She's already gone into the mountains. I only just found out. Seeing the change in Ye Chen's expression, Lu Jing felt a surge of triumph, but she quickly masked it, saying, Fellow Taoist Yi, please don't misunderstand. Kur probably didn't want to worry you, which is why she didn't mention it. She definitely still cares for you. Oh, and Kur mentioned that the leader of the team she joined has a younger brother who's quite talented. Only 19 years old, and already at the 5th level of qi refining. She said he gives off a sense of security just by looking at him. She also said that he's very warm towards her. So, Kur probably didn't tell you, fearing you might misunderstand and come to see her off. But please, don't mention that I told you. Kur is still young, and I'd hate for her to be upset. Watching Lu Jing's performance, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This mature woman, Lu Jing, was no less skillful at playing her cards than Lin Kur. Could she be any more considerate? If Ye Chen were truly a simp, he might have been crushed by such an act. One might even think he'd be on the verge of despair. But it was clear the two women shared more than just a living space. Yesterday, Lin Kur came over, subtly badmouthing Lu Jing. Today, Lu Jing arrived, immediately serving up her own brand of subtle manipulation. The two truly were in perfect sync. However, Lu Jing's attempts to sow discord were precisely what Ye Chen wanted. After hearing her words, his expression grew even darker. This, of course, pleased Lu Jing inwardly. But she quickly feigned guilt, her face filled with a self-reproachful look. Have I said too much? Fellow Taoist Yi, really, please don't overthink it. Lin Kur is solely focused on her cultivation. She cares nothing for matters of love. She's not interested in romance. Most cultivators are like this, with no interest in anyone or anything other than their own cultivation. Even if that leader's younger brother is exceptionally talented, it doesn't concern her. She won't get involved with him. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She had already begun subtly criticizing Lin Kur for being selfish. Lu Jing truly had a sharp eye for people. Yet, Ye Chen's expression grew even more despondent. So, that means she wouldn't be interested in me either. Lu Jing silently praised Ye Chen's insight. This was exactly what she had been hinting at. However, she quickly shook her head and reassured him. It's not like that. Kur acts differently towards you, fellow Taoist Yi. You've helped her so much, and Kur definitely feels grateful to you. With a little more effort, perhaps you could really succeed. But once that seed of doubt had been planted, any normal person would start to think that Lin Kur must treat them differently, simply because they had offered gifts. And once those gifts were no longer coming, it was certain that Lin Kur would abandon them without hesitation. And in truth, that was the way it would likely unfold. Ye Chen had long seen through everything. Yet, his expression grew even more distressed. Unable to sit still any longer, he suddenly stood up, his voice tinged with discomfort. Apologies, fellow Taoist Lu, I don't feel well. I must rest now. Lu Jing hadn't expected Ye Chen to be so emotionally affected, reacting so strongly after the truth was revealed. Her heart swelled with anticipation. Such a passionate simp would soon be hers. She immediately put on a sympathetic expression, her voice full of concern. In that case, please rest well, fellow Taoist Yi. By the way, I have a low-grade clear heart talisman here. It's the first talisman I've ever crafted, and I've kept it with me as a memento. Seeing you so troubled, I'd like to offer it to you. This was one of Lu Jing's tactics. Lin Kuo had always taken what was offered without giving anything in return. She might say she would repay the favor, but had taken no real action. And what about herself? She was not only generous and warm-hearted but also took the initiative to offer Ye Chen a gift. Though the clear heart talisman wasn't worth much, it was the first one Lu Jing had ever crafted. The sentimental value was undeniable. The difference between the two was clear. It would surely cause Ye Chen to feel even more disillusioned with Lin Kuo. As expected, seeing the clear heart talisman, Ye Chen was momentarily surprised. It seemed as though something had occurred to him, and he shook his head inwardly. Then, with a casual gesture, he took out a small pill bottle from his sleeve. To let you leave empty-handed would be impolite of me. This pill is for you, fellow Taoist. Inside are 10 middle-grade qi-nourishing pills. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes gleamed with hidden delight. She was very familiar with this pill bottle. For the past 2 months, every week, Ye Chen had sent Lin Kuo a bottle just like this. 10 middle-grade qi-nourishing pills were worth roughly 1.5 low-grade spirit stones. 40 pills in a month, that's 6 low-grade spirit stones. It was nearly the same amount as her earnings working as an apprentice at the talisman shop. Lu Jing had long coveted those pills. This bottle, clearly prepared for Lin Kuo, was now being offered to her, because Ye Chen had grown disappointed in Lin Kuo and wished to return her gesture. This meant that her words had indeed left an impression on him. Unauthorized tale usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. However, Lu Jing had no intention of accepting the gift. Instead, she wanted to establish a clear divide between herself and Lin Kuo, to completely crush Lin Kuo and take Ye Chen, the little simp, for herself. Once Ye Chen was entirely hers, wouldn't she be able to get anything she desired? With this thought in mind, she immediately shook her head and said, "That clear heart talisman was a token of my sincerity. There's no need for a return gift. Fellow Taoist, I'll take my leave now." Ye Chen watched as Lu Jing deliberately acted as if she were indifferent to the pills. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. Those who initially refused gifts were always the ones who wanted more in the end. In his past life, many of the women who played the green tea role and tried to bait men always set up this kind of facade. Once they had you within their grasp, and once they were certain they had you figured out, they would strip you of everything you had without hesitation. Ye Chen wasn't fooled by such tactics. For him, giving gifts was a matter of principle. He could just shove the gift straight into her hands, but the act of giving a gift was something he would never skip. So, Ye Chen spoke seriously, "It's no trouble. This batch of pills is nothing more than something I casually concocted. In comparison, the first time holds far greater significance. If you refuse, then please take away the clear heart talisman as well." Lu Jing was taken aback by his words. What did he mean by first? Was it the first clear heart talisman or? But she didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, she became more convinced of Ye Chen's value, realizing that he was far more significant than she had initially thought. An alchemist capable of refining middle-grade qi-nourishing pills, just this alone was a mark of immense wealth. But this wasn't exactly rare. Even in Silver Moon Market, there were alchemists more skilled than Ye Chen. The problem was, no matter how much those other alchemists earned, she wouldn't get anything from them. But Ye Chen. He had returned a bottle of middle-grade qi-nourishing pills simply because she'd given him something as insignificant as a clear heart talisman. Such generosity was unprecedented in Silver Moon Market. Lu Jing felt she had hit the jackpot. Lu Jing saw that Ye Chen was resolute, and with no other option, she reluctantly took the pills from him. Gently swaying her ample figure, she thanked him, "Since you insist, I won't be impolite." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. I've recently been learning to make exorcism talismans, and I'm close to succeeding. Once I refine my first one, I'll be sure to give it to you, fellow Taoist. After all, it wouldn't be proper to receive without giving in return." Ye Chen nodded at her words. However, his mood remained low, and he had little interest in continuing the conversation. After a few more exchanges, he escorted Lu Jing out. Once Lu Jing left the backyard of Ye's medicine shop, she couldn't contain the joy on her face. This trip had been beyond worthwhile. She had received a bottle of middle-grade chi-nourishing pills in an instant, but those pills were only the beginning. Ye Chen had also given Lin Kuo spells, external cultivation techniques, and gifts valued in middle-grade spirit stones. These were things Lu Jing desired, and she wanted even more. So, Lu Jing had made up her mind. She would take full advantage of Lin Kuo's absence while she ventured into the mountains and snatch Ye Chen, this little simp, completely into her grasp. She would train him into her personal, devoted simp. From now on, everything Ye Chen had would be hers alone. Thinking of this, Lu Jing couldn't help but feel excited, her steps growing lighter as she walked faster. Because of her exaggerated figure, even simple movements seemed large and commanding, drawing the eyes of many male cultivators. They couldn't take their eyes off her. Hastily, Lu Jing quickened her pace and left. It wasn't hard to understand why she was so excited. Though Lu Jing had better luck than Lin Kuo, having been blessed with the talent for talisman making, her advantages were still limited. Talisman making was one of the 6 essential arts of cultivation. But for a rogue cultivator like her, the cost of learning to make talismans was immense. No rogue cultivator would teach her since that would only breed competition. Instead, she had to sign an apprenticeship contract at a shop. In the beginning, she spent 5 whole years just learning to process basic materials, earning a meager reward of only 1 low-grade spirit stone a month. Without food and shelter provided, Lu Jing would have never been able to endure. Now, Lu Jing could craft some basic talismans. But these talismans belonged to the shop, and she was still paid a fixed salary, which had only increased to 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. Her apprenticeship contract was a long one, spanning 30 years. The terms were harsh, essentially consuming her entire youth. But she had no choice. Without learning, there was no future. At least with these skills, she could hope for a career. It could be said that most rogue cultivators in this cutthroat cultivation society had no real choice. They knew it was a trap, but they had no option but to jump in. It was no wonder Lu Jing valued Ye Chen so highly. After all, if she had Ye Chen, she would be able to cut at least 30 years of struggle off her life. Gifted successfully. Gift, 10 middle-grade chi-nourishing pills. Returning feedback. 10-fold feedback, reward, 100 middle-grade chi-nourishing pills. Back in his room, Ye Chen had no trace of sorrow on his face. Listening to the system's notification, he nodded contentedly. Lu Jing had indeed provided the 10-fold reward. With this, Lin Kuo's importance had significantly decreased in his mind. However, the female cultivator from Green Cloud Shop, who had a 15-fold feedback, still lingered in Ye Chen's thoughts. After all, the extra 5 times was no small matter. Over the course of years, that would amount to an astronomical sum. Not to mention, many things couldn't be measured simply by spirit stones. For example, gifting spells. The difference between a 10-fold and a 15-fold reward was like heaven and earth. For the female cultivator from Green Cloud Shop, Ye Chen had already formed an idea after seeing Lu Jing's actions. He had also done some inquiries over the past few days. The person in charge of Green Cloud Shop was Sun Yi. And Sun Ruoxin was his daughter. Sun Yi was rather greedy, but his talisman-making skills were decent. He had once been an outer disciple of the Green Cloud sect. It seemed he had been injured during a sect competition and was unable to progress any further. He was then reassigned to be the steward at the Green Cloud Shop in Silver Moon Market. Sun Yi being so greedy made things easier. Ye Chen decided to pay the tuition and learn talisman making from the other party. Unlike Lu Jing, who was an apprentice without paying any fees and had to work for the master, Ye Chen would pay to receive proper guidance, essentially hiring him as a teacher. Given Sun Ye's personality, it was clear that learning talisman making from him would not be cheap. But once the connection was established, Ye Chen could also meet Sun Ruoxin, thereby gaining access to the 15-fold feedback channel. This would be a further 5-fold increase in the feedback reward. The small tuition fee would easily be recouped. Ye Chen had no doubts about his choice. As for whether learning talisman making would be a waste of time now that he was already an alchemist, Ye Chen thought it didn't matter much. The more skills, the better. If he could learn, that would be great. If not, then it didn't matter, since his main target was the 15-fold feedback from Sun Ruoxin. However, since for now, his savings were still insufficient, he needed to accumulate more before proceeding. The next morning, Ye Chen continued his usual routine of cultivation. Though he was always full of energy and vitality when he woke up, he wasn't in a rush because he understood the value of delayed gratification. The cultivation world was full of dangers. Only cultivation and strength mattered, everything else, including women, was trivial. They would only hinder the speed of his cultivation. Once he became stronger, what couldn't he enjoy? So unless the system's cold, detached notifications demanded it, he wouldn't bother to leave the house to meet female cultivators. However, by the afternoon, Lu Jing came again. She came under the pretense of caring for Ye Chen, offering him comfort. On the third day, Lu Jing came by again, conveniently passing by on her way home from work to check on Ye Chen. On the fourth day, she even brought Ye Chen the first talisman she had crafted herself, a clear evil talisman. Unauthorized reproduction, this story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. In the cultivation world, souls and spirits were very much real. If a cultivator died in a place with special conditions, by sheer chance, they could turn into something strange, a distorted form of their former self. The clear evil talisman was highly effective against such aberrations. Lu Jing practically came by every day. She always found reasons to check on Ye Chen. She thought this continuous barrage of attention had to yield results. After all, if a mature and curvaceous woman sought you out every day, most male cultivators would surely entertain impure thoughts. They'd begin to wonder if the other person was interested in them. Not to mention, Lu Jing crafted a persona for herself, sending small yet meaningful gifts, like the talisman, that carried sentimental value. Add in her inherent allure, and it was a winning combination. Most male cultivators would fall for it. Ye Chen's reactions were exactly what Lu Jing expected. In the previous few days, he had been in a melancholic mood, occasionally gazing longingly in the direction of the mountain peaks during their conversations. However, his spirits had improved considerably since then. His gaze towards Lu Jing had grown warmer, more intense. He no longer mentioned Lin Kuo, acting almost as if he had fallen out of love. His shift in attitude made Lu Jing overjoyed. The progress of her plan to conquer Ye Chen was faster than she had imagined. In truth, Lu Jing felt a little contemptuous of Ye Chen. Though she acknowledged her own charm, she couldn't help but feel that Ye Chen had changed his affections far too quickly. Was this real love? Earlier, Lu Jing had thought Ye Chen's feelings for Lin Kuo were sincere, and part of her had even felt a touch of admiration. But now, she only saw him as a lecherous fool. It was clear he simply liked attractive women. She had shown him a little affection, and just like that, Ye Chen had moved on from Lin Kuo, abandoning his previous attachment. But despite her disdain, Lu Jing couldn't help but feel pleased. This was exactly the result she wanted to see. The sooner she captured Ye Chen's heart, the sooner she could secure more resources to support her cultivation. Only then would she be able to rapidly improve and break free from the constraints of her apprentice contract. As the evening of the sixth day arrived, Ye Chen voluntarily saw off Lu Jing, his reluctance evident in his actions. He even seemed to hesitate for a moment, wanting to escort her back home. However, Lu Jing politely refused. "Fellow Taoist Yi, there's no need to send me. If you have time tomorrow afternoon, do come by my house for a meal. I have some beast meat from a demon beast. If I stew it and pair it with spirit rice, the flavor will be exquisite. My culinary skills are quite good. You must try it." Ye Chen's face lit up with delight, and without any hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "I'd be honored." Seeing the eager look on Ye Chen's face, Lu Jing's heart skipped a beat. Too easy. He's practically in the palm of my hand. Lin Kuo, your little simp is indeed quite something, but he'll soon belong to me. Lu Jing felt satisfaction as she bid Ye Chen farewell. As she walked away, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile as he admired her graceful, swaying figure. Her methods were indeed far superior to Lin Kuo's. Inviting him over for a meal. The very act would stir expectations in any man. Lu Jing must like me. But even though Ye Chen had been moved, he knew better than to fall for such simple tricks. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate her attention, more that he saw through her intentions. Nonetheless, he could trigger the tenfold return again tomorrow. He decided to, as Lu Jing had expected, give her a little surprise, one that might also trigger some great feedback rewards. Let's see if it'll be a critical hit. The next day, after completing his cultivation tasks, Ye Chen spent the afternoon refining a batch of pills. Then, he set off for Green Cloud Shop. When he arrived, the attendant who had previously helped him recognized him immediately. "Fellow Taoist, what can I assist you with today?" the attendant asked politely. Ye Chen smiled and asked, "I'm looking for your steward. Is he here?" Last time, the steward, Sun Yi, had shown him a defensive spell, Golden Light Technique, which had worked quite well. Ye Chen had decided that today, he would purchase that spell. Even though he already had offensive spells, a defensive one was necessary to complete his arsenal. In the future, he also planned to purchase speed-enhancing spells. The idea was to develop comprehensively in all areas. During the purchase, he would also take the opportunity to familiarize himself with the people here, letting them know he had the means to spend. This would come in handy when he would eventually seek to learn about talisman making from them. The attendant, recognizing Ye Chen's face, didn't ask further. Instead, he simply nodded and went to fetch Sun Yi from the back. Soon, Sun Yi appeared and greeted Ye Chen warmly, inviting him upstairs to the second floor. Sun Yi clearly remembered Ye Chen, which was why he immediately led him upstairs, greeting him with a broad smile. "Did the sword finger technique work well for you last time? Were there any difficulties during your cultivation? If you want some guidance, a few spirit stones will do the trick." Ye Chen smiled and shook his head. "I've already mastered the sword finger technique, so there's no need for guidance. This time, I've come to buy a defensive spell," Ye Chen added casually. Sun Ye's smile grew wider upon hearing that. "A defensive spell? Well, in that case, I have just the one for you, Golden Light Technique. This spell originates from an ancient Buddhist sect and is a foundational defensive technique," Sun Yi continued, his voice growing more animated. "It can cover your entire body, with no blind spots. Even your feet are protected. Moreover, the golden light it emits also has the effect of driving away evil spirits, so you won't have to worry about sneak attacks from ghosts or demonic creatures. Once you've cultivated it to perfection, you'll be nearly invincible among qi refining cultivators. Very few people will be able to hurt you, and you'll stand undefeated from the very beginning." Sun Yi was pushing hard, clearly eager to make a sale. Ye Chen was becoming even more certain of his suspicions. When the time came to learn talisman making, paying money would likely solve most of the problems. As for Sun Ye's exaggerated descriptions of the golden light technique, Ye Chen was not buying them for a second. It was clear that Sun Yi had inflated the technique's abilities by a massive margin. But that didn't matter since he wasn't planning to actually cultivate this spell. Feigning the curiosity of a novice, Ye Chen asked, "Senior, how much does this golden light technique cost?" Sun Yi extended a finger confidently. "1 middle-grade spirit stone." Ye Chen's lips twitched. "Shouldn't it be around 80 lower-grade spirit stones?" Sun Yi immediately shook his head. "I'm telling you, this technique is incredibly effective. Many outer disciples of Green Cloud sect cultivate the golden light technique. I was once an outer disciple of Green Cloud sect myself. Do you really think I'd lie to you?" Sun Yi continued, lowering his voice as though to emphasize his sincerity. 1 middle-grade spirit stone is already a very fair price. Even if you were in Green Cloud City, that's what it would cost. You won't find it any cheaper. It's simply impossible to lower the price." Ye Chen nodded, signaling that he believed Sun Yi, but then spoke with determination. 80 lower-grade spirit stones. Sun Yi immediately flared up, his face turning red with anger. "Didn't you hear what I just said? This is the price." Ye Chen inwardly scoffed, "Trust you? Not a chance." Still, he maintained a friendly demeanor and replied, "In that case, I'll take a look at other spells first, just to compare. It's not that I don't trust you, Senior, it's just that my spirit stones are a bit tight." Sun Yi, an old man who wasn't even a female cultivator, was clearly not going to give 10 times the feedback, so every bit he could save would count. Seeing Ye Chen's resolve, Sun Yi knew he was about to leave, so he sighed in frustration. Fine, you get it for 80, but I'm only giving you this discount because you've bought from me before. Ye Chen immediately grinned, pulling out 80 lower-grade spirit stones from his pouch and handing them over to Sun Yi. Afterward, he quickly stashed away the golden light technique. This would be a gift for Lu Jing later this afternoon. He was curious to see what kind of feedback he would receive from her. This book was originally published on Novelbin. Check it out there for the real experience. Sun Yi, having received the spirit stones, was in a good mood, clearly satisfied with the deal. He felt like he had made quite a bit of profit. Ye Chen then pondered for a moment and asked, "Senior, I've heard that your talisman-making skills are quite profound, one of the best in Silver Moon Market." Sun Yi rolled his eyes. "What do you mean, one of the best? In a small place like Silver Moon Market, if I say I'm second, no one would dare claim to be first." Clearly, Sun Yi was confident in his talisman-making skills. Ye Chen nodded in admiration and then asked, "Then, Senior, if I wanted to learn talisman-making from you, how much would you charge for your guidance?" Sun Yi gave Ye Chen a strange look. "You're an alchemist, what do you want to learn talisman-making for?" Although Ye Chen hadn't used his face to sell himself at Green Cloud Shop, the faint scent of medicinal herbs and elixirs that clung to him was unmistakable. Sun Yi could tell immediately that he was an alchemist. Ye Chen gave a rueful smile. "Though I'm an alchemist, my skills in alchemy are quite poor. So I was thinking of trying my hand at talisman making to see if I have any talent for it." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In the cultivation world, there were too many people who were not focused or dedicated like Ye Chen. They would try a bit of everything, hoping for a stroke of luck. There were plenty of such people even in Green Cloud sect. Today they'd study alchemy, tomorrow it was talisman making, and the next day they'd turn to artifact forging. But in the end, they accomplished nothing. However, Sun Yi thought that if a fool like Ye Chen came knocking on his door, he might as well take advantage of him. Sun Yi pondered for a moment, then said, "I don't take apprentices, but since I find you somewhat agreeable, I don't mind offering some guidance. Here's the deal, 5 middle-grade spirit stones, and I'll give you 1 lesson a week, teaching you the basics of talisman making." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen didn't hesitate to clasp his hands and bid farewell. This is a rip-off, a total rip-off. 1 month, for lessons 5 middle-grade spirit stones. That's over a middle-grade spirit stone per lesson. You might as well be asking for the moon. Seeing Ye Chen leave with determination, Sun Yi quickly waved his hand. All right, I'll lower the price. 3 middle-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen didn't slow his pace. 2 middle-grade spirit stones, how about that? Ye Chen remained steadfast, walking even faster. When Sun Yi realized that Ye Chen, the young fool, was truly about to leave, he hurriedly dropped the price again. 1 middle-grade spirit stone, that's the lowest I'll go. After all, I'm a master at talisman making. I could easily make that much from just a few talismans. It's only because I'm getting old that I'm willing to offer you young people a chance to learn from me. This time, Ye Chen actually stopped. 1 middle-grade spirit stone for 4 basic lessons was still a rip-off, no matter how you looked at it. As for the claim that talismans were easy money, Ye Chen didn't buy that for a second. But what he needed wasn't to learn the art of talisman making. He simply wanted a way to establish a connection with Sun Ruoxin. This price was still within the acceptable range for him. So Ye Chen cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. But this is quite a sum, so I'll need to consult with my elders first." Sun Yi nodded in understanding. "Take your time, but do come soon, or I might be reassigned elsewhere." Ye Chen nodded in thanks and turned to leave. Sun Yi watched him go with a glint of excitement in his eyes. 1 middle-grade spirit stone for 4 lessons. That was a huge profit. And 4 lessons weren't even enough for the basics. Since Ye Chen had already paid, there was no way he wouldn't continue after that. He'd probably need 2 or 3 months to get through the beginner lessons. Then, surely, he'd want to advance to the next stage. Advanced lessons would definitely cost more, right? By the time all was said and done, Sun Yi would be making a pretty penny. By then, he had developed a keen interest in Ye Chen. He was curious which cultivation family this young man hailed from. After leaving Green Cloud shop, Ye Chen made his way directly to Lu Jing's residence. On the way, he casually flipped through the introduction to the golden light technique. Compared to ordinary defensive spells, this one did indeed seem somewhat stronger. It could conjure a golden light to protect the body, but the so-called protection was achieved by lowering the strength of the attacks. If a cultivator fully activated the golden light, it would be shattered after only a few hits, and the spell consumed a significant amount of energy. Moreover, the spell made the user glow with golden light, making them a conspicuous target. That said, it did have some merits. For one, the spell activated quickly, and it was also very effective at repelling evil spirits, offering some protection against sneak attacks. However, the effects that Sun Yi had described were clearly exaggerated. Ye Chen wasn't particularly bothered. It was merely a gift for Lu Jing, after all. What he intended to cultivate for himself was a defensive spell with tenfold feedback. The effectiveness of that spell would surely be far beyond what the golden light technique could offer. Walking along the street, he saw cultivators hurrying by, their faces etched with discontent. It was clear that the pressures of society weighed heavily upon them, rendering them incapable of finding joy in their pursuits. In this regard, this world was similar to the world Ye Chen came from. Ye Chen reflected on this briefly before arriving at the front door of Lu Jing's house. He knocked on the grand door. It swung open swiftly, and Lu Jing's face brightened at the sight of Ye Chen. She promptly came forward to let him in. Today, Lu Jing herself was a sight to behold, her hair slightly damp, cascading down her back, her skin dewy. The dress she wore was particularly airy, as if she had just stepped out of a bath. When Ye Chen had first arrived in this world, it was winter. Now, months later, the air had warmed considerably, even showing signs of becoming hot. Lu Jing's figure was undeniably striking. Her cool attire, though modest, couldn't help but stir the imagination. Indeed, bigness truly was the top-grade truth. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you've come. Please come in. The meat has just finished stewing," said Lu Jing as her hand brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, every movement exuding a mature charm. "Thank you," Ye Chen replied politely, following Lu Jing into the room. Lu Jing's home, much like Lin Kuo's, comprised a single bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Though not particularly spacious, it was well organized. The dining table in the living room was already set with bowls and chopsticks. Lu Jing then entered the kitchen and brought out the stewed beast meat, filling the room with a delicious aroma. She urged Ye Chen to sit while she served the rice, quickly bringing out 2 bowls, one more generously filled than the other. The fragrance of the spiritual rice was equally enticing. Since his arrival in this world, Ye Chen had not cooked for himself. His reliance on shop-bought sustaining pills meant he hadn't had a home-cooked meal in ages, and he was genuinely craving one now. After a brief chat, they sat down to eat. The stew contained not only the succulent beast meat, which was perfectly seasoned and chewy with a hint of spice that stimulated the appetite, but also a plant similar to potatoes from his previous life, which was surprisingly flavorful. The beast meat warmed his stomach as he ate, seeming to release threads of spirit qi that nourished his body. Ye Chen, making no pretense of modesty, ate heartily. Considering the expensive gifts he was planning to give, he felt entitled to enjoy the meal. The thought crossed his mind that he should find a cook to prepare meals daily, as this was far more enjoyable than consuming sustaining pills. Meanwhile, Lu Jing ate little, focusing instead on serving Ye Chen and watching him with a satisfied smile, as if seeing him eat was a pleasure in itself. "Fairy Lu's culinary skills are truly exceptional," Ye Chen complimented as they finished their meal. "If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Novel Bin. Please report it." Lu Jing, beaming, responded, "If you like, fellow Taoist Yi, you're welcome to dine here often. It's a pity I don't have much beast meat at home, or I could have made your meal even more enjoyable. In a few days, I'll receive my wages and buy a larger piece of beast meat from the market to treat you again," she continued, before excusing herself to clean up the dishes. As Lu Jing gracefully moved to the kitchen, Ye Chen remained in the living room, reflecting on how Lu Jing's maturity and sophistication indeed surpassed Lin Kuo's. Her display of modesty, like mentioning the scarcity of beast meat and spiritual rice, was all part of a strategy that many women employed to evoke a man's sympathy and protective instincts. Ye Chen, understanding this tactic, chose not to expose it. Instead, he saw it as an opportunity to reciprocate with a generous gift, recognizing that this approach was effectively used on him. Lu Jing quickly tidied up the dishes and then sat down to chat with Ye Chen. As she took her seat, her figure appeared even more impressive due to the constraints of the chair. "Thank you for the delightful meal, Fairy Lu," Ye Chen expressed his gratitude earnestly. Lu Jing noticed that Ye Chen's gaze had softened compared to when he first arrived, now filled with a hint of tenderness. Her heart leapt with joy. Yet, she feigned humility and shook her head. "Oh, not at all. I fear my hospitality was lacking, as you haven't eaten your fill, fellow Taoist Yi." Ye Chen shook his head as well. "You are too modest, Fairy Lu. As I've come visiting without a special gift, let this be my offering to you, fellow Taoist," he continued. At this, Lu Jing's heart soared, though she quickly refused. "There's no need for formalities, fellow Taoist Yi. I invited you simply to forge a friendship. After all, in the cultivation world, everyone is busy cultivating or earning spirit stones. No one has time to mind others. Moreover, chatting with you, fellow Taoist Yi, is always so engaging, especially since you've already gifted me a bottle of qi nurturing pill last time. How could I possibly accept another gift from you?" Ye Chen was resolute. "Since Fairy Lu counts me as a friend, you should accept this." Saying this, he pulled from his robe a jade slip, freshly purchased from the Green Cloud shop and not yet warmed by his touch, and placed it before Lu Jing. Lu Jing was initially hesitant, but upon seeing the jade slip, she gasped in surprise. A jade slip? Regardless of its contents, it was certainly more valuable than any pill. Ye Chen began to explain, "This is a defensive spell called Golden Light Technique that I bought at the Green Cloud shop. The steward there told me that all disciples of the Green Cloud sect practice it because it's much stronger than ordinary defensive spells. It's said to be an ancient Buddhist external defensive technique." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing was astonished. A defensive spell that even disciples of the Green Cloud sect practiced. How many spirit stones would that cost? Her heart surged with joy, as the gain far exceeded her expectations. Even though she was eager to accept it right away, Lu Jing still voiced her refusal. "This is too valuable, I cannot accept it." Yet, Ye Chen was insistent, "It's merely the price of a medium-grade spirit stone. If Fairy Lu truly considers me a friend, please don't refuse." As he spoke, he assertively took Lu Jing's soft, plump hand and pressed the jade slip into her palm. The texture of her skin, as smooth as silk, seemed almost unreal. Caught up in the moment, Lu Jing barely registered that Ye Chen was holding her hand. Clutching the jade slip, she felt almost surreal. This was a spell worth a medium-grade spirit stone, a sum that ordinary mid-stage cultivators might take half a year or even a year to earn. And now it was hers just like that. She had always known Ye Chen to be generous, but experiencing it firsthand truly highlighted the extent of his simping behavior. Ye Chen was undoubtedly the greatest treasure in the world. Lu Jing even felt a bit sorry for Lin Kuo. To have such a treasure at her disposal and not make the most of it was sheer stupidity. At that moment, Lu Jing resolved not to repeat Lin Kuo's mistakes. She decided she must be more attentive to Ye Chen moving forward, securing him firmly as her very own dedicated simp. Indeed, with the gifting of this spell, Ye Chen's worth in Lu Jing's eyes soared exponentially. "If you insist, I shall accept it shamelessly." Lu Jing's voice was sultry and dripping with allure as she spoke. At that moment, a notification sounded in Ye Chen's mind. Gift successfully given. Gift, Golden Light Technique. Processing rewards. Tenfold feedback, awarding majestic heavenly dragon shield. Gift analysis detected. The gift significantly exceeds the recipient's expectations, causing a substantial emotional impact, triggering a critical reward. Reward includes 1 day of guidance from the first abbot's Phantom of the Heavenly Dragon Temple on the cultivation method of Majestic Heavenly Dragon Shield. Note, as the host lacks storage equipment, physical rewards will be temporarily stored in system space, available for retrieval at any time. Heavenly Dragon. Though it included shield, just the name suggested it was far superior to the Golden Light technique. A massive gain. Not to mention the critical hit triggered, thus giving him guidance from an ancient power of an unknown era. At this moment, Ye Chen couldn't be happier. Seeing Ye Chen's joyful demeanor, Lu Jing naturally assumed his happiness stemmed from her acceptance of the gift. She thought that Ye Chen was clearly smitten by her charms, but she was not one to become complacent. She had managed to steal Ye Chen away from Lin Kuo, which suggested that Ye Chen's affections were not deeply rooted. If she wasn't careful, someone else might captivate him just as easily. Thus, she resolved to intensify her efforts to make Ye Chen utterly infatuated with her. Lu Jing was about to speak further when Ye Chen said, "Since Fairy Lu is pleased with the gift, focus on your cultivation. I shall take my leave now." As he spoke, he bid her farewell and departed. Lu Jing watched him go, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Considering how elated Ye Chen had been, it seemed unlikely he would want to leave so abruptly. Surely, he must be stepping away to allow her to master the spell more quickly. His thoughtfulness touched her. However, despite her sentiments, Lu Jing shook her head internally. Regrettably, the cultivation world was one of survival of the fittest, and neither Ye Chen's personal strength nor his family's backing provided her with any sense of security. He was unsuitable to be her Dao companion. Her ideal partner would be someone at the foundation establishment stage, someone who could truly make her feel safe. As for the Golden Light technique, Lu Jing had no intention of cultivating it herself. She planned to sell it instead. Disliking combat and having no intention of venturing into the mountains, she found little use for the spell. It would be more practical to exchange it for spirit stones to purchase things she truly needed. The exchange had to be done discreetly, though. If Ye Chen were to find out, he would undoubtedly be hurt, and that could adversely affect how he viewed her. A spell worth a medium-grade spirit stone could easily fetch 70 low-grade spirit stones. That's nearly a year's income in one go, truly marvelous. Lu Jing thought to herself, her mature face breaking into a richer smile at the prospect of such a windfall. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Near the Silver Moon Market, within a mountain range not too far away, Lin Kuo, dressed in a practical outfit and appearing somewhat weary yet spirited, was eating. Despite the exhaustion of the week, her spirits were high. "Just 1 week in, and I've nearly earned 5 low-grade spirit stones," she mused. "If I stay in the mountains for a month, I should collect at least 20. Indeed, to gather resources, one must take risks. Lu Jing, who fears danger and confines herself to the market, will never get ahead." Lin Kuo was very satisfied with her current gains, even feeling that she should have ventured into the mountains sooner. While Ye Chen had been sending her pills each month, they were hardly worth much in spirit stones. Their value was barely more than 1 per week. That totaled only about 5 a month. But by venturing into the mountains, she had already earned 5 in just 1 week. She regretted wasting time on the meager benefits Ye Chen had offered. Now, Lin Kuo no longer valued the help that Ye Chen provided. Thinking of Lu Jing's hopeful look, Lin Kuo couldn't help but smile arrogantly. "To give up someone like Ye Chen to you, what does it matter?" She had promised to treat Ye Chen to a meal, and she wouldn't go back on her word, especially considering the real dangers in the mountains. One of her teammates had already been killed in a beast attack. If not for the dragon elephant fist and sword finger technique that Ye Chen had given her, which significantly boosted her strength, she might have been injured herself and wouldn't have harvested as much. Although Ye Chen was no longer of use to her, Lin Kuo didn't see herself as a heartless realist. She would still honor her promise to dine with him. However, moving forward, she planned to focus on her cultivation and mountain expeditions, keeping her interactions with Ye Chen to a minimum. The gap between them was widening, and it was pointless to foster false hopes only to disappoint him later. Lin Kuo considered herself kind. Now was her time to rest, and she didn't need to keep watch tonight. After finishing her meal, she found a spot at the temporary campsite and fell into a deep, gratifying sleep, feeling the sweetness of rest earned through hard work. Majestic Heavenly Dragon Shield. This technique allows the conversion of spirit chi into the formidable heavenly dragon Buddha force, manifesting a protective phantom of a heavenly dragon that envelopes the entire body, providing exceptionally strong defense that spells of the same level can hardly break through. Moreover, the heavenly dragon phantom can also be used for offensive purposes, capable of injuring or trapping enemies. The majestic heavenly dragon shield is particularly effective against demons and malevolent entities, offering enhanced suppression. Ye Chen was unaware of Lin Kuo's thoughts deep in the mountains. Or rather, he had almost forgotten about her. For Ye Chen, whether it was Lu Jing or Lin Kuo, there wasn't much of a difference, except for the fact that Lu Jing had a more impressive figure and was willing to show it off, providing a feast for the eyes, which he found more appealing than Lin Kuo. Now, holding the system-awarded, majestic heavenly dragon shield jade slip against his forehead and reading its description, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. The capabilities were formidable, being a spell that could defend as well as suppress. However, the technique was challenging to cultivate, requiring profound understanding and conversion of the heavenly dragon Buddha force, typically only manageable by those well-versed in Buddhist teachings. But Ye Chen was not concerned. He had the critical reward from the system, a phantom of the heavenly dragon temple's abbot to provide personal instruction. What was there to worry about? So, Ye Chen immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the technique. Soon, a faint golden light began to flicker around him. In the following week, Ye Chen's life returned to tranquility. His days were filled with alchemy, cultivation, and practicing spells. His days were enriching and pleasant. Lu Jing visited him every other day with unmatched enthusiasm and affectionate eyes, looking at him as if he were her beloved. She even planned with Ye Chen another meal at her home the day she received her salary next week. Ye Chen had no objections. Lu Jing's cooking was excellent, and that day would also mark the end of the cool-down period for giving gifts. This time, however, he couldn't afford to give a spell. He planned to continue giving pills and saving up spirit stones, reflecting somewhat ruefully on his financial situation. If only he were wealthier, he would be able to give away spells or cultivation techniques weekly, which were of much higher value. Even if sold, they would bring in a lot more money. Now, he regretted having to use the precious tenfold feedback on pills. Seated cross-legged in his room, Ye Chen was enveloped in what seemed like a golden bell shield. Intriguingly, a faintly colored little dragon moved about on the shield, automatically positioning itself to defend against any attacks, preventing the shield from being quickly shattered. Ye Chen was immensely satisfied with this level of defense. His expression shifted, and he softly formed the hand seal, "Go, majestic heavenly dragon." Instantly, the little dragon roared as it left the shield, charging forward with fierce momentum. Just before it could hit the wall, Ye Chen ceased his cultivation, and the little dragon vanished into thin air. This majestic heavenly dragon shield really is formidable, both offensive and defensive, he mused. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is too low, and what I can conjure is merely a young dragon, far from a true heavenly dragon. But it's still quite good. With this defensive spell at his disposal, Ye Chen felt a greater sense of security. Yet, advancing his cultivation remained his top priority. He estimated it had been almost 3 months since he had broken through to the 4th level of qi refining, and he predicted it might take another 3 months to reach the 5th level. The pace was decent, but Ye Chen felt it could be quicker. He had heard that in this world, there were treasures that could accelerate cultivation. However, such items were beyond the current reach of Ye Chen. If possible, he would definitely acquire one to improve himself. After completing his practice and noticing the time, Ye Chen prepared a bottle of medium-grade qi-nurturing pills and set out for Lu Jing's house, as a week had passed since his last gift and they had arranged to have dinner together today. Upon arriving at Lu Jing's house and seeing her, Ye Chen's eyes lit up once again. Today, Lu Jing was dressed even more radiantly than last time, in a fabric soft like silk from earth, clinging to her like a second skin and outlining every shape. While she only revealed her arms, the boldness of the ensemble was truly sky-high. Ye Chen, unabashed, watched intently and nodded in approval. This privilege was indeed delightful. The meal Lu Jing prepared was also lavish. After a hearty dinner, Ye Chen presented his gift. Lu Jing was not disappointed that the gift was merely pills this time. After all, the spell worth a medium-grade spirit stone wasn't something even Ye Chen's father could afford regularly. A bottle of pills cost about 1.5 low-grade spirit stones, too good an offer to pass up. Most importantly, even if it was just pills, the value added up over time wasn't insignificant. Thus, Lu Jing was particularly pleased, her movements more animated than usual. After some more watching, chatting, Ye Chen, fully satisfied, bade farewell and departed. Leaving Lu Jing's home, the sun was nearly setting. However, Ye Chen had barely taken a few steps away when a male cultivator approached him quickly, greeting him enthusiastically. "The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Fellow Taoist Yi, I have long admired your reputation." Ye Chen's brow furrowed at this. Did this person know him? Could it be a robbery? But Ye Chen wasn't perturbed. Armed with the external dragon-elephant prajna technique, the mystical black-yellow sword finger, and the majestic heavenly dragon shield, he was more than capable of handling most mid-stage chi-refining cultivators. Moreover, they were still in the marketplace, where he could hold out for patrol support if overwhelmed. There was nothing to fear. Thus, Ye Chen simply observed the man without responding, though he remained inwardly vigilant. The man walked up to Ye Chen and introduced himself. "I am Li Xiang from the Li Family Talisman Shop, the owner is my father." Li Family Talisman Shop. The name sounded familiar. Ye Chen recalled hearing it from Lu Jing. She worked there as a talisman apprentice. But why was he seeking him out? Had he heard about Ye Chen's desire to learn talisman crafting from Sun Yi and was now trying to poach a student? Seeing the puzzled look on Ye Chen's face, Li Xiang gave a wry smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I won't beat around the bush. Recently, you've been pursuing Lu Jing, right?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. This was about Lu Jing. Was he dealing with a romantic rival now? Beauty often brings trouble, a common issue across worlds. Ye Chen was prepared for such confrontations, so he replied confidently, "Yes, what of it?" When facing a rival, a weak tone would only make them think you're easy to push over. Li Xiang, sensing Ye Chen's aggressive tone, quickly waved his hands in a placating gesture. "Fellow Taoist Yi, please don't get me wrong. I'm not implying anything bad. Lu Jing is indeed beautiful and has a great figure, it's normal to be attracted to her. I'm here to suggest that if you like her, just pursue her normally. Could you possibly refrain from giving gifts?" Hearing this, Ye Chen became even more perplexed. A romantic rival coming over to advise him to stop giving gifts. Was this a unique method of handling romantic rivals in the cultivation world? Li Xiang, seeing Ye Chen's confusion, grew more frustrated. He had been attracted to Lu Jing since he first saw her 6 years ago and had always been supportive, helping her with talisman problems and maintaining a good relationship. Sometimes, when Lu Jing worked late, Li Xiang would even walk her home, though he never entered her room. Whenever Li Xiang tried to advance their relationship, Lu Jing would reject him, citing her dedication to cultivation and talisman crafting as reasons. Despite these rejections, she continued to treat him the same as before, which made Li Xiang believe he still had a chance, prompting him to remain actively helpful. However, Lu Jing's attitude had changed in recent weeks. She became distant towards Li Xiang, even refusing his offer for private talisman lessons after work. This shift made Li Xiang suspicious. After some observation, he discovered that Lu Jing had been visiting the one-leaf pill shop after work. The pharmacy had gained notoriety in Silver Moon Market not for its business performance but because of a simp alchemist, a tale even Li Xiang was aware of. This alchemist, named Ye Chen, was notorious for lavishing gifts on a maid, including a top-tier external technique worth a high-grade spirit stone, prepared by his father. This alchemist ended up both broke and heartbroken when the woman used the resources to advance her cultivation and then left him for a more promising suitor from a well-off cultivator family. The story had made him the laughingstock of the community. Li Xiang had scoffed at such foolishness. In his view, women in the cultivation world are attracted to strength. Rather than empowering someone else, why not strengthen oneself? After all, a powerful cultivator would have no trouble finding a suitable partner. But the gossip had caused disruptions. Many female cultivators expressed a preference for such doting partners, leading to some stable relationships among male cultivators falling apart. It was a harmful trend. Li Xiang later learned that the woman in the story was Lin Ke, Lu Jing's former roommate. Now, Lu Jing was visiting one leaf pill shop where Ye Chen worked. Li Xiang worried about the connection. Today, he had intended to ask Lu Jing about it but saw Ye Chen entering her home. Could it be that Ye Chen had switched his attentions to Lu Jing? If so, that would explain why Lu Jing had been so distant lately. After all, a simp alchemist known for giving lavish gifts would overshadow someone who only offered guidance. For Li Xiang, this revelation was like a thunderbolt. He realized he might have been outplayed by a simp. Li Xiang finally understood the situation and, after some deliberation, decided to wait outside for Ye Chen to emerge. He didn't have any ill intentions, nor did he wish to threaten Ye Chen. The cultivation world is unlike Earth, there isn't the same order where everyone is protected under the law. Threats on Earth might not lead to severe consequences. But in the cultivation world, the order is so fragile that countless cultivators die under abnormal circumstances each day. Most cultivators, knowing this, are excessively polite to one another. If you threaten someone, who knows if they will hold a grudge? Would they wish to kill you in retaliation? Could they be plotting your demise every waking moment? Or perhaps, terrified by the threat, they might seek to eliminate you immediately upon their next breakthrough. To start a conflict over something trivial and make an enemy of another cultivator would be genuinely foolish. Thus, Li Xiang's waiting for Ye Chen was merely to advise him to stop being overly subservient. Couldn't he pursue a female cultivator in a normal way? Do you not mind throwing your cultivation resources away, he wondered, since everyone else has to consider their resources carefully. Who would want to keep up with such wasteful behavior? Of course, Li Xiang wouldn't express his thoughts so bluntly as it could be too offensive. Instead, he diplomatically began, "Fellow Taoist Yi, cultivation is not easy. A single misstep can delay progress indefinitely. If one cannot achieve foundation establishment by the age of 30, the chances diminish significantly. Fellow Taoist Yi, you are from the Yi family, and our Li family is also a minor qi refining lineage. Though we may not be among the most powerful, we have more than enough to make countless rogue cultivators envious. The resources we possess should be utilized to their fullest for cultivation. If we can break through to foundation establishment one day, the proverbial leap from carp to dragon, then what female cultivator wouldn't be within reach? For instance, take Elder Li of the Silver Moon Market, a foundation establishment cultivator. At 60, he boasts 18 consorts, and among them are all types, some plump, some slim. Some consorts don't even get a second turn. This tells us that strength is everything. Fellow Taoist Yi, you give precious resources to female cultivators, thinking they will be grateful. But in reality, once they advance, they are likely to leave you behind. Just look at the female cultivators in the cultivation world, isn't each one's cultivation partner of a higher realm than hers? In our world, strength is fundamental, no female cultivator respects a man weaker than herself. So, fellow Taoist, keep your resources for yourself. Stop giving them away. If you become stronger, maybe even Lin Ke might come back to you, And if one day, you reach foundation establishment, Lin Ke will probably regret her decisions deeply. Li Xiang spoke with sincere concern, not in jest. He was genuinely frustrated by Ye Chen's lack of competitive spirit. As a fellow man, he even felt embarrassed by Ye Chen's excessive submissiveness. He genuinely hoped Ye Chen would come to a realization. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Li Xiang continued, I admit I have feelings for Lu Jing, but my words are not to dissuade you from pursuing her. Rather, I hope you will restrain yourself and not pursue women by gifting. Such efforts are doomed to be futile. Hearing this, Ye Chen finally understood. His so-called romantic rival was not here to threaten him but to earnestly advise him against his submissive behavior. It was unexpectedly touching. Li Xiang was like those internet folks from Ye Chen's previous life who passionately rebuked simps, hoping to spur them to a realization. Ye Chen could genuinely sense the goodwill behind Li Xiang's words. Ye Chen knew all too well that being a simp not only harmed himself, leaving him with nothing, but also inflated the market, so to speak. After all, female cultivators often have a competitive spirit. If someone else's partner gifts them valuable presents, they might think, I'm prettier, why don't I deserve something similar? If you don't gift me, you don't love me. This could foster a culture of comparison that top-gradely harms all male cultivators. However, the issue was that Ye Chen wasn't actually a simp. He was merely completing system tasks and making strategic investments, something he couldn't easily explain to others. As for the accusations of fawning, well, that was necessary to some extent for his tasks. So, to maintain his persona, Ye Chen shook his head firmly and responded, that's superficial and banal. What you're talking about isn't love. You don't understand what it means to truly love someone. Li Xiang had thought his straightforward advice might make an impact. But Ye Chen's retort? Love? You love nothing, Li Xiang thought bitterly. If Ye Chen truly loved, would he switch targets so swiftly after being rejected? Li Xiang felt Ye Chen was hopelessly deluded, his thinking thoroughly corrupted. Ye Chen continued, his voice resonant with conviction, you truly do not understand what it means to love someone. True love is about giving one's all without expecting anything in return. Whether or not I am reciprocated does not matter, merely seeing her happiness is enough for me. In genuine love, there is no place for calculation. Though I have gifted her many things, it is the smile she wears upon receiving them that I consider the true treasure. You deeply disappoint me. You claim to love Lu Jing, yet you are unwilling to enhance her life with better resources. Instead, you come here to persuade me to cease my offerings. What does this tell me? It reveals that you do not truly love her. You merely lust after her body and seek to possess her through manipulative means. If you truly loved her, you would do as I do, shower her with all manner of gifts to afford her the life she desires. With that, Ye Chen turned and walked away, his demeanor one of disdain for those who could not comprehend his motives. As Ye Chen spoke, many passers-by were drawn to his words. Even the streetwalkers paused in their tracks to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Ye Chen's declaration undeniably challenged their perspectives. But it also cemented his reputation among them. In the cultivation world, a simp is a rare creature, and within Silver Moon Market, Ye Chen stood alone. To encounter him in person was unexpected. The male cultivators could only wonder if something was amiss with his reasoning. How could he utter such preposterous statements? Yet, the female cultivators and the streetwalkers looked at Ye Chen with glowing eyes. They yearned for the kind of selfless love he described. To them, Ye Chen epitomized the ideal partner. Li Xiang watched Ye Chen's retreating figure, his mind in disarray. He had come to persuade Ye Chen to stop his simp behavior. Yet in a blink, he found himself schooled by Ye Chen. What stunned him most was that, initially, Ye Chen's words seemed sensible. But then he snapped back to reality. Sensible? Hardly. Was this one-sided delusion truly love? Absolutely not. As the realization that he had almost been convinced by Ye Chen's simp logic dawned on him, Li Xiang felt a chill. At that moment, all Li Xiang could think to say was, simp, truly impressive. Li Xiang had given up. He concluded that Ye Chen must have a screw loose. For now, he decided to halt his pursuit of Lu Jing not out of fear of Ye Chen, but to sit back and watch the show. From what Li Xiang knew of the Yi family, their resources were on par with his own family's. How much could Ye Chen possibly afford to give Lu Jing? And for how long? When Ye Chen eventually ran out of things to offer, Lu Jing would surely drop him without a second thought. Meanwhile, as long as Li Xiang focused on cultivating and improving his strength, Lu Jing would undoubtedly come back to him in the end. All Ye Chen's efforts amounted to nothing more than using his resources to elevate someone else's future partner. A pure and utter clown. Ye Chen's dramatic words had not gone unnoticed. By the next day, the entire Silver Moon Market was buzzing with the story. Cultivators everywhere were astonished that such a simp could exist in the world. The consensus was clear, Ye Chen must have something wrong with his head. When Lu Jing inevitably abandoned him, Ye Chen would regret it for the rest of his life. However, not all reactions were dismissive. Many female cultivators developed a strong curiosity about Ye Chen not because they were moved by his sincerity, but because they also wished to find a man who would lavish gifts on them with such devotion. Unperturbed by the gossip swirling around him, Ye Chen remained indifferent. With each gift he bestowed, a tenfold return was guaranteed by the system. If it were you, you'd be even more sycophantic than I am, he mused. I'm not pandering to women, I'm courting resources. And as for those who said he would end up with nothing, such an outcome was impossible with the system's feedback. The more he gave, the more he gained. Ye Chen continued his daily routine, concocting elixirs, practicing cultivation, and occasionally stepping out to discreetly sell the accumulated pills. His life was tranquil yet fulfilling. Meanwhile, Lu Jing was well aware of the situation. Initially, she was worried. She feared that Li Xiang's words might enlighten Ye Chen, causing him to stop his gifts. What would she do if the presents ceased? Thus, she despised Li Xiang. You, a mere qi-refining family disciple, have never gifted me a single pill in 6 years, she thought bitterly. Just occasionally offering advice on talisman crafting from your high horse. Now that I've found a cultivator willing to provide me with resources, you dare to interfere and spoil my prospects. And you still hope to have me as your partner? Dream on. I wouldn't give you the time of day, not even if you were the last man on this realm. At work, Lu Jing didn't spare Li Xiang a glance. But her interactions with Ye Chen were warmer than ever. She frequently found excuses for physical contact, a light hand touch here, leaning in close enough during conversation that her breath fanned his face. She even volunteered to tidy his home and brought him delicacies she had intended only for herself. Lu Jing did all this hoping to keep Ye Chen immersed in her affection, unaffected by Li Xiang's words. If Ye Chen truly had an epiphany, it would be her worst nightmare. Unauthorized duplication, this tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Fortunately, Ye Chen's attitude towards her was as infatuated as ever. Occasionally, she deliberately allowed him some liberties, and his excitement was palpable. Clearly, he was unaffected by any external chatter. Seeing this, Lu Jing felt reassured. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Having completed his daily regimen of cultivation and alchemy, Ye Chen was ready for a new acquisition, a storage bag, something he had long anticipated. This essential item from the cultivation novels of his previous life could carry vast amounts of items without bearing their weight. If I had one back on Earth, I could have saved on parking fees, he mused, just stash the car in the bag and carry it with me. A standard storage bag offered half a cubic meter of space for 50 low-grade spirit stones. But now, with a medium-grade spirit stone in his possession, Ye Chen could afford a larger 1 cubic meter, which, with a tenfold increase from the system, would effectively become 10 cubic meters. With such a bag, all his possessions could travel with him, making any sudden departures far more manageable. Ye Chen left through the backyard and headed straight for the Green Cloud shop, the only place in the Silver Moon market known to sell storage bags. Has fellow Daoist arrived to see the steward? The familiar receptionist at Green Cloud shop inquired as soon as he saw Ye Chen. No need today, Ye Chen replied, I'm here to buy a storage bag, and I need a big one, preferably 1 cubic meter. The receptionist looked surprised at his request. To qi refining cultivators, a storage bag was a luxury akin to flaunting wealth. Although practical, a storage bag was, in essence, just an item for carrying other items. Unless there was a specific need, such as for gathering herbs or hunting demons in the mountains, or for those involved in trade, most cultivators preferred to carry a knapsack. Spending 50 low-grade spirit stones on something just to hold items was not a common practice. Given that the entire wealth of many cultivators didn't even amount to that much, those who did possess such funds would typically rather invest in spells or other practical needs. Please follow me, honored guest, the attendant beckoned as he led Ye Chen towards their storage bag display. This is a storage bag produced by our sect, he introduced. This particular bag offers a cubic meter of space and costs 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The exterior is crafted from cloud-patterned silk, which resists fluctuations from magical battles quite effectively, protecting the bag from damage during conflicts. As long as it is not directly struck by a spell, it should remain intact. Under normal use, our storage bags will last for 20 years without issue. However, we recommend replacing them every 15 years because the formations can degrade over time. If it suddenly fails, it can be troublesome to open, requiring a formation master's assistance and possibly resulting in lost items. As the attendant detailed the features of their storage bags, Ye Chen felt a bit stunned. Storage bags need regular replacement. This was unexpected for Ye Chen. Yet, thinking it over, it seemed reasonable. After all, didn't appliances from his previous life also break down after prolonged use? It seemed that the storage capability was facilitated by formations, and it made sense that the materials could degrade and the formations could lose effectiveness over time. Besides, he wasn't worried about the usual concerns. The quality of what the system provided him was undoubtedly superior. Thus, Ye Chen decided to make the purchase. He watched as 100 low-grade spirit stones were handed over, much to the delight of the attendant. Beyond his salary, the attendant also earned a commission on sales, and items like storage bags carried a high commission rate. This sale alone netted him 1 low-grade spirit stone, a reason for his evident happiness. Ye Chen examined the storage bag, satisfied with the space it provided. After confirming everything was in order, he tucked it into his chest and left the Green Cloud shop under the attentive care of the attendant. Outside Silver Moon Market, a weary group of herb gatherers emerged from the mountains. Seeing the market just ahead, they all breathed sighs of relief, their faces brightening with joy. The group consisted of over a dozen people. Among them, Lin Kur, who had been in the mountains collecting herbs for a month, walked with her companions. Today, Lu Jing pulled out all the stops and prepared a lavish meal for Ye Chen, ensuring he enjoyed himself thoroughly. Afterward, as the room grew warm, they sat beneath a large tree in the courtyard, lounging in chairs to cool off. Ye Chen occasionally glanced at Lu Jing. She was dressed lightly today as well, and now lay back unguarded, her graceful form especially enticing. Ye Chen couldn't help but notice her well-maintained skin, flawless to the point where not even pores were visible. During this time, to prevent herself from being swayed by any rumors, Lu Jing had been exceedingly generous, more so than game developers in his previous life. However, Ye Chen could tell that she was merely stringing him along, allowing him small liberties but never intending to take their relationship further. Ye Chen understood her strategy well. After all, the nature of a simp required a constant tease to keep them engaged. If a simp's desires were completely satisfied, they'd feel content and lack further motivation to give gifts. After enjoying the view for a while and noting the sun setting behind the mountains, Ye Chen decided it was time to leave. He sat up, pulled out a gift he had prepared earlier, and said, "Thank you, Fairy Lu, for your warm hospitality. Please accept this small token of my gratitude." Lu Jing's eyes lit up at Ye Chen's words, initially expecting another batch of elixirs and preparing her polite refusals. However, her gaze sharply focused when she saw what was in Ye Chen's hand, a small blue cloth bag, no larger than a palm, adorned with cloud patterns that lent it a mysterious air. At first glance, Lu Jing recognized it. She had seen one like it hanging from the waist of the steward at Li Family Talisman shop. It was a storage bag, the cheapest of which cost at least 50 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Jing had always envied such an item. Carrying belongings was cumbersome, and a backpack could become a liability. Valuable items were difficult to carry safely, and leaving them at home risked theft. A storage bag could solve these daily annoyances and even make moving house easier. Lu Jing had worried that Ye Chen might reduce his gifts or skip a week due to the swirling rumors. Yet not only had he maintained his generosity, he had also brought her a delightful surprise. "This is a 1 cubic meter storage bag from the Green Cloud shop, priced at 1 medium-grade spirit stone," Ye Chen continued. "However, you should be careful not to expose it to magical attacks as it could break." Ye Chen emphasized its value, knowing that the higher it was, the more delighted she would be, increasing the chance of an extraordinary reaction. Indeed, learning of its size and worth, a whole medium-grade spirit stone, Lu Jing's excitement was palpable. A flush of pleasure colored her mature, pretty face, her expression awash with surprise. The joy Ye Chen brought her was immense. Her worries had been for naught. How could someone like Ye Chen be swayed by mere gossip? If he were so easily influenced, wouldn't he have changed long ago? Overjoyed, yet mindful of the bag's value, Lu Jing felt it shouldn't be accepted too hastily, and so began the customary dance of polite refusal and humble acceptance. They went through the motions, with Lu Jing eventually accepting the gift. Given the captivating view of her southern hemisphere, Ye Chen was all too happy to indulge in this little charade with Lu Jing. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Finally back. Although the mountain offered great earnings, life there was hardly fit for a human. One careless move, and a mere insect almost crippled my arm. This time, I've made a small fortune. Beauties, I'm coming for you. I'm going to find Fairy You. No one is allowed to steal her from me. The group reached the entrance of the Silver Moon Market, their voices filled with excitement as they shouted. Though the mountain had been lucrative, living amidst its dangers where even a peaceful night's rest was a luxury had taken its toll. Even cultivators could not bear the constant tension, and their spirits had grown heavy under the strain. Now, back in the city, they felt their bodies relax, the weight of the wilderness lifted from their shoulders. Among the crowd, Lin Kuo heard the voices of several male cultivators and couldn't help but wrinkle her brow in disdain. However, she didn't show it outwardly. For she, too, was weary to the bone, yearning only for a long, restful sleep. A full month spent in the mountains had drained her completely. At the front of the group, a tall and imposing woman stood. She was the leader, a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining. All right, the medicinal herbs are in my possession, and your shares have been tallied. I've already advanced 1/3 of the payment, she said, her voice firm. Once I've finished processing the herbs in 3 days, you can come to collect the remainder of the payment. Any objections? The woman's no-nonsense attitude commanded respect, and there was a decisive authority in her tone. The group trusted her completely, without a hint of doubt. Only one lecherous middle-aged male cultivator dared to speak up. Boss, how about you advance me a few low-grade spirit stones? I plan to stay in Spring Pavilion for 3 days. His words triggered a burst of laughter. While most cultivators were focused on advancing their cultivation, many lower-tier cultivators had already given up hope of breaking through and, instead, indulged in a life of excess. They spent their hard-earned spirit stones on drink, pleasure, and women. A month's worth of work could be squandered in mere days. However, they were not simps. Rather, they bought services outright. Such individuals were far from rare in Silver Moon Market. The woman shot a cold glance at the middle-aged male cultivator. Get lost. The women at Spring Pavilion practice vile, unorthodox arts. Are you relying on them to improve your cultivation? Look at you. You've made no progress since a few years ago. If anything, you've regressed. If you continue like this, there won't be a place for you in this team. Her words were sharp, without a hint of mercy. The middle-aged man could only force a sheepish smile, not daring to retort. As they entered Silver Moon Market, the woman turned and walked away. The group scattered, with people heading off in small clusters. Lin Kuo also planned to leave. However, a tall, young man walked beside her. Kuo, remember to come early in 3 days. I'll have my sister allocate you a larger share. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo smiled politely. Then I must thank you, fellow Taoist Jean. The young man, Jean Wuqing, was a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining, and had already gained considerable battle experience, making him one of the best in the team. He was also the cousin of the team leader. It was said that they had formed an alliance with a medicinal herb shop and had been gathering herbs in the mountains for the shop. Jean Wuqing had been particularly attentive to Lin Kuo during their time in the mountains. Young and accomplished, he was likely to break through to the late stage of qi refining soon, surpassing Ye Chen in almost every way. Yet, Lin Kuo remained indifferent to him. What did the late stage of qi refining matter? Her goal was foundation establishment. After expressing her thanks, Lin Kuo bid him farewell and walked away, leaving Jean Wuqing somewhat disappointed. However, knowing that Lin Kuo would soon return to the mountains, he comforted himself that there would be more opportunities for them to interact. As Lin Kuo walked down the road, reflecting on her gains, a smile unconsciously spread across her face. Thanks to good fortune, she had discovered a patch of silver moon spirit grass. Her harvest had far exceeded expectations. According to the team leader, she would receive 25 low-grade spirit stones from this trip. That was almost a spirit stone a day's worth of earnings. In just 1 month, she had earned as much as she had in nearly a year. This was certainly a pleasant surprise. Lin Kuo planned to use the spirit stones to rent a better courtyard in 3 days. As for Ye Chen, she would keep her promise and treat him to a meal. But at the dinner table, she would make it clear to him not to allow him to harbor any more expectations. After all, though Ye Chen had given her mid-grade chi-nourishing pills, she could now afford one herself. There was no need to sacrifice her own comfort over a few spirit stones. Lost in thought, Lin Kuo arrived at her courtyard. However, as she stood at the door, she heard voices coming from inside. They seemed strangely familiar. During her time in the mountains, Lin Kuo had learned a few tricks for concealing her presence and muffling sound. So, upon hearing voices from within the courtyard, she remained silent and refrained from entering rashly. She wondered if perhaps it was a thief or a rogue cultivator. If that were the case, she would need to alert the patrol team. However, after listening closely to the conversation, Lin Kuo furrowed her brow slightly. She had already recognized the identities of the two voices. One was Lu Jing. The other was Ye Chen. What were they doing here? Before she left, she had clearly informed Ye Chen that she was heading into the mountains. Knowing that she wouldn't be around, why had Ye Chen still come? Unless Ye Chen had already taken an interest in Lu Jing. The thought made Lin Kuo feel a surge of disgust towards Ye Chen. And, by extension, her distaste for Lu Jing only grew. Though she had never been interested in Ye Chen and had already planned to sever ties with him, his actions now left her deeply disappointed. All the affection he had shown before. It seemed it was nothing more than a fleeting attraction to her appearance. How foolish she had been to believe he was a good person. As for Lu Jing, what a shameless woman. She had to steal from her, didn't she? Had she never seen a man before? Lin Kuo had originally intended to treat Ye Chen to a meal as a way to express her gratitude for his past kindness. But now, that seemed utterly unnecessary. The sight of them together stirred a feeling of betrayal in her. After all, Ye Chen had been so kind to her before. He had given her everything. And now, after just a month of her absence, he had already turned his affections elsewhere. Who could stand such a thing? However, the anger only lasted a moment. Lin Kuo quickly regained her composure. After all, she no longer cared for the gifts Ye Chen had given her. They were things she hadn't even wanted. Since Lu Jing desired them, then let her have them. With that thought, Lin Kuo found her anger dissipating completely. In fact, she almost wanted to push open the door, offer her best wishes to the two, and then go to bed. She was curious to see the awkward expressions that would soon grace their faces. Just as Lin Kuo was about to push the door open, Lu Jing's voice rang out again. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you've said as much, I really can't refuse any longer. Since that's the case, I'll accept it." Lin Kuo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was nothing more than a bottle of mid-grade chi-nourishing pill. Something she didn't even value. In the future, she could easily buy better chi-nourishing pills for herself, with far better effects. Yet, Lu Jing was still so excited over such a low-tier pill. It was clear she and Lu Jing were no longer from the same world. With this realization, Lin Kuo couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority, looking down on her. But in the next moment, the contemptuous smile on Lin Kuo's face vanished entirely. Her expression faltered. Because Lu Jing's voice came again from the courtyard, "In a few days, I plan to move. This storage pouch, with a full cubic meter of space, is just enough to fit all my things. I'll move closer to the center for safety, and also to be nearer to where fellow Taoist Yi resides. This gift from you, fellow Taoist Yi, truly pleases me." A storage pouch. A storage pouch with 1 cubic meter of space. Ye Chen had given Lu Jing a 1 cubic meter storage pouch. Lin Kuo's eyes widened. She knew full well how expensive a storage pouch was. In the herb gathering team, only the leader had a storage pouch, and it was barely half a cubic meter. Yet it could hold anything, making it incredibly convenient. Especially for her, who always had to carry everything with her pills hidden on her body, which was always a hindrance to movement. The elegance of being able to simply slip a storage pouch on the waist, without the need to carry anything, had always been something Lin Kuo envied. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. But a storage pouch started at 50 low-grade spirit stones. After a month of grueling work in the mountains, she had earned barely over 20 low-grade spirit stones. To buy one would take 2 to 3 months of near-exhausting labor. It was simply impossible. Yet here was the crux of it, the very storage pouch she had longed for was now being effortlessly given to Lu Jing by Ye Chen. And not just any pouch, a storage pouch worth 1 mid-grade spirit stone, with a full cubic meter of space. This. Lin Kuo's mind was in a state of utter confusion at that moment. Her hands trembled slightly. In a whole month, she had only earned a handful of low-grade spirit stones. And what of Lu Jing? Without doing anything, she had received a storage bag worth a mid-grade spirit stone. Had she not ventured into the mountains, would Ye Chen have given this storage bag to her? Certainly. So, had her trip into the mountains, where she fought for her life, only led to a loss? In the face of the storage bag Ye Chen had gifted, Lin Kuo felt as though all her efforts over the past month had become a cruel joke. But before Lin Kuo's disoriented mind could fully recover, Lu Jing continued speaking, delivering an even greater shock. Last time, fellow Taoist, Ye gave me a defensive spell worth a mid-grade spirit stone. This time, you gave me a storage bag. I truly don't know how to properly thank fellow Taoist Ye. Since fellow Taoist Ye likes the meals I prepare, how about you come by every day for dinner? Or I could cook for you every evening after work. It's the only way I can express my gratitude to you. It's no trouble at all. I also enjoy dining with fellow Taoist Ye. You're so witty, and your conversations are always so entertaining. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo's expression turned even more incredulous. In the month she had been away, Ye Chen hadn't just given away a storage bag. He had also given away a defensive spell worth a mid-grade spirit stone. In other words, in just a single month of her absence, she had missed out on a spell and a storage bag. Lin Kuo couldn't accept it. If she had not gone into the mountains, all of these things would have been hers. She had ventured into the mountains for resources, only to return to find that the wicked woman had stolen her home, causing her to lose even greater resources. At the mere thought of this, Lin Kuo felt as though she were on the brink of madness. Hadn't Ye Chen already lost his value? Before she left, hadn't Ye Chen been unable to even produce a single pill? How could this be? Why had this happened? The defensive spell was something she so desperately needed. And the storage bag, she needed that even more. These things were meant to be hers. Lin Kuo no longer carried her usual calm demeanor, serene and poised like the most delicate of chrysanthemums. Instead, fury surged within her, reaching heights beyond the clouds. She despised Lu Jing. That vile woman, seizing the chance while she was away to steal her home, had sunk to the lowest of depths. Those things were hers. How dare she accept them? Spit them out. Yet, at the same time, Lin Kuo's anger toward Ye Chen grew even fiercer. How could Ye Chen give away what was meant for her to someone else? Was this not the same Ye Chen who had once been so infatuated with her? How could he have so easily changed his heart? Lin Kuo was certain Lu Jing must have seized the opportunity to sow discord while she was gone. Even so, Ye Chen had disappointed her terribly. Was he so easily swayed by another's interference, to the point of giving away the gifts meant for her? It was nothing short of betrayal. This was a transgression beyond forgiveness. Consumed by fury, Lin Kuo could no longer contain herself. With all her might, she shoved open the door, the heavy sound of it crashing against the frame echoing through the air. At the sight of Lin Kuo's return, Lu Jing's expression faltered for the briefest moment, her panic showing. But it was quickly replaced by a smile. Lin Kuo had come back, had she? But so what? Ye Chen, that clever fool, was already under her control. You arrived too late. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, standing off to the side, remained composed. Though the scene resembled that of a moment caught in infidelity, did it not? But was he truly that pathetic? Why would he fear Lin Kuo's misunderstanding? Besides, having cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna technique, which enhanced his internal organs and sharpened his senses, Ye Chen had already sensed Lin Kuo lurking outside long before the door had been thrown open. Lin Kuo had expected them to be flustered, to offer explanations when they saw her. But instead, both of them, calm as ever, merely gazed at her. This only fueled Lin Kuo's rage further. With a voice laced with indignation, she demanded, "Fellow Taoist Ye, how could you give away what was mine? Fellow Taoist Ye, how could you give my things to another woman?" Ye Chen had already anticipated that Lin Kuo was eavesdropping outside. He was curious to see how she would react. But when Lin Kuo stormed in, her first words filled with rage, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What did she mean, was mine? Her current state reminded Ye Chen of a story from his past life. A man who had regularly given a beggar 10 coins every day, but after getting married and tightening his budget, could only give 5. The beggar, in turn, furiously accused him, "Why are you using my money to support your wife?" This story bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Kuo in this moment. Clearly, Lin Kuo believed that everything about her so-called simp was hers by right. So when Ye Chen gave gifts to someone else, it was impossible for her to accept. Indeed, a simp had no rights. What a pity for her that Ye Chen certainly wasn't actually a simp. Lu Jing, on the other hand, displayed far more dedication. She gave gifts and didn't hesitate to make them public. And what about Lin Kuo? Was she counting on her aloof, lotus-like demeanor to justify it? Ye Chen asked, without a trace of courtesy, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what exactly do you mean by your thing?" Lin Kuo froze at his words, her anger escalating. She shot Ye Chen and Lu Jing a hateful glance before storming back to her room, slamming the door shut behind her with a resounding bang. Lin Kuo's outburst brought a quiet satisfaction to Lu Jing's heart. She had feared that upon Lin Kuo's return, the two of them might clash over Ye Chen. After all, Ye Chen had once been utterly infatuated with Lin Kuo. It was said that the most irresistible thing to a man was his white moonlight. Who could say for certain that Lin Kuo wasn't Ye Chen's white moonlight? But to Lu Jing's delight, Lin Kuo's first reaction was pure fury. If anything, it only pushed Ye Chen further away, didn't it? Lu Jing smiled confidently. Lin Kuo was no match for her. Yet, a hint of guilt still crept into Lu Jing's face as she spoke soothingly. "Fellow Taoist Ye, do you think Kuo is angry? It's all my fault. Had I known that accepting fellow Taoist Ye's gift would make her this upset, I would have refused without hesitation. I never meant to cause you any trouble. Fellow Taoist Ye, don't be angry with Kuo. There must be some misunderstanding here. I can't help but feel for you. You've given so much, and all she does is get upset. If it were me, I wouldn't be angry. I would only feel sorry for you." As Lu Jing seized the opportunity to weave her honeyed words and sow discord, Ye Chen's amusement grew even more evident. He adopted a look of deep emotion and, without hesitation, moved forward to embrace Lu Jing. In the heat of summer, their clothing was light and thin. Ye Chen felt the full impact of the fleshly collision. Lu Jing froze, panic overtaking her. Her first instinct was to push Ye Chen away. But then something seemed to click, and she suppressed her urge to pull away. Ye Chen, holding Lu Jing in his arms, whispered softly into her ear, "It's always you, Fairy Lu, who truly understands me." Lu Jing had never been this close to a man before, let alone had someone's breath so near her ear. The sensation of the warm breath against her skin made her flush, her body feeling as though ants were crawling all over her, uncomfortable at every touch. But with Lin Kuo's return, she knew she had no choice but to indulge Ye Chen. After all, even a brief embrace was worth it, given the value of that storage bag. Not to mention, this was the moment that would seal her victory. She had to seize it. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Novelbin for this novel and more. After a long time, Ye Chen finally released Lu Jing. Her clothes, which had been compressed during the embrace, sprang back into place with a noticeable force. Ye Chen lingered for a moment, savoring the sensation, before raising his hand in a gesture of polite farewell to Lu Jing. Lu Jing saw Ye Chen preparing to leave, and her heart secretly rejoiced. She hurriedly spoke up, trying to offer advice. Kuer is just upset for the moment. Fellow Taoist Yi, a simple apology should clear up the misunderstanding. However, Ye Chen directly shook his head. Without further hesitation, he pushed open the gate and left. This brought an even broader smile to Lu Jing's face. Her biggest rival was dealt with just like that. Perfect. But as she glanced down at her clothes, Lu Jing felt a slight discomfort. Ye Chen had held her too tightly, compressing her too much. Now, she could feel a dull ache from the pressure. Inside the room, Lin Kuer's face was filled with indignation. But from time to time, her gaze flickered toward the door. In her heart, she was sure Ye Chen cared for her the most. Otherwise, how could he have been so obsessed with her in the beginning? Even the invaluable dragon elephant fist his father had prepared had been given to her without hesitation. So, Ye Chen must have been completely devoted to her. Seeing her upset, he would undoubtedly come to comfort her right away. But Lin Kuer had no intention of forgiving Ye Chen so easily. He must return the storage bag and the spell. They were hers. If the spell had already been used by Lu Jing, then Ye Chen would have to buy her a new one, no, two. That was the price of betraying her. Otherwise, there would be no forgiveness. Lin Kuer seethed with rage as these thoughts churned in her mind. But her gaze kept darting toward the door. She waited and waited, but Ye Chen never came to knock. Unable to sit still, Lin Kuer moved to the window. There, she saw Ye Chen and Lu Jing tightly embracing each other. Ye Chen held Lu Jing with such force that it seemed as though he had completely crushed her. After the embrace, Ye Chen turned and left without even a glance toward her. This only made Lin Kuer's fury grow more intense. Ye Chen, I will never forgive you. Ye Chen, of course, had no intention of appeasing Lin Kuer. He was a man driven purely by self-interest. Both gifts were of the same value, yet he could enjoy something from Lu Jing. Why bother with Lin Kuer? She had always kept him dangling, never offering him a shred of sweetness, always giving him empty promises. Even meals were nothing more than polite speech. And yet, she had the audacity to get angry. Did simps have no dignity? In any case, Ye Chen had no patience to cater to her. He decided to just shower Lu Jing with gifts from then on. Now, Ye Chen was eager to see just how long Lin Kuer could tolerate it. Lin Kuer's tantrums were nothing significant in Ye Chen's mind. What truly occupied his attention was the reward he'd received for giving away the storage bag. The system's prompt had already sounded in his mind earlier. But, having been preoccupied with holding Lu Jing, he hadn't had time to check. Now, as he saw the message, Ye Chen's brows lifted in pleasant surprise. Gift successfully. The gift is a 1 cubic meter storage bag. Processing feedback. Detected that the gift given by the host is of extreme importance to the recipient, far exceeding their expectations. This caused a significant shift in their mindset, triggering a top-notch critical reward. Reward, 1,000 cubic meters of storage wristband. Detected that the host does not yet own storage equipment. The physical item will be stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim internally. He had indeed triggered a critical hit. Instead of the usual 10 times reward, it had been multiplied by 1,000. What was once 1 cubic meter had now become 1,000 cubic meters. But the best part? It had been upgraded from a storage bag to a storage wristband. This was truly a major win. Earlier, during his reception at the Green Cloud shop, Ye Chen had already figured out the difference between storage bags and storage rings. A storage bag was a product of formation magic. Whereas a storage ring was made from a special type of space stone. As a result, it didn't age, was incredibly difficult to damage, and there was no need to worry about anything being trapped inside. It was also faster to access. In terms of grade and security, it was far superior to a storage bag. And because space stones were monopolized, their price was astronomical. Only powerful cultivators in the golden core stage could afford one. Yet, the capacity was usually limited to just 100 cubic meters. And here he was, a single critical hit, and he'd received 1,000 cubic meter storage wristband, which something even golden core experts couldn't easily purchase. This was a massive, unprecedented gain. Back in his room, Ye Chen immediately retrieved the storage wristband from the system's space. The wristband was silver, adorned with black markings that gave it an understated yet luxurious appearance. He tried putting it on, and to his surprise, it automatically shrank, fitting snugly around his wrist. There was no need to worry about accidentally losing it. Ye Chen's mind became immersed in the sensation, and as he attempted to use it, he discovered that, for the first time, a drop of blood was required to activate it. This only pleased Ye Chen further. It even had an encryption function, far superior to a storage bag. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall, and the bond was complete. Immediately, Ye Chen felt an unusual connection to the storage wristband. The method of use was simple as well. By merely touching an item with his palm, he could transfer it directly into the wristband. Soon, Ye Chen placed his own refined pills, medicinal herbs, and various miscellaneous books into the wristband, easing his mind. Ye Chen, thoroughly entertained, continued to toy with the storage wristband. He had even placed and removed his alchemy furnace several times, marveling at how there seemed to be no drawbacks. As long as there was space, anything could be stored within. The only downside was that it consumed a bit of mental energy. In the days that followed, Ye Chen's life settled back into its usual pace. He followed his routine of cultivation and alchemy. The spirit stones continued to accumulate. Now, with both offensive and defensive spells in his arsenal, what he lacked was an escape technique. Ye Chen remained acutely aware of his safety. He was determined to become a well-rounded, all-purpose cultivator. No weak points allowed. As for Lin Kuo's return, it didn't faze Ye Chen in the least. In fact, Lu Jing, who had received the storage bag, became even more enthusiastic. Every evening, she would visit Ye Chen after work. She'd bring things to cook for him. This made Ye Chen's mood quite pleasant. Although he had acquired the simp system and was obliged to give gifts, there was a certain art to being a simp. If you were a desperate simp, the woman would never feel the need to guard her simp, and she would take you for granted. But if you played the role of a fickle simp, it was a different story. As long as the gifts you gave were valuable enough, the woman would feel the competitive pressure, intensifying her attention towards the simp, and even begin investing in you. Clearly, this was the case with Lu Jing. Having stolen Ye Chen from Lin Kuo, she understood that she might also be replaced. So, she was extra attentive, often offering him little perks. As for Lin Kuo, Ye Chen was curious to see just how long she could endure. Lin Kuo, inside her room, looked visibly dejected. She had originally planned to rest after returning from the mountains, but 3 days had passed, and she hadn't been able to sleep at all. This book was originally published on Novelbin. Check it out there for the real experience. Every time she thought about how she had missed out on a spell and a storage bag just by making a brief trip into the mountains, she felt a gnawing sense of frustration. Surely, any cultivator would be unable to sleep under such circumstances. Not to mention, Ye Chen's value far exceeded what Lin Kuo had initially imagined. But now, it seemed that this simp, Ye Chen, had truly been taken by Lu Jing. That thought only made Lin Kuo feel worse, as if she could burst into tears. She almost wished she could slap herself. She should never have tried to save a bit of money and agreed to share a room with that vile woman, Lu Jing. Lin Kuo had been waiting for Ye Chen to come and apologize. As he had treated her well in the past, she was still willing to give him another chance. But despite waiting, Ye Chen never came. This left Lin Kuo feeling uneasy, her heart racing with anxiety. Could it be that Ye Chen really didn't like her anymore? Had he truly been so thoroughly captivated by Lu Jing? If Ye Chen had truly lost his value, Lin Kuo wouldn't care so much. But the truth was, Ye Chen's value was simply beyond imagination. In such a situation, how could Lin Kuo possibly accept losing Ye Chen, this simp, without a fight? Today, however, Lin Kuo had gathered her things and was preparing to leave. It was the day she was supposed to collect her share from the herb-picking venture. When she first returned, she had been looking forward to it immensely. After all, it was nearly 20 lower-grade spirit stones. But now, the thought of it only left her feeling a sense of emptiness. Lu Jing had done nothing but show off a few times and received 2 middle-grade spirit stones as a gift. And herself? She had worked tirelessly for an entire month, only to earn 20 lower-grade spirit stones. There was a tenfold difference between the two. How was that fair? With a complex mood, Lin Kuo soon arrived at the captain's courtyard. Her fellow herb-picking companions had also gathered, some already emerging from the courtyard with smiles on their faces, spirit stones in hand. The captain's younger brother, Jin Wuqing, was greeting everyone. Upon seeing Lin Kuo arrive, his handsome face broke into a smile. "Fellow Taoist Kuo, you're here. Why so late?" Lin Kuo, however, kept her expression neutral as she looked at Jin Wuqing. Initially, Lin Kuo had hoped to build a good relationship with him. After all, Jin Wuqing was no slouch in strength, already at the 5th level of qi refining, and he was the captain's younger brother. It was certainly beneficial to be on good terms with him. But her thoughts had shifted. Her desire to go back into the mountains to gather herbs had already faded. There was no particular reason for it. It was simply that her own efforts, when compared to the gifts Ye Chen had given, now felt utterly meaningless. Since she didn't even want to go into the mountains anymore, establishing a better relationship with Jin Wuqing seemed pointless as well. Jin Wuqing noticed Lin Kuo's indifference and furrowed his brow in confusion. When Lin Kuo received her spirit stones, he followed her outside and said, "My sister is in closed-door cultivation. Next time we head out, we'll wait for her to finish. I'll inform you when it's time." Lin Kuo nodded, but her heart already had the thought of giving up. "Fellow Taoist Lin, how about we grab a meal together?" Jin Wuqing invited her since he had a good impression of Lin Kuo. Her aloof demeanor, stunning beauty, and tall, graceful figure. Although Lin Kuo was distant and somewhat aloof, Jin Wuqing didn't mind. Another trip to the mountains would give him a few more opportunities for heroically rescuing her. Surely, he could make her heart waver. However, Lin Kuo simply shook her head in response to his invitation. "Sorry, I'm not feeling well. Maybe next time." Watching her retreating figure, Jin Wuqing furrowed his brow again. Something was different about Lin Kuo since her return. He couldn't quite figure it out, but he felt it. 20 low-grade spirit stones. In the past, if Lin Kuo had received such a sum, she would have been thrilled and unable to sleep for days. But today, as she looked at the 20 spirit stones, she felt a sense of indifference. 20 low-grade spirit stones couldn't buy a single spell, nor could they buy a storage bag. In comparison, it felt pitifully small. Meanwhile, Ye Chen seemed to have completely fallen under Lu Jing's spell. She had returned for days, yet he hadn't come to see her even once. It was clearly Ye Chen who had betrayed her. Was she really supposed to be the one to make the first move and find him? Lin Kuo couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Upon returning to her courtyard, Lin Kuo was greeted by the fragrant smell of stewed meat. It was coming from Lu Jing's room. The scent only made Lin Kuo grit her teeth in frustration. She knew full well that Lu Jing, as a talisman apprentice, had never learned anything truly useful. Her life had always been a struggle, never affording the luxury of eating beast meat more than a few times a month. Yet now, in the few days Lin Kuo had been back, Lu Jing seemed to be enjoying beast meat almost every day. The significant change in Lu Jing's financial situation could only be due to Ye Chen. At that moment, Lu Jing, hearing the noise in the courtyard, opened the door to peek out. Upon seeing Lin Kuo, she smiled faintly and closed the door without a word. The two women's relationship had never been particularly close since they were simply co-tenants. But now, with Ye Chen in the picture, even the usual politeness had disappeared. To Lin Kuo, Lu Jing's smile felt nothing short of a provocation. "I've stolen your simp. What can you do about it?" As Lin Kuo brooded over it, her anger grew with every passing thought. She couldn't focus on her cultivation. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Until the middle of the night, when she suddenly sat upright. She could no longer bear it. That shameless woman, Lu Jing, how dare she steal Ye Chen and then provoke her? All the while, Lin Ke had been angry, ignoring Ye Chen. But that had played right into Lu Jing's hands. This was no longer just a matter of resources. It was a matter of dignity. Compared to her, Lu Jing was vulgar and shallow. She had simply failed to see it before. Lu Jing wanted to steal him. Fine. She would take Ye Chen back, and leave Lu Jing with nothing but an empty basket. Lin Ke was filled with confidence. After all, even when she had been cold and distant, Ye Chen had been utterly captivated by her. Now that she was taking the initiative, there was no way he would refuse. That precious 2 meatballs that Lu Jing was so proud of. In front of her, it meant nothing. Once she took Ye Chen back, Lu Jing would never get a single thing from him again. With this in mind, Lin Ke decided that the next day, she would find Ye Chen. After making up her mind, Lin Ke finally felt at ease enough to sleep. She even dreamed that night for the first time in a long time. In her dream, she saw Ye Chen kneeling before her, apologizing for his betrayal. He offered countless gifts, enough to help her break through to the foundation establishment stage, in hopes of gaining her forgiveness. In the dream, Lin Ke smiled joyously. Upon waking up in the morning, Ye Chen glanced down. As expected, just like every day, he felt his thing full of vitality and strength. Of course, Lu Jing played a part in this too, with her frequent acts of kindness. To be honest, with Ye Chen's methods, he could easily win Lu Jing over. Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. However, the system had certain requirements for matching targets. Ye Chen wasn't sure that once he got Lu Jing, she would continue to have tenfold returns. And right now, there weren't many stable, high-return channels. At Silver Moon Market, there were so many female cultivators, but Ye Chen had only met 3 who could give him at least tenfold rewards. As for Sun Ruoxin, he hadn't even interacted with her yet. Lin Ke might still head into the mountains. So, to be safe, it was better not to do anything just yet. He would wait for a more stable, higher return channel before moving forward. Ye Chen was confident in his willpower. As for the girls out on the street, Ye Chen wasn't interested. Inside the buildings, there were indeed many beautiful female cultivators. But he had heard they practiced all sorts of strange and harmful techniques. Spending too much time with them could damage one's foundation. Ye Chen's talent was already average, and even with high-grade pills, his cultivation was progressing slowly. He had no intention of ruining his foundation by indulging in such distractions. So, he decided against it. Instead, Ye Chen focused on finding any treasures that could improve his spiritual root. Even a small improvement could lead to a massive boost once he received higher feedback. He had already heard that such treasures existed in this world. But they were incredibly high-end. Far beyond what the lower ranks of the cultivation world could even imagine. Ye Chen wasn't disappointed by this. He just feared that the cultivation world might not have these items at all. As long as there were any, with the help of the system's feedback and resource accumulation, he was confident he could eventually obtain them. Once he did, if he paired that with a high multiplier female cultivator, wouldn't that be the perfect combination for a meteoric rise? In any case, Ye Chen was full of hope for his future. In the afternoon, Ye Chen went to Manager Zhang's office to hand over the task. 500 low-grade qi-nourishing pills, not a single one less. As before, they were bought from the same person who had sold Ye Chen the pills last time, at a price 30% cheaper than market value. However, Manager Zhang was growing more and more indifferent to Ye Chen. Even though Ye Chen had broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining, there was nothing remarkable about it. After all, as a family disciple, reaching the mid-stage of qi refining at his age was already considered slow. Moreover, Manager Zhang had heard that Ye Chen had found another object of his affections. It was said that Ye Chen even uttered words like, "To love someone is to give everything without hesitation," which only made Manager Zhang inwardly condemn Ye Chen. This guy was beyond saving. Even if Ye Chen was a genius, he was bound to suffer greatly from women one day. Not to mention, Ye Chen's talent was already poor. Such a person wasn't worth paying much attention to. All that was needed was to slowly milk him dry, then find an opportunity to expose his true nature. What really piqued Manager Zhang's curiosity now was just how many spirit stones Ye Chen's father had prepared for him. Ye Chen had been spending lavishly on women and buying pills with his own money to complete tasks. Such heavy expenses, yet he still seemed to have considerable wealth left. It was absurd. Was Ye Chen's father spoiling him too much? But it was precisely because of this overindulgence that Ye Chen had turned out to be such a failure. Manager Zhang was certain that Ye Chen wouldn't last long. If Ye Chen knew that Manager Zhang was waiting for him to collapse, he would surely laugh. The plans to squeeze him dry were only sending more benefits his way. Even if this world were to crumble, Ye Chen wouldn't be in danger. In the afternoon, Ye Chen continued his pill refining routine. After finishing one batch, there was a knock on his door. The maid delivered a message, informing him that a female cultivator named Lin Kur had come to visit. Ye Chen nodded, acknowledging the message, but made no move to go out. Instead, he continued heating the furnace, preparing for the second batch of pills. Lin Kur had come after only 3 days. That surprised Ye Chen a little. But what of it? He would deal with her once he finished refining the pills. Outside the back door of One Leaf Pill shop, Lin Kur stood, waiting to be let in. However, when Lin Kur heard the maid's response, her expression changed. Master Yi is refining pills right now. Hearing that she would have to wait, Lin Kur felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. In the past, whenever she came to find Ye Chen, she had never had to wait. But thinking of Lu Jing, Lin Kur clenched her teeth and patiently stood outside the door. Her mood, however, was far from calm. Ye Chen was being too much. What pill could possibly be more important than greeting her? After finishing the pill refinement, Ye Chen gazed at the freshly forged 10 high-grade qi-nourishing pills with a satisfied smile. By now, his pill refining skills had reached an almost flawless level. Most of the pills were high-grade. After storing the pills in his storage wristband, Ye Chen stepped out of his room. The maid hurriedly reported, "Master Yi, Fairy Lin is still waiting outside." Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seemed Lin Kur had been provoked after all. If he had no value, she likely wouldn't have waited outside. Instead, she would have probably been eager to sever ties with him immediately. But since he could still afford to give Lu Jing such valuable gifts, his worth had clearly shifted in her eyes. Now, Lin Kur seemed determined to reclaim him, but that wouldn't be easy. A sarcastic smile curled on Ye Chen's lips as he walked toward the door. "So it's you, fellow Taoist Lin. I apologize for the delay, I was just at a critical moment in pill refining." Seeing Lin Kur, Ye Chen politely expressed his apologies, though his tone was cold and formal, using the "fellow Taoist Lin" address that made her feel even more alienated. Lin Kur could feel the distance in his words and attitude, and her heart clenched with anger. It had only been a month since she left, yet Ye Chen's attitude had changed so drastically. He knew she was angry but still hadn't come to see her once. What a scumbag. But Lin Kur had come today with a clear purpose, to reclaim Ye Chen, the simp. Suppressing the anger in her chest, she forced a smile and spoke in a much softer tone, "It's no trouble. Of course, refining pills is more important. Anyways, I came to invite you to dinner, fellow Taoist Yi. Shall we go now?" Her plan was simple. By taking the initiative to invite him for a meal, she would show her active interest, something she had never done before. She was certain that Ye Chen would be pleasantly surprised by her gesture. It would be easy for her to regain control over him. But when Ye Chen heard her words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Kur really thought of him as a loyal simp. A few nice words, a dinner invitation, and she believed she could reel him back in. Where did she get the confidence from? Facing the confident Lin Kur, Ye Chen shook his head. "Never mind, I am busy today." Lin Kur widened her eyes, still wanting to say something. However, before she could speak, footsteps approached from behind. To her surprise, a smile appeared on Ye Chen's usually indifferent face. Lin Kuo immediately turned her head. A mature woman, with a voluptuous figure and a radiant smile, walked toward the door, her movements causing ripples in the air. It could only be Lu Jing. "Fellow Taoist Yi, today I plan to make braised pork. With this beast meat, once prepared correctly, it is incredibly flavorful, rich without being greasy, lean without being tough," she said, her voice smooth and inviting. Mid-sentence, Lu Jing appeared to notice Lin Kuo and, with feigned surprise, called out, "Kuo, you're here too? How fortunate. Come, join us. I'm sure fellow Taoist you would not mind." Lin Kuo's face darkened. She had invited Ye Chen to dine at a grand restaurant but he had refused. Yet now, he seemed to prefer the food prepared by Lu Jing, that insufferable woman. How had Lin Kuo ever been treated in such a manner before? She shot a cold glance at Lu Jing, who feigned warmth, before turning on her heel and walking away. Lu Jing, watching the scene unfold, secretly delighted in her victory. Lin Kuo hadn't given up, but was still too proud to lower her stance. It wouldn't be long before she would surrender, and at that point, Lu Jing would no longer need to worry about Ye Chen being snatched away. Perhaps it was because of Lin Kuo's visit, but today Lu Jing seemed unusually eager. The weather was hot, and the kitchen was no less stifling. To cool herself, Lu Jing adjusted her skirt, revealing her cleavage. She lifted the hem of her dress, showcasing her long, plump, and flawless legs, which shone with a radiant whiteness. She sent Ye Chen another wave of benefits. This sight pleased Ye Chen in a subtle way. The only regret was that, in the cultivation realm, it seemed there was no such thing as black stockings. If only. In the following days, Ye Chen's life remained as calm and steady as ever. He spent his time cultivating, refining pills, enjoying fine cuisine, and observing the benefits that Lu Jing brought him. Though there were no electronic devices, his life was far more comfortable than in his previous world. As for Lin Kuo, she had not appeared for the past couple of days. Ye Chen paid no heed. For he had already seen through Lin Kuo. He knew that all he had to do was continue sending Lu Jing a few more valuable gifts in front of Lin Kuo, to provoke her into taking action. Lin Kuo would inevitably come around on her own. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. One morning, Ye Chen awoke leisurely. After finishing his cultivation, he checked the contents of his storage wristband. He had bought a storage bag just last week, so his supply of spirit stones was running low, and he couldn't afford to send any extravagant gifts. For now, he would stick to giving pills and save up spirit stones. Next week, once he had enough, he would buy a better speed-based escape spell. While lost in thought, there came a knock at the door. "Young master, open the door. Your father has come to visit." It was clearly the voice of Manager Zhang. Huh? Why had his biological father suddenly appeared? Ye Chen felt a rush of panic. After a brief hesitation, he hurriedly went to open the door. As soon as it swung open, he saw not only the corpulent Manager Zhang standing there, but also a middle-aged man with a stern expression and a murderous aura about him. He seemed somewhat familiar, resembling Ye Chen himself. Recalling his past memories, Ye Chen immediately spoke, "Father, you arrived just in time. I'm out of spirit stones, quickly give me some." As soon as Ye Chen spoke, the previously solemn middle-aged man's expression faltered. Manager Zhang, watching this exchange, immediately understood why Ye Tianhe was such a formidable figure, while his son was a complete waste. This level of indulgence was far too excessive. If his own son had dared to speak like that, he would have likely been slapped to death on the spot. Manager Zhang suppressed his laughter and bowed to Ye Tianhe. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I shall take my leave now." Ye Tianhe nodded courteously. Once Manager Zhang had left, Ye Tianhe stepped into the room, his face darkening as he glared at Ye Chen. "I've heard that you've taken a liking to a female cultivator, sending her pills every day, and even gave her the dragon elephant fist I bought for you." It seemed as though he was on the verge of taking action. Ye Chen quickly shook his head. "No, father, it's not like that. It's that there's been a female cultivator pestering me all along. After all, I take after you, handsome as one can be. It's no wonder I have women bothering me every day. I have no idea who's spreading those rumors about me. Jealousy, it must be jealousy. Seeing that Ye Chen didn't quite believe him, Ye Chen hastened to confirm, "Father, look at my vitality." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen activated the dragon elephant prajna technique. His blood and chi surged, boiling with power. Ye Chen's eyes brightened as he observed the blood energy. Ye Chen's vitality was exceptionally high, his flesh and blood appearing dense and solid, far exceeding the effects of ordinary external cultivation. It was clear that he had indeed cultivated the dragon elephant hand. There was only one copy of the dragon elephant hand. Therefore, the idea of him giving it away was nothing but nonsense. Immediately after, Ye Chen relaxed his cultivation so that Ye Chen could feel his aura. "Father, take a look again. I'm almost at the 5th level of chi refining. If I were handing out resources to others, how could my cultivation be growing so quickly?" Ye Chen sensed carefully, his eyes lighting up. Ye Chen was indeed close to a breakthrough. A smile spread across Ye Chen's face, genuine joy evident in his expression. Good, good, good. My son is finally showing some promise." Ye Chen had come to Silver Moon Market to collect a delivery. When he first arrived, he overheard the attendants in the shop gossiping about his son, spreading rumors and talks. It had angered him greatly. His son, a simp. He had given away cultivation resources and even a precious external technique like the dragon elephant fist. If that were true, Ye Chen had been prepared to show Ye Chen just what a father's love truly meant. After all, the boy's spiritual roots were poor. He knew there was nothing that could be done about that since it was natural, thus being something no one could blame him for. But to be a simp, that was unforgivable. Fortunately, all those rumors were false. If his son had really given away the dragon elephant fist, how could he possibly possess such surging blood and chi now? As for giving away resources, that was even less likely. Ye Chen knew his son's talents all too well. Without sufficient resources, there was no way Ye Chen could have broken through so quickly. Relieved, Ye Chen affectionately patted Ye Chen's shoulder. "Son, you must never become a simp. There was a friend of mine back in the day who fell for a female cultivator and gave her everything. His entire fortune, his future, everything. Then, after only a month of being Dao partners, my friend got injured. The injury wasn't serious at first. If he'd simply bought some pills and rested for a year, he'd have recovered easily. But that night, the female cultivator secretly packed up his belongings and fled with his savings. If it weren't for my help, my friend might not have survived that year. Because he lacked resources for healing, his vital energy was severely damaged, and his cultivation fell from late chi refining to mid chi refining. His life was essentially ruined. Son, you're still young, and with me around, no matter how many mistakes you make, there's always time to fix them. But if you become a simp, there's no saving you." Ye Chen was genuinely worried about Ye Chen becoming a simp. He warned him gravely, recounting a cautionary tale. Ye Chen, listening intently, nodded in agreement. In his past life, he'd seen countless similar situations. If nothing went wrong, it was fine. But once things did go south, the other party would just take the money and run. They wouldn't even have enough for a divorce settlement. Ye Chen made a firm promise. "Father, you can rest assured. I, Ye Chen, will never be a simp in this lifetime." Ye Chen looked at his son, satisfied by his resolute words. He had originally worried that Ye Chen, leaving the family to go to Silver Moon Market, might struggle to adjust. But to his surprise, Ye Chen seemed to be in even better shape than he had been at the family compound. His progress was also greater. This was an unexpected delight. With a pleased smile, Ye Chen took out a long sword from his storage bag, its blade gleaming with a blue-green light, and handed it to Ye Chen. "This is the Clear Wind Sword, a high-grade magic weapon. I've spent everything I earned this year to buy this weapon. Silver Moon Market is too close to the mountains, so there's always a chance that demonic beasts might appear. If anything happens, this will help you protect yourself better. A high-grade magic weapon. Ye Chen was immediately thrilled. If he gave this to Lu Jing, multiplied its value tenfold, wouldn't he skyrocket in strength? Seeing his son's excitement, Ye Chen's mood improved even more. However, if he knew what Ye Chen was thinking, he'd likely wish to smack this ungrateful son on the spot and start over with a new character. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, and Ye Chen seemed especially concerned about his son. For quite some time, he asked about various matters, his tone filled with care. After chatting for a while longer, Ye Chen finally decided it was time to leave. Ye Chen, at the 8th level of Qi refining, was one of the highest cultivators in the Yi family, second only to the family head. The cultivation world was far from peaceful, so Ye Chen was responsible for transporting the family's resources. The Yi family had developed considerably over the years, and their business was thriving. They owned several stores, including 7 or 8 similar to One Leaf Pill shop. They even had a shop in Green Cloud City. Thus, Ye Chen was kept busy. He had come today to collect the silver moon grass that had been acquired recently. Little Chen, focus on your cultivation and alchemy. Ye Chen said with a sigh. I'll work hard too, to contribute more to the family. The family head has a high chance of breaking through to foundation establishment, and with his connections from back then, he managed to acquire a foundation establishment pill. If he succeeds, I'll make sure to secure a spot for you in Green Cloud sect. Once you're in, with me supporting you from the outside, it'll be easier for you to get a foundation establishment pill. If you can break through to foundation establishment, I'll be at ease for the rest of my life. Before leaving, Ye Chen offered a heartfelt piece of advice. Ye Chen, listening, couldn't help but feel emotional. No matter the world, fathers always thought the same way. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their children's well-being. But while feeling touched, Ye Chen also began to ponder the matter of the Green Cloud sect quota. He wondered if the Green Cloud sect quota could be given to someone else. If it could be passed on, what would the tenfold reward entail? 10 spots. Or perhaps even a quota for a more prestigious sect. Ye Chen was particularly curious about this. If it were possible, he would certainly try. As for whether he could obtain a spot, Ye Chen was not worried. His own father was the second strongest in the family. And once he showcased his alchemy skills to the outside world, obtaining a place in the Green Cloud sect would be an easy feat. Who in the family could oppose it? Ye Chen was clearly eager to join the Green Cloud sect. Sun Yi had once been nothing more than an outer disciple. His daughter, Sun Ruoxin, however, had a feedback multiplier of 15 times. In the Green Cloud sect, there would certainly be even more female cultivators with high feedback multipliers. Not to mention the many resources that could not be bought even with money in the outside world were monopolized by the sect. Such benefits could only be enjoyed by those who entered the sect. Thus, joining a sect was undoubtedly the right path. After all, the higher the platform, the greater the potential for personal growth. After Ye Chen had instructed Ye Chen to focus on his cultivation, he cheerfully exchanged a few words with manager Zhang before hastily leaving. He felt that his son had become more diligent than before. This was a good sign. It strengthened his own motivation to strive even harder. As long as his son entered the Green Cloud sect, his future would be limitless. However, once in the sect, the costs to stand out would be significant. Thus, he needed to accumulate spiritual stones for his son. The magic tool he intended to leave for his son would surely be well maintained by Ye Chen. With that magic tool, Ye Chen could rest assured about his son's safety. After seeing off Ye Chen returned to his room and picked up the clear wind sword, his mood quite pleasant. A magic tool was a weapon used by those in the Qi refining stage. It was divided into 3 ranks, low, middle, and high grade. Of course, there were also top-tier magic tools, though they were exceedingly rare. A low-grade magic tool would require 30 to 40 low-grade spiritual stones. A middle-grade magic tool would cost about 1 middle-grade spiritual stone. High-grade magic tools were even more expensive, with prices starting at 3 middle-grade spiritual stones. The reason high-grade magic tools were so costly was that they were crafted with better materials and could support more intricate formations. For instance, this clear wind sword. In addition to being incredibly sharp, it was imbued with a wind-type spell that could unleash dozens of wind blades in rapid succession to strike the enemy. Each wind blade possessed the power of a chi refining stage cultivator's spell. Moreover, it did not drain any additional spirit chi. Once used, the clear wind sword would automatically absorb the natural spirit chi of the world, recovering fully in 3 days. In combat, its effectiveness was simply unparalleled. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Such a magic tool would undoubtedly be worth 4 or 5 middle-grade spiritual stones. His father, in this life, was truly willing to spend for his son. While toying with the clear wind sword, Ye Chen had no intention of refining it just yet. A weapon as exceptional as the clear wind sword should, of course, be given to someone as a gift. With a 10-fold return rate, who knew what kind of surprise it would bring him? Furthermore, the value of this magic tool was so immense. It was bound to trigger a critical hit. Perfect. Ye Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Lu Jing had a day off each week, and today happened to be that day. Ye Chen quickly wrapped the magic tool in cloth and set off for Lu Jing's house. As for whether it would be inappropriate to gift a magic tool that he had only just received, that was no concern. It was absurd to even question it. If his father knew about the system, he would absolutely insist on him gifting it right away. Who would turn down a 10-fold return? In the world of cultivation, it was never a myth that when one person achieved success, those around them would rise as well. It was said that a nostalgic rogue cultivator, after lucking into the golden core stage, became an elder of a major sect. He brought everyone in his village who had spiritual roots into the sect. He even took the dog that guarded the village. It was said that the dog, nourished by the sect's rich spirit chi and the occasional elixir from the golden core elder, eventually gained intelligence and became a spirit beast. With a 10-fold return rate, once Ye Chen soared, he could undoubtedly elevate his father as well. At that time, he would have to secure a few foundation establishment pills for his father. If Ye Chen succeeded in the Green Cloud sect, he could even arrange a position for his father within the sect. Wasn't that far better than staying in the Yi family? Who knew? In the future, he might even become a golden core ancestor. Thus, sending the sword his father gave him was not a problem at all. This was not some act of simping. This was a strategic investment. Lin Kuo finished her cultivation. Her mood was decidedly unpleasant as she stepped out of the house and gazed up at the sky. Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately smelled the savory aroma of braised meat. It was clear that Lu Jing was making it again. Who was it for? That was self-evident. The memory of the humiliation from being rejected that day only soured her mood further. The day she had invited Ye Chen to dinner and was turned away was the greatest insult. Lin Kuo had already made up her mind to give up on Ye Chen. As long as she worked hard, her future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his by far. And Ye Chen? Though a member of a chi refining family, he was obsessed only with women, giving all his resources to them. He was destined to be a useless, hopeless man. Moreover, how long could Ye Chen keep up with this gift-giving? The spells and storage bags he had given were surely nothing more than a show of wealth. One day, when she broke through to foundation establishment, she would definitely pay Ye Chen's family a visit. When Ye Chen saw her, he would surely have to bow to her, a foundation establishment senior. And at that moment, she would savor the expression of regret on his face. Just thinking about it made Lin Kuo's mood much better. But at that very moment, the courtyard door was knocked. "Fairy Lu, are you there?" It was Ye Chen's voice. Lin Kuo's expression immediately darkened once more. That idiotic simp was here to fawn over Lu Jing again. The thought of Ye Chen once doting solely on her, but now fawning over someone else right before her eyes, made Lin Kuo feel a pang of bitterness in her heart. Lu Jing, hearing the knock from inside, quickly emerged, seeing Lin Kuo in the courtyard and smiling warmly at her. She then swayed her graceful hips to the door and opened it for Ye Chen. "Fellow Taoist Yi, what a surprise. I was just making braised meat. Knowing that Taoist Ye loves spicy food, I've added some fresh chili peppers this time. Chili peppers are a kind of spiritual herb, with a spicy kick yet exceptionally nourishing. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Lu Jing spoke enthusiastically. She even took Ye Chen's arm and led him inside. After all, this much was nothing if she could get close to him. Ye Chen, for his part, noticed Lin Kuo in the courtyard, casting him a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Fairy Lu, I won't stay for the meal. I've come today to give you something. Ye Chen halted his steps and spoke. At these words, a broader smile spread across Lu Jing's face as she subtly glanced at Lin Kuo. Let's go to my room and talk about it. Ye Chen shook his head. He wanted Lin Kuo to see this. After all, how else could he tempt Lin Kuo's curiosity? I have something to do, so let's just do it here. With that, Ye Chen set down the bundle that had been slung over his back. Lu Jing was curious about today's gift. What could it be? Meanwhile, Lin Kuo, standing to the side, wore a cold sneer. So Ye Chen gave Lu Jing a storage bag, but didn't bother to buy one for himself. He had to carry his things wrapped in cloth. Clearly, he was running low on spirit stones. Lin Kuo was eager to see what else Ye Chen could possibly give, aside from pills. But when the cloth bundle was unwrapped, a long sword, jade green and adorned with cloud patterns, gleamed in the sunlight. One glance was enough to make Lin Kuo's pupils constrict. Was this a magic tool? She bit her lip tightly. Even a low-grade magic tool was worth 30 to 40 low-grade spiritual stones. These were things that should have been hers. But Lin Kuo quickly regained her composure, telling herself in her mind. So what if it's a low-grade magic tool? I've gone into the mountains twice already and can afford one of my own. I don't need Ye Chen to give it to me. In the future, I'll buy even more expensive ones. I'll buy a middle-grade magic tool. She comforted herself in a rather self-deceptive way, trying to stave off the bitter feeling inside. But the next moment, as Ye Chen began to speak and explain, Lin Kuo's expression completely shattered. This is a high-grade magic tool, the clear wind sword. It comes with a wind blade technique that has the power of a mid-chi refining cultivator spell. It cuts through the wind effortlessly, extremely light and sharp. Most importantly, after the spell is used, it automatically recharges. I haven't refined this magic tool yet, Fairy Lu. You can refine it yourself later. A high-grade magic tool. One with its own spell. Lin Kuo's expression broke completely at that moment. No matter what thoughts Lin Kuo had originally harbored, at the moment the high-grade magic tool was revealed, all her thoughts evaporated. This was a high-grade magic tool. Its value was immeasurable. Even a late-stage chi refining cultivator might not be able to afford such a treasure. Take the leader of her herb-gathering team, for example. She only wielded a middle-grade magic tool. Why was Ye Chen so wealthy? And more importantly, why was he so generous? Lin Kuo truly couldn't comprehend it. From her vantage point, she saw Lu Jing already wrapping her arms around Ye Chen, overjoyed beyond measure. She clung to him tightly, pressing against him. Without a doubt, the high-grade magic tool had far exceeded Lu Jing's expectations. It was an unimaginable delight. Lu Jing was never fond of battle, but the cultivation world was indeed dangerous. With this high-grade magic tool at her side, her combat power would increase by more than 30%. A high-grade magic tool, starting at 3 middle-grade spiritual stones, was more than enough to send Lu Jing into a state of euphoria. Even though she was still holding Ye Chen, she couldn't help but jump with joy. Of course, it could also be that Lu Jing was using her happiness to show Ye Chen some extra affection. But, without a doubt, Ye Chen felt great. Not just physically, but more so emotionally. For in his mind, the system's notification had already sounded. Gift successful. The gift is the high-grade magic tool, Clear Wind Sword. Feedback in progress. Tenfold feedback. Reward, the top-grade magic tool, Divine Wind Sword. Detected that the gift you presented is of immense significance to the recipient, far exceeding their expectations. This has caused a great fluctuation in their heart, triggering a critical hit reward. Rewards include the top-grade magic robe, divine wind robe, the top-grade magic shoes, divine wind shoes, the top-grade magic hat, divine wind hat. Detected that the host already possesses storage equipment. The physical rewards will be directly deposited into the storage equipment and can be extracted at any time. Top-grade magic tool. And not just a weapon, but a complete set. This was unbelievable luck. A top-grade magic tool demanded exceptional materials, exquisite craftsmanship, and intricate formations. Rare as they were, their price was astronomical. For instance, a top-grade weapon-type magic tool would typically cost at least 10 middle-grade spiritual stones or more. As for items like magic robes, hats, and shoes, they were even more expensive. These items had to be worn, meaning they couldn't be too rigid. They required soft materials, but still needed to have formations engraved on them. This combination of high material costs and the difficulty of crafting led to their prices soaring even higher. A standard magic robe would start at a middle-grade spiritual stone. But a top-grade magic robe? It would cost at least 30 or 40 middle-grade spiritual stones. Add to that the shoes, hat, and other components. And from the look of it, this appeared to be a complete set. The total value was likely equivalent to one high-grade spiritual stone. One ordinary high-grade magic tool had just been traded for a full set of top-tier top-grade magic tools. This was an unbelievable profit. No wonder Ye Chen was smiling so brightly. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. In the courtyard, only 2 of the 3 were overjoyed. Lin Kuo was seething with envy and jealousy to the point of grinding her teeth. How wonderful it would be if she could possess the clear wind sword. Watching Ye Chen bask in his happiness, Lin Kuo's heart was filled with disdain. But at the same time, her thoughts began to shift. If Ye Chen could afford a high-grade magic tool, who knew what else he might have in the future? A cultivator who could so generously give away such priceless treasures, why should she let Lu Jing take him without a fight? Ye Chen liked to take advantage of women, didn't he? Though she might not be as grand as Lu Jing, Lin Kuo was certain that she was the better fit, more perfect even, in her own way. She only needed to take the plunge. Then what would Lu Jing's place be? Lin Kuo fixed her gaze on Ye Chen, her resolve hardening. She swore she would reclaim everything she had lost by her own hand. Fellow Taoist Yi, why don't you rest in the room for a while? At that moment, Lu Jing held the clear wind sword, her gaze so intense it seemed as though it could drip with passion. Her voice, laced with a subtle charm, further enhanced the allure. Coupled with her flawless figure, any man would find it nearly impossible to resist. However, as alluring as the woman was, what could compare to the excitement of the top-grade magic tool? It was clear that Ye Chen was far more focused on the rewards from the system's storage space. He longed to take a look at the items immediately and figure out their functions. Thus, Ye Chen shook his head, politely declining. Perhaps next time. My father came by and gave me some spells, along with a bunch of other miscellaneous things. I need to tidy up a bit. As his words fell, Ye Chen subtly adjusted his pants before turning to leave. Upon hearing Ye Chen's explanation, the 2 women exchanged a knowing glance, their faces lighting up with understanding. No wonder Ye Chen had suddenly produced a high-grade magic tool. It was because his father had arrived. They had heard that Ye Chen's father was the second strongest in the Yi family, responsible for the family's trade and transportation. There was no doubt that the profits from this were considerable. Ye Chen's father must have gifted him other treasures too. Lu Jing's heartbeat quickened once again. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo recalled the dragon elephant fist Ye Chen had given her previously, her hand tightening into a fist. This time, she absolutely could not let him slip away. Ye Chen and all his treasures belonged to her. With a lingering glance at the clear wind sword in Lu Jing's hands, Lin Kuo turned and headed back to her room. Lu Jing, too, had noticed the look Lin Kuo cast, and sighed inwardly. She no longer had the desire to flaunt her gift. She would rather Lin Kuo remained completely unaware of Ye Chen's true value. That way, Lin Kuo would abandon him entirely. Then, there would be no one to compete with her. Unfortunately, Ye Chen had chosen to gift it to her, and Lin Kuo had seen it with her own eyes. Now, Lu Jing knew that this woman would never give up on him. So, she would have to put in even more effort to keep Ye Chen by her side. Ye Chen paid no attention to what the two women thought. As soon as he returned to his room, he eagerly retrieved the full set of top-grade magic tools from his storage ring. Divine Wind Sword, Divine Wind Robe, Divine Wind Shoes, Divine Wind Hat. Divine Wind Sword, boundlessly sharp, capable of cutting through all things. The blade is imbued with wind-type spirit chi, light and silent. It carries a spell, the Divine Wind Break, able to shatter enemy defensive spells. Divine Wind Robe, made from the finest heavenly spirit silkworm silk, offering excellent defense. It carries a Divine Wind Shield, which automatically activates when the wearer is attacked, protecting against water, dust, and includes an illusion array that can alter the wearer's shape and aura. Divine Wind Hat, also crafted from heavenly spirit silkworm silk, offering superior defense. It contains a heart-cleansing spell, safeguarding the wearer's spiritual consciousness. It carries an illusion array that can change the wearer's appearance. Divine Wind Shoes, made from the finest heavenly spirit silkworm silk, providing excellent defense. They are light as air, and their soles contain a cleansing wind technique, enabling silent, rapid movement. When activated, speed is greatly increased. Once the entire set of top-grade spiritual items was donned, the elements complemented each other perfectly, and the body was enveloped in a light and ethereal aura. Ignoring wind resistance, silent and swift, overall speed was increased by 30%. Looking at the system's description, Ye Chen was absolutely thrilled. This effect, was it not terrifyingly powerful? With this entire set, his combat ability would likely double. The system was truly incredible. The only regret Ye Chen had was that the rewards previously granted by the system could not trigger further rewards. Otherwise, he could simply give the Divine Wind set away again. An infinite loop. Who knew? He might even end up with a set of immortal tools in the end. After donning the entire set, Ye Chen cast the water mirror spell to take a look, nodding in satisfaction. Radiant light flowed around him, enhancing his handsome appearance to the point of brilliance. It was remarkably light, as though he wasn't wearing anything at all. When he moved, it was without sound, as if not even the slightest breeze could affect him. As for the Divine Wind Sword, whether it was swung or struck, it made no sound at all. Infusing spirit chi into it, he slowly thrust it toward the wall. In the next moment, it effortlessly sank in. Before the Divine Wind Sword, the wall was as soft as tofu. Ye Chen barely felt any resistance. The Divine Wind set, it's a bit like an assassin's outfit, he muttered with a smile. He nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a flicker of thought, the once radiant robes, hat, and shoes dimmed immediately. Even the style of the attire changed, shifting into the typical everyday clothing worn by cultivators. Ye Chen's smile widened. The hat even vanished. Now, he no longer had to worry about attracting attention. A satisfied grin appeared on his face as he reflected on the rewards of the day. The next day, Ye Chen continued his cultivation. He could already feel the breakthrough approaching. It was likely that in just a few days, he would break through to the 5th level of chi refining. This realization put him in a great mood. But, it wasn't without its problems. The downside of Ye Chen's lack of innate talent had begun to show. He had developed a resistance to the chi-nourishing pills. The effects of taking high-grade chi-nourishing pill had diminished considerably. Once he broke through to the 5th level, the effects would likely be even weaker. So, he would need to change pills. Fortunately, there were many other pills suitable for cultivators in the mid-chi refining stage. Chi-nourishing pill was so well known simply because it was the most widely circulated. It wouldn't be a problem to switch to another pill. Later that afternoon, after finishing his cultivation, a maid came to report, "Master Yi, Fairy Lin has come to visit." Lin Kuo was here. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's face immediately lit up with a smile. After giving her the high-grade magic tool in front of her yesterday, Lin Kuo had clearly been unable to resist. Ye Chen was pleased by this. Though he received rewards for gifting, it wasn't as though he was handing them out for nothing. Besides, Ye Chen was a normal man. While he could suppress his urges for the system's rewards, he wasn't about to forego what benefits he was entitled to. Once he had more stable high-rate feedback targets, he could begin to reap the rewards from women cultivators like Lin Kuo and Lu Jing, who had received so many gifts from him. An ordinary simp only knew how to give gifts, but didn't know how to maneuver the hearts of others. Such people were doomed to have nothing. But Ye Chen wasn't truly a simp. So, he had given the gifts, and now the benefits were his to claim. Otherwise, wouldn't he have just been giving gifts to other people's future partners? Ye Chen couldn't tolerate such a loss. Opening the courtyard door. Today, Lin Kuo was clearly dressed with great care. She wore a youthful knee-length skirt that revealed her delicate, fair calves. Her entire presence radiated an ethereal beauty, with a hint of shyness that only enhanced her charm. The long black hair, left untied, cascaded down her back, evoking memories of a first love from one's youth. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Fellow Taoist Lin, what brings you here? Ye Chen asked, his tone slightly cold. At his words, Lin Kuo's eyes reddened, and her voice trembled. Fellow Taoist Yi, please don't be like this. I was wrong, I truly was. I know you couldn't bear to part with me, which is why you deliberately interacted with Lu Jing after I entered the mountains, trying to make me jealous. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you as soon as I came back. You've done so much for me, and yet I acted so willfully. I truly shouldn't have. Since I returned, every time I close my eyes, I think about all of this. I haven't slept a full night since. Her voice was soft and weak, and with her red-rimmed eyes, she could only be described as heart-wrenchingly adorable. But Ye Chen could only give Lin Kuo's performance a 6 out of 10. Still, the fact that Lin Kuo lowered her head was a good start. People always think they have a line they won't cross. But once they take a step back, they'll continue retreating. So, Ye Chen allowed a trace of pity to show on his face, but also a hint of hesitation. The moment Lin Kuo saw Ye Chen hesitate, her heart soared with joy. She immediately adopted an even more pitiful tone. Fellow Taoist Yi. Do you remember, I once mentioned treating you to a meal? How about tomorrow afternoon? I know Lu Jing makes lunch for you every day. So, would you allow me to treat you tomorrow afternoon? Lu Jing should be fine with it, right? If she's upset, I'll go beg her. Would that work? This was Lin Kuo's plan from last night. To act a little weaker, in hopes of gaining Ye Chen's sympathy. Ye Chen inwardly gave Lin Kuo high marks for her strategy. Yet, on the outside, he wore a face full of reluctance. He glanced once more at her eyes, which were filled with a hint of pleading, and finally made up his mind, nodding in agreement. Lin Kuo's heart leaped with joy, her face lighting up with happiness. Then, tomorrow's noon at Fragrant Pavilion, I'll wait for you, fellow Taoist Yi. Please, go ahead and take care of your matters. I'll leave now, before I run into Lu Jing and make things awkward for you. Ye Chen looked at Lin Kuo, appreciating her thoughtfulness. He nodded appreciatively. After she left, he closed the door, his face full of smiles. As expected, it was the same everywhere. When you give freely, the other side often dismisses it as a given. But the moment you hold back and let them see what you've got, they'll grow anxious and come running. A man should never be a simp. In the evening, as Lin Kuo saw Lu Jing return to the courtyard, a triumphant smile spread across her face. No matter how proactive Lu Jing was, what difference did it make? In the end, Ye Chen would always prefer her. Today, she had merely apologized, and he was already softening. It wouldn't be long before Ye Chen would once again become her simp. With a contented smile, Lin Kuo settled down for a peaceful night's rest. The next morning, Lin Kuo woke up early, eager to prepare herself for the day ahead. She was already a top-tier beauty, but today, she made sure to enhance her appearance, making herself look even more ethereal, more captivating. She placed great importance on the meal she was hosting today. She even planned to go all the way and prepared to be taken advantage of just a little bit by Ye Chen. Though a part of her felt a bit uneasy about it, she knew that with Lu Jing having already invested so much, how could she not give something in return? As long as she could solidify her position and make Ye Chen hers once more, everything would be worth it. After all, Ye Chen's father had just visited, and surely he had brought plenty of medium-grade spirit stones and valuable spells with him. Now, Ye Chen was certainly worth her investment. But just as Lin Kuo was contemplating her strategy to win Ye Chen's favor, a knock came at the door. She initially thought it was Ye Chen and, her eyes lighting up, she eagerly went to open it. But when she saw who it was, her expression faltered for a brief moment, only to quickly recover. It wasn't Ye Chen. It was Jin Wuqing. Jin Wuqing noticed the slight change in Lin Kuo's expression and frowned slightly. But today, Lin Kuo was undeniably even more beautiful than usual. Her serene face stirred a sense of sympathy in others. She wore a white form-fitting dress, the contours of her graceful figure subtly revealed, leaving little to the imagination. It was a sight that was impossible to resist. Jin Wuqing, who had long harbored feelings for Lin Kuo, was now even more determined to win her over. Fellow Taoist Lin, my sister has exited her seclusion. She has instructed me to inform everyone to start preparing. We will depart 3 days from now, at dawn. Jin Wuqing had come to notify Lin Kuo about the upcoming expedition. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo furrowed her brow. If this had been before, she would have eagerly agreed to go into the mountains to gather herbs. After all, the rewards were indeed high, and it would allow her to acquire more resources. But this time, after her trip to the mountains, her house had been robbed. She had lost a spell, a storage bag, and a high-grade magic tool. When she added up the losses, it was enough to bankrupt her. If she went into the mountains again, by the time she returned, Lu Jing might have already started preparing for a child with Ye Chen. Lin Kuo could not, and would not, allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, with a regretful expression, Lin Kuo shook her head. Fellow Taoist Jin, I'm afraid I can't join the expedition. I've encountered a problem in my cultivation and need to remain here. Please convey my apologies to your sister. Jin Wuqing was taken aback. Lin Kuo wasn't going. He had been thinking of using this trip to the mountains to get closer to her, maybe even employ some subtle tricks to win her over. Perhaps start with a heroic rescue, followed by some comforting, then maybe even slipping her some medicine to make everything fall into place. But now Lin Kuo wasn't going at all. A worried look appeared on Jin Wuqing's face. Is there an issue with your cultivation, fellow Taoist Lin? Should you be taking a break? If that's the case, why don't you take some time off? I'll speak with my sister and make sure your spot is saved. You can join us next time. However, Lin Kuo firmly shook her head. The benefits of going into the mountains were indeed considerable. But when compared to Ye Chen, the difference was too vast. Plus, there were risks involved in the expedition. With Ye Chen, the most she would face would be a little bit of trouble here and there. So Lin Kuo's resolve was strong. She wasn't going. Sorry. At her core, Lin Kuo was extremely indifferent. She only showed warmth to those who were useful to her. For those who served no purpose, she couldn't be bothered to give them the time of day. Since she wasn't going into the mountains, Jin Wuqing had no further use for her. So after saying a simple apology, she swiftly closed the door. On the one hand, Lin Kuo didn't want to waste time. On the other hand, she was cautious about Ye Chen seeing this interaction and misinterpreting it. This was a critical moment in repairing her relationship with Ye Chen. If Jin Wuqing's visit interfered with that, she would be at a loss. Jin Wuqing stood before the closed gate, a mix of shock and rage on his face. Lin Kuo had truly turned her back without hesitation. She wasn't going to the mountains, and she couldn't even be bothered to invite him in for a seat. He recalled the hopeful and expectant expression Lin Kuo had shown when she first opened the door to him. Now, she had coldly shut him out. Jin Wuqing couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps Lin Kuo had already arranged to meet someone else today. And most likely, that someone was a man. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Who was this man who had taken Lin Kuo from him so decisively? The woman who had acted so distant and aloof towards him, yet was now so warm and affectionate with this other man that she was even willing to skip a valuable opportunity like the herb-gathering expedition. After a long pause, Jin Wuqing silently stepped away from the gate, moving to a nearby corner where he could wait quietly. He stood there for over an hour, growing increasingly impatient. Just as he was about to give up and leave, Lin Kuo finally appeared. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Jin Wuqing quickly followed her at a safe distance, making sure to stay hidden in the shadows. Before long, Lin Kuo arrived at the entrance of a tavern. Jin Wuqing watched from afar as she waited at the door. Soon, a tall but otherwise unremarkable male cultivator approached. The moment Lin Kuo saw him, her usual cool demeanor melted away. She greeted him with a bright, radiant smile. Seeing the two of them chat and head into the tavern together, Jin Wuqing's expression darkened into a deep frown. He thought for a moment, then turned away and walked off. But not long after, he returned, a lecherous middle-aged man now by his side. The meal stretched on for more than an hour. When Ye Chen and Lin Kuo finally emerged from the tavern, Lin Kuo's face was flushed, and her eyes carried a slightly dazed look. The scent of spiritual wine clung to her, blending with her natural fragrance, making her seem even more intoxicating. Indeed, at Lin Kuo's insistence, the two of them had shared a drink of spiritual wine. It had cost a whole half of a low-grade spirit stone. From the way Lin Kuo had gone to such lengths, it was clear she was serious in her efforts to win him over. Outside the door, Lin Kuo was half supported by Ye Chen, her steps unsteady. "Fellow Taoist Lin, it seems you've had a bit too much to drink. Let me walk you home." Although Lin Kuo was blushing deeply, her beauty was undeniable, making her seem like a goddess. But Ye Chen, despite the allure of the moment, had no intention of taking advantage. He was set on sending her home, nothing more. After all, he had yet to access the 15-fold reward, and only had 2 10-fold rewards at the moment. Acting on impulse and taking Lin Kuo for himself might be tempting, but if something went wrong with Lu Jing leading to him losing the high-reward feedback, it would be a major loss. In the grand scheme of things, one fleeting moment of pleasure couldn't compare to the long-term benefits of resources. Ye Chen had made up his mind, resources always came first. But just as he was about to escort Lin Kuo back, she suddenly stopped, refusing to move. She tilted her head back, her eyes half open, as she gazed at Ye Chen. "Why do you still call me fellow Taoist Lin?" Her voice was a little hazy from the alcohol. "I want you to call me Fairy Lin from now on. I don't want you to call Lu Jing Fairy Lu anymore. Only me, Ye Chen. You can only call me Fairy Lin." Ye Chen furrowed his brow, pondering whether Lin Kuo was drunk or just throwing a tantrum under the influence of alcohol. Before he could respond, she rose onto her toes, her soft lips brushing his cheek in a fleeting kiss. The sensation was cool and delicate, but it left an intense impact on Ye Chen. Her eyes locked with his as she asked with a hint of childishness, "Is that all right, Ye Chen?" Ye Chen hadn't expected this move at all. Truthfully, being looked at like that, with her lips so close to his cheek, combined with Lin Kuo's pure and alluring appearance, made his heart race wildly, even though he knew who Lin Kuo truly was. Beauty was indeed the deadliest weapon. Ye Chen was about to speak when his heightened senses, amplified by the refining of his internal organs, detected a gaze full of murderous intent locking onto him. He immediately furrowed his brows. Subconsciously, he slowly turned his eyes to the source of the killing aura, catching a glimpse of a young man standing next to a middle-aged man. The young man's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Ye Chen. A romantic rival? Ye Chen was certain Lin Kuo didn't have a Dao companion yet, because if she did, it would contradict the system's feedback conditions. So, this person was most likely a rival. It was clear that the young man was enraged by the kiss Lin Kuo had just given Ye Chen. He was probably contemplating violence. Ye Chen, however, wasn't someone who was easily intimidated. "You want to watch, do you? Then let me show you something even more exciting." A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, and without a moment's hesitation, He gazed deeply into Lin Kuo's eyes. With unspoken determination, he answered her, "All right." As Lin Kuo's expression shifted to one of surprise, Ye Chen cupped her face with both hands and kissed her firmly on the lips. Lin Kuo's face instantly froze in shock. But Ye Chen was too fast. She didn't have time to react. In a blur, her first kiss was stolen away. And Ye Chen didn't just touch her and let go. No, this was a kiss full of passion. As Lin Kuo's mind caught up, she instinctively tried to push him away, even thinking of biting him. She wasn't prepared for this at all. But then, she remembered the high-grade magic tool from the day before. She recalled what Ye Chen had said about the things his father had sent. She had already been kissed like this. If she pushed him away now, he might misunderstand. Wouldn't that make everything pointless? With that thought in mind, Lin Kuo slowly lowered her raised hand. If she couldn't resist, she'd just have to close her eyes and enjoy it. The feeling was, strangely delightful. In the distance, Jin Wuqing watched the passionate kiss unfold. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes burned with fury, a murderous intent so thick it seemed to radiate from him, as though he would kill at any moment. The kiss lasted for dozens of breaths. When they finally parted, Lin Kuo's eyes were hazy. Ye Chen, too, felt quite satisfied. If he had to rate it, Lin Kuo's technique was still quite unskilled. She needed more practice. He glanced sideways, and to his surprise, the young man who had been seething with anger earlier had disappeared without a trace. Had the scene been too much for him to handle? This rival was still too young. If the flower already had an owner, just move on. Stubbornly clinging to one person would only lead to being disappointed. Lin Kuo glared at Ye Chen with a mix of affection and reproach. Ye Chen chuckled softly, "Fairy Lin, you're just too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. I promise I won't dare offend you again next time." Lin Kuo was left speechless. She didn't know how to respond and could only speak seriously, "If you do this again, I won't talk to you." Ye Chen nodded repeatedly, agreeing wholeheartedly. He returned to his previous, docile demeanor, obediently responding to her every word. This pleased Lin Kuo immensely. Though the events of the day had unfolded differently than she'd expected, with her gaining far more than she had anticipated, it was still worth it to have Ye Chen back. From now on, Ye Chen would definitely shower her with gifts. As for Lu Jing, she could just forget about it. Lin Kuo even began to consider how to subtly hint to Ye Chen to reclaim the gifts he had given to Lu Jing. After all, that high-grade magic tool should never have been wasted on her. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, smiling contentedly, escorted Lin Kuo back home. He didn't take her words to heart. He had said similar things in his past life many times. Just going out for a bit, I'll definitely make it back to the dorm. Just sharing a bed, I swear I won't do anything. Just a little tease. Anyone who believed that was a fool. Ye Chen was more attentive to his surroundings. He could always sense a pair of eyes watching him. This made him somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the young man from earlier hadn't given up? There were plenty of fish in the sea, after all. To shout and threaten over a woman who was never yours, how foolish could one be? In his past life, Ye Chen had seen many such people. They would charge into battle for a woman, some even going as far as to ruin their own lives, ending up in prison. Yet they still thought of themselves as heroic, fighting for love. In Ye Chen's eyes, these people were utterly clueless. If a woman doesn't like you, then move on to the next. We are cultivators. Can't we be a bit more mature? After seeing Lin Kuo home, Ye Chen did not rush to leave. He lingered and chatted with her about cultivation. Lin Kuo had spent the afternoon eagerly hoping Ye Chen would give her a gift, perhaps one of the spells or items his father had sent. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. But alas, Ye Chen gave her nothing. The system was still on cooldown. Without the tenfold feedback, Ye Chen had no reason to give her anything. As evening approached, Ye Chen made his departure. However, as he was leaving, he ran into Lu Jing. Upon seeing Ye Chen and Lin Kuo standing together, Lu Jing's pupils constricted. How had Lin Kuo managed to seduce Ye Chen again? This sent a wave of anxiety surging through Lu Jing's heart. In recent times, she had gained immensely from Ye Chen. Spells, storage bags, and even a high-grade magic tool. She had never earned that much. Had she not experienced such luxuries, it would have been easier to endure. But now that she had tasted it, returning to her former life was simply unbearable. It was like many rich men courting women. At first, the women might not care about the man's wealth, not interested in his money. But once the man took the woman to experience the joys of his riches, the woman would soon fall prey to the temptation. Why? Before staying in a 5-star hotel, even a cheap motel would suffice. But once you've stayed in a 5-star hotel, how could you ever be content with a budget motel? The same applied here. Lu Jing felt that way now. Seeing the dark expression on Lu Jing's face, Lin Kuo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. You thought you could steal my simp, but now he's mine again, didn't you? What's mine is mine, and no one can take it. Once the chance presents itself, I'll make sure you return everything you've received from him. Fellow Taoist Yi, I came by your place just now, but your maid said you weren't home. Then why not join me for a meal here? Lu Jing quickly adjusted her attitude and warmly invited Ye Chen. Ye Chen appeared conflicted, torn between 3 parts desire, 3 parts hesitation, and 4 parts concern. In the end, he shook his head. Fairy Lu, not today. Perhaps next time. I'll be on my way. With those words, Ye Chen left the courtyard, leaving behind 2 women whose expressions were far from pleasant. Lu Jing's displeasure stemmed from Ye Chen's refusal. His expression had clearly indicated that he was hesitant because of Lin Kuo's attitude, not wanting to appear too close. This meant Ye Chen truly valued Lin Kuo. The realization deepened the sense of crisis within Lu Jing's heart. But the fact that Ye Chen had hesitated and shown signs of attraction meant that she still held some weight in his heart. She hadn't lost yet. She glanced at Lin Kuo, her mind set on increasing her efforts. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo's face was equally sour. Before Ye Chen kissed her, he had promised not to call Lu Jing, Fairy Lu, in the future. But just now, he had done exactly that. What did this mean? Ye Chen still harbored some lingering feelings for Lu Jing. What a scumbag. He kissed me for so long, yet still thought of another woman. But Ye Chen had already shown how easily he could switch affections, which proved that his resolve wasn't very strong. Thinking of this, Lin Kuo's anger lessened. Today was just the first day. As long as she put in a little more effort, she could easily make Ye Chen give up on Lu Jing. At worst, she'd just have to let Ye Chen kiss her a few more times. After all, a kiss was a kiss. She didn't mind a few more. In the end, the 2 women exchanged looks, and the air was thick with tension. Both snorted in unison before turning and heading back to their rooms. Ye Chen was in good spirits, mentally giving himself a silent compliment for his acting skills. However, as he walked, his eyes narrowed slightly. Someone was watching him. Was it the rival from earlier? Or perhaps, because he had been giving gifts to female cultivators so frequently, his reputation had spread too widely, making him a target for bandits? Ye Chen silently pondered the possibilities, considering various ways to handle the situation. Eventually, he decided to offer the observer a chance. Ye Chen disliked the sensation of being watched by an unknown enemy. It would keep him up at night, restless and on edge. With the strength of his dragon-elephant prajna technique enhancing his body, as well as his top-tier offensive and defensive spells, not to mention the divine wind set he wore, Ye Chen felt confident. His prized magic tool, the divine wind sword, was always within reach. If he truly encountered a danger he couldn't handle, escaping after holding out for a bit wouldn't be difficult. This was Silver Moon Market, after all. While the patrols weren't always reliable, they weren't incompetent either. If worst turned to worst, he could simply approach them for help. He was, after all, a scion of a prominent family, and his family's stores had paid their dues to the market. He'd certainly be treated with more respect than a rogue cultivator. Once he figured out who was behind this, Ye Chen had plenty of ways to deal with the intruder. So, he decided there was no real cause for concern. With that in mind, Ye Chen subtly changed direction, heading into a narrow alley that was usually deserted. He was preparing to bait the intruder. Not far away, a middle-aged man with a lecherous look had been keeping his eyes fixed on Ye Chen. When Ye Chen turned into the alley, the man's eyes lit up. The sky had darkened. The opportunity had come. The lecherous middle-aged man was an old member of the Jin family's herbal gathering team. Now at the 5th level of qi refining, his progress had stagnated. In his younger years, he hadn't had enough resources, and now, as age crept upon him, further advancement was becoming increasingly difficult. No matter how hard he worked, it seemed likely that he would be stuck at the 5th level for the rest of his life, with the 6th level remaining out of reach. Realizing that effort would no longer bear fruit, the man chose to give in to laziness. Every time he returned from the mountains with a bag of spirit stones, he would spend them extravagantly on young female cultivators, indulging himself in fleeting pleasures. His mantra was simple: life is short, why suffer? Earlier that day, Jin Wuqing had summoned him, asking him to help investigate the identity of a certain cultivator. The middle-aged man had been curious about why Jin Wuqing suddenly wanted to check someone's background. However, once he saw the situation, everything became clear. It was that little girl, Lin Kur. She had a lover. And she had been kissing him in public so passionately. Lin Kur was young and beautiful, with a slender waist, long legs, and a figure that made her a sight to behold. Her face, delicate and charming, was simply irresistible. The middle-aged man had long known that Jin Wuqing liked Lin Kur. At first, Lin Kur had kept delaying her joining the team, which caused some dissatisfaction from the team leader, Jin Zhaodi, who had considered replacing her. It was Jin Wuqing who had insisted on waiting for her, more than a month in fact. And now, the woman he had waited for had openly shown affection for another man, even engaging in a public kiss. If it had been the middle-aged man, he could have accepted it. There were plenty of other female cultivators to choose from. Why cling to just one? But Jin Wuqing was young and impulsive, and now he had the intent to kill. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had no trouble finding out Ye Chen's identity. After all, Ye Chen was famous. The #1 simp of Silver Moon Market, a name that everyone had either seen or heard of. Only Ye Chen, such an eccentric, could give away all his resources to female cultivators. After understanding Ye Chen's identity, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Ye Chen was not a rogue cultivator, he was a member of a cultivation family. Rogue cultivators had no backing. If they were killed, the enforcement teams wouldn't even bother to investigate. They would simply find some other cultivator to take the blame. But a family disciple was different. Killing him might lead to trouble. However, Jin Wuqing had already made up his mind to kill. He even took out a medium-grade spirit stone to pay the middle-aged man for the task. After a brief moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man agreed. In fact, in the mountains, they had often committed evil deeds like killing and looting, so there was no psychological burden at all. Moreover, the middle-aged man had cultivated a technique that concealed his aura and was skilled with throwing darts. The throwing darts were low-grade magic tools, silent and incredibly fast, capable of piercing through even protective spells. They were also poisoned. If the target was unprepared, a single dart could end their life. At the 5th level of qi refining, and with ample experience in killing, the middle-aged man felt confident. Ye Chen. He was only at the 4th level of qi refining. All his good resources had been given to women. A simple wave of the man's hand could end his life. Jin Wuqing had also borrowed his sister's storage bag. He could easily stuff the body into the bag and dispose of it in the mountains later. There was virtually no risk of being caught. At that moment, seeing Ye Chen enter the alley, a cruel smile spread across the middle-aged man's face, and he quickly followed. His footsteps made no sound. Standing in the alley, he saw Ye Chen walking ahead leisurely, without any haste. Aside from Ye Chen, there was no one else in the deep alley. The middle-aged man took out a simple, unadorned throwing dart from his robe. He channeled his spiritual power, and the dart briefly glowed before he swiftly hurled it with unerring precision. It was so fast that even a mid-stage chi refining cultivator wouldn't see it clearly. They could only hear a faint whoosh of something shooting through the air. This content has been unlawfully taken from Novel Bin. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Ye Chen, that simp, must be carrying plenty of spirit stones on him. Moreover, he was an alchemist, so there might even be a fair amount of pills with him. Tonight, the middle-aged man would indulge in the pleasures of ice spirit and fire dance, savoring an entire night of exquisite bliss. But the next moment, a look of astonishment appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Because Ye Chen, with his back to him, shimmered with golden light. He had actually blocked the throwing dart. Ye Chen had blocked it. It had to be some kind of treasure. These damn families hoarded all the resources that should belong to rogue cultivators, growing incredibly wealthy. Even a useless simp like Ye Chen had such a trump card. It was infuriating. The middle-aged man realized the situation was getting complicated. He immediately attempted to recall the throwing dart and prepared to leave. If the kill didn't succeed in one strike, he had to leave right away. Otherwise, the noise would attract the enforcement team, and he would be done for. But the next moment, a look of horror flashed across his face. Because Ye Chen, who had been dozens of meters away, suddenly turned and charged toward him with an astonishing speed. And most shockingly, a cyan longsword had materialized in Ye Chen's hand out of nowhere. How was Ye Chen so fast? And he even had storage equipment. Just how rich were these damn families? This was completely unexpected, but the middle-aged man immediately activated his defensive spell. He planned to weather one strike and then escape. However, the next moment, blood splattered. His defensive spell was as fragile as thin paper in front of Ye Chen's cyan longsword. It didn't hinder Ye Chen in the slightest. The sword moved with unbelievable speed, so fast that even the wind didn't make a sound. The middle-aged man's arm, the one that had just grabbed the throwing dart, was instantly severed. A high-grade magic tool. How could this damn simp even have a high-grade magic tool? At this moment, the middle-aged man could only think of escaping. But with Ye Chen closing in on him, there was no chance to flee. Shing! 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 The middle-aged man's arms and legs were swiftly severed. He collapsed to the ground, his body and head the only parts remaining. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, where the middle-aged man, now only a head, could still let out a wail, Ye Chen, gripping the divine wind sword, exhaled deeply. But his heart still raced. It was his first time fighting in the cultivation world, and it had been thrilling. Although the entire event had only taken a moment, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel tense. In fact, when he had chopped off the man's legs, he hadn't controlled the angle properly and had slightly aimed higher. And the sword was too sharp. It had instantly rendered the middle-aged man a eunuch. The only reason Ye Chen hadn't killed him outright was because he hadn't yet seen the young man. That middle-aged man had been standing next to the young voyeur earlier. The mastermind must have been the young man. In Ye Chen's eyes, men who would go so far as to hire killers over a woman were clearly lacking in brain development. It was a thoroughly foolish act. But such fools were also the most impulsive. So, they had to be eliminated at the root. Since Ye Chen knew nothing about the other party, leaving a survivor was necessary. Ye Chen retracted his sword and sneered, "Who is the young man who instructed you to kill me?" At this moment, the middle-aged man lay on the ground, his face ashen. Just last night, he had been lying comfortably in a whorehouse. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had lost his limbs. Even if Ye Chen didn't kill him, he wouldn't survive much longer. The middle-aged man resented Ye Chen, but he hated Jin Wuqing even more. If it weren't for Jin Wuqing's madness over a woman, he wouldn't have ended up like this. With a storage bag, high-grade magic tools, and spells for speed, not to mention defensive treasures. With such resources, Ye Chen could easily be mistaken for a disciple from a Foundation establishment family. The middle-aged man, having no wife or children, had no concerns. Since he was doomed, he decided to drag Jin Wuqing down with him. They would die together. Jin Wuqing, it was Jin Wuqing who instructed me. He wanted Lin Kur, but she stopped going to the mountains because of you, so, he wanted to eliminate you. He's in his sister's house, at number 33 Black Alley. He's at the 5th level of Qi refining, almost breaking through to the 6th. His sister, Jean Zhaodi, is at the 7th level of Qi refining. Ye Chen hadn't expected the middle-aged man to be so forthcoming. He spilled everything at once. Jean Wuqing. 5th level of Qi refining, almost at the 6th. And he had a sister. Ye Chen wanted to eradicate the source, but feared he might not be able to win. However, Ye Chen hadn't planned on confronting the real culprit personally. If someone had hired an assassin to kill him in Silver Moon Market, should he really go after the mastermind himself? Wasn't the protection fee for the Ye family's shop just a waste then? As a member of the Ye family, didn't he have any face? Where was the justice? Where was the law? So, Ye Chen raised his head and shouted loudly, "Enforcement team, hurry up. Someone's trying to kill me." As Ye Chen shouted, he casually cast several fireball spells, sending them crashing into the outer walls of the nearby courtyard. The explosions rattled the surroundings, and the walls crumbled in succession. The commotion was huge. The cultivators in the courtyards nearby were all startled by the sudden uproar. They hadn't expected such a disturbance in this usually peaceful area. Even the middle-aged man, who lay on the ground, dazed from pain, was stunned by Ye Chen's actions. He knew Ye Chen would call for help, but he had thought Ye Chen would contact the elders of the Ye family to deal with the Jin siblings. He didn't expect Ye Chen to directly summon the enforcement team. As for the crumbling walls, the middle-aged man understood why he did so. Silver Moon Market was entirely under the control of the Mo family. All the cultivators who resided here had to pay rent for the property. Every tree and every bit of landscaping was subject to compensation if damaged. With such widespread destruction, someone would need to reimburse the Mo family for the losses. The middle-aged man, already on the brink of death and with only a few low-grade spirit stones left, couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, as the victim and a family disciple, wasn't someone the Mo family would bother with. The only logical choice was for the Mo family to go after the Jin siblings, making Ye Chen's actions seem even more calculated. This Ye Chen was certainly making a scene. The rumors of him being a simp were completely misleading. The middle-aged man, although grievously wounded, couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. With such a big ruckus, it was only a matter of time before cultivators from the Mo family arrived. Sure enough, within moments, several figures appeared. All of them were in the late stages of Qi refining, their faces serious as they took in the sight before them. When they saw the middle-aged man reduced to a dismembered husk, none of their expressions changed. But when they surveyed the ravaged street and the damaged courtyards, their brows furrowed in displeasure. The Mo family collected rent, but they also bore responsibility for the property's upkeep. Renting out homes that were then damaged for no reason meant they had to pay for repairs. The cost of the repairs would be no small sum, and the state of the family's finances made the cultivators' expressions grow increasingly somber. The leader of the group, standing at the forefront, turned to Ye Chen and asked, "What happened here?" Ye Chen cupped his hands lightly and greeted, "Greetings, senior. I am Ye Chen, a disciple of the Ye family. My father is Ye Tianhe." He paused for a moment, then continued, "This person suddenly attacked me, and I managed to fight back by a stroke of luck." The cultivators glanced at Ye Chen, who looked completely unharmed, and then at the middle-aged man, who had been reduced to a dismembered corpse on the ground. Their expressions twitched. Stroke of luck, they thought, their eyes narrowing in disbelief. The situation was clearly not what he claimed. However, once they knew that Ye Chen was from the Ye family, their attitudes softened considerably. In the cultivation world, one's background mattered just as much as strength. They had heard of the Ye family, and Ye Tianhe's name wasn't unknown either. With that connection, they had less interest in making an issue out of the fight itself. But the matter of compensation for the Mo family's losses had to be addressed. The leader of the group fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. Anyone who dares to act violently in Silver Moon Market, whether they strike or incite others, is guilty of a capital offense. He stepped forward and continued, "Speak quickly, and we'll put an end to your suffering." The middle-aged man, writhing in pain, was beyond caring about self-preservation at this point. With no hesitation, he began spilling everything. He recounted the events in full, detailing how they had killed many people in the mountains, including several family disciples. He knew his life was already forfeit, and he figured it was better to reveal everything than die with a secret. In his desperate state, he even added, "But that wall, that was his doing. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation." His eyes turned to Ye Chen, the bitterness evident in his voice. I was already lying on the ground, my limbs severed, while he kept shouting for help and kept bombing the surroundings with fireball spells. It was all him. The middle-aged man harbored deep resentment toward Jin Wuqing, but he was just as eager to make Ye Chen's situation more complicated. If he was going to die, he might as well cause some trouble for the person who had made him suffer. Ye Chen's lips twitched as he realized the man's betrayal. He suddenly felt extremely awkward. He had only wanted to stir things up, give the Mo family some incentive to take action, so they wouldn't overlook his own troubles. But now, he hadn't thought things through properly and had been exposed on the spot. This was a bit too embarrassing. Ye Chen awkwardly explained, "I was too nervous and couldn't control myself." The Mo family cultivators exchanged complex glances, clearly aware of Ye Chen's reputation. They had even made fun of him while eating and drinking. If anyone like him had appeared in the Mo family, he would have had his legs broken on the spot. But now, they were face to face with the real deal, and all this mess was because of a woman. Despite the rumors, Ye Chen didn't seem as foolish as they had expected, though he wasn't exactly impressive either. As for the fact that Ye Chen, at the 4th level of qi refining, had killed a 5th-level cultivator, it didn't surprise them much. After all, loose cultivators had to scrape by with whatever they could find, so they were oftentimes weaker. One of the Mo family cultivators, a man with a cold expression, directly crushed the middle-aged man's head under his foot. He then proceeded to search the corpse. After a moment, he pulled out an empty storage bag, a low-grade magic tool throwing dart, a pair of magic tool shoes, and a few miscellaneous pills. Nothing too remarkable, but still decent. The man collected the items and then, with a half-smile, handed the storage bag to Ye Chen. "Young friend, according to Mo family rules, since this person attacked you and you subdued him, everything on his body is now yours." He paused and added, "Take it, and don't worry. As for the Jin family siblings, we'll deal with them immediately." Ye Chen felt a wave of relief. Though they hadn't commented on the collapsed wall, it seemed they believed his explanation. But he also understood that he needed to be sensible. Besides, he had no interest in these lowly trinkets. He took the storage bag but left the magic tools untouched, smiling as he said, "I could use a storage bag, so I'll take it. As for the rest, consider it compensation for the wall," he added, gesturing with a shrug. "Although it was an accident, it still happened because of me." The Mo family cultivators nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Ye Chen's sensibility. Without saying more, they turned and walked away, leaving the corpse behind without any hesitation. All 4 were at the peak of qi refining, at least at the 7th level. It was clear that the Mo family was immensely powerful. Their strength wasn't just in their cultivation but also in the authority they wielded over Silver Moon Market. They were no ordinary family, certainly capable of controlling such a vast business and keeping things in order. Without them, Silver Moon Market would have descended into chaos long ago. Ye Chen briefly considered following them to see what happened next, but then remembered that Jin Wuqing had a sister who was also at the peak of qi refining. He quickly dismissed the thought. If a fight broke out, it could get messy, and he didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Besides, with 4 Mo family cultivators at the peak of qi refining, there was no real risk. Feeling at ease, Ye Chen put away the storage bag and headed back to his shop. He didn't particularly need the storage bag, but it would make a nice gift for Lin Kur. Who knows if it could even yield a nice reward in return. He could sell it after he doubled its value, making several medium-grade spirit stones in the process. That night, Ye Chen couldn't help but reflect on the harsh reality of the cultivation world. All this trouble, just for a woman. People were already trying to kill him over it. Back on Earth, such conflicts would barely escalate into a simple fight. Couldn't people just embrace peace and cooperate for mutual benefit? As he thought about it, Ye Chen's mind wandered to the Jin siblings. He wondered if they had been sent away yet. Though it was Jin Wuqing who had tried to kill him, it didn't necessarily involve his sister. But with her brother in trouble, it was only natural that she would seek revenge. Ye Chen didn't want to be the target of a qi refining cultivator hidden in the dark, so he hoped that both siblings would leave this world together. He didn't want them to suffer the pain of having death separate them. There was no other explanation. He was simply that soft-hearted. The next day, guests arrived early at Ye Chen's shop. They were from the Mo family. After all, Ye Chen was the victim of the attack, and they had to give him an explanation. If large families felt too unsafe, they might stop doing business here. If that happened, Silver Moon Market would dry up, and the Mo family's income would take a hit. Fellow Taoist Jin Wuqing is dead. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But the Mo cultivator quickly added, however, Jin Zhaodi practiced a sinister escape technique. Though severely wounded, she managed to flee into the mountains. Ye Chen's heart sank. Damn it. 4 against 2, and you still let one get away. If you couldn't even manage to take care of the Jin siblings and send them off properly, what can you even do? With a qi refining stage cultivator still on the loose, Ye Chen started to panic. He even began to think that perhaps it was time to send word to his father, asking to be taken away from here before things escalated any further. Ye Chen found himself inexplicably threatened a new enemy at the qi refining stage, and honestly, he couldn't help but feel helpless. But what else could he do? He'd already stirred up the hornet's nest. All he could do now was focus on improving his strength. Jin Zhaodi, though at the 7th level of qi refining, was still a loose cultivator at the end of the day. Loose cultivators, after all, learned a mishmash of various techniques. They used whatever they could find, with little room for refinement or specialization. That meant their overall strength was usually nothing to be overly concerned about. Once Ye Chen reached the 6th level of qi refining, he was confident that he would no longer need to fear Jin Zhaodi's vengeance. As for time, well, it was on his side. He was currently in the safest area of Silver Moon Market, and there was no way Jin Zhaodi would come here for revenge. For now, he was safe. But Ye Chen wasn't fond of being targeted. What he needed most right now were resources. The tenfold return from Lin Kuo and Lu Jing's gifts, while helpful, were no longer enough for his needs. What would really be perfect was the 15-fold return opportunity from Sun Ruoxin. That would solve everything. And for that, he'd need to find that old man, Sun Yi, and beg to be his disciple. Old man, you can scam me out of my spirit stones, but I'll get them all back with interest from your daughter. Looking down at the spoils from the middle-aged man, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Whether it was Ye Chen being targeted by hired assassins, Jin Wuqing's death, or Jin Zhaodi's flight, none of it caused much of a stir in Silver Moon Market. On one hand, the Mo family made sure to suppress the news. On the other hand, such things were too common in the cultivation world to warrant much discussion. Cultivators died in large numbers every day for all sorts of reasons. There was nothing worth mentioning. For days passed just like that. One morning, as Ye Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, a sudden light flared before his eyes. He had broken through to the 5th level of qi refining. Feeling the surge of power within him, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile brightly. In the cultivation world, only cultivation and strength were fundamental, everything else was secondary. Now that his breakthrough had been achieved, how could Ye Chen not be overjoyed? Moreover, the system's cooldown period for rewards had ended, which meant it was the perfect time to hand over the storage bag. A single storage bag was worth 50 low-grade spirit stones. With tenfold return, that would be 5 mid-grade spirit stones. 5 mid-grade spirit stones in hand would allow Ye Chen to go to Green Cloud's shop to find a master and present a more valuable gift to Sun Ruoxin. In the past few days, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo had been unusually attentive, vying for Ye Chen's favor as their simp. Lu Jing would casually rub against him when pretending to be clumsy, ensuring Ye Chen had his fill of benefits. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo practiced her kissing technique with him once more yesterday. Though Ye Chen's hand instinctively rose higher, only to be firmly pressed down by her, it still satisfied his craving. With all Lin Kuo had given, it was about time to give her something sweet in return, or else she might lose interest. Ye Chen chuckled at himself. In the beginning, he was the simp. But now, everything seemed to have flipped upside down. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. As the knock echoed at the door, Lin Kuo's brow furrowed slightly when she saw it was Ye Chen. To be honest, she wasn't entirely satisfied with Ye Chen. This past week, he had been wavering, hesitant, as if unable to make a choice between her and Lu Jing. The idea that he wanted both sides was something Lin Kuo deeply despised. It felt as though she were competing with another woman for his attention. And it had been an entire week. Ye Chen hadn't given her a single gift. Could it be that Ye Chen had run out of spirit stones? Lin Kuo hesitated in her heart, wondering if it was time to give up. But then, her first and second kiss had both been taken by him. If she gave up now, the sunk cost would be too high. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Kuo still managed to greet him with a smile, though it was a little strained as she went to open the door. "Fellow Taoist Yi, what brings you here?" Her surprise was evident, but she still kept a slight distance. After all, the last two times, Ye Chen had caught her off guard with sudden advances, leaving her on edge. Ye Chen smiled gently. "Today, an elder from my family gave me a storage bag. I don't have much use for it, so I brought it for you, fellow Taoist Lin." With that, he handed her the storage bag. Lin Kuo's eyes lit up immediately. A storage bag. She had been wanting one for a long time. With a storage bag, she wouldn't have to carry a bulky satchel around. It would make things so much more convenient. But as soon as she grasped the bag and probed it with her divine sense, her smile faltered. It wasn't as large as she had hoped. Only half a cubic meter. It was smaller than Lu Jing's. Why? But then, Lin Kuo quickly remembered. Though it was smaller, it had been given to her by Ye Chen. And, more importantly, Ye Chen had given it to her, not Lu Jing. This meant something. It meant that, after everything she'd done over the past week, she had, in some way, gained an advantage over Lu Jing. Her efforts had paid off. A smile slowly curved across Lin Kuo's lips. Emboldened by her own thoughts, she decided to take the chance. No longer holding back, she closed the distance between them, rising on her tiptoes to face Ye Chen, her voice soft and sincere. "Fellow Taoist Yi, thank you." The first kiss had been an awkward moment, the second kiss had broken the ice. Now, there was no longer the same psychological barrier. With her body so close, Ye Chen couldn't help but notice the pure, almost innocent look on her face. Her lips parted slightly, her eyes closing as if savoring the moment. The subtle yet intense allure of her presence was undeniable. When a beauty actively offers a kiss, Ye Chen, of course, couldn't refuse. He lowered his head immediately, savoring the sweetness of the moment. The kiss lingered for quite a while before they finally parted. Lin Kuo's face was flushed, her eyes shooting Ye Chen an admonishing glare. She, too, had become lost in the kiss for a moment, and in that fleeting instance, she hadn't been able to guard against Ye Chen's wandering hand. That had allowed him to take further liberties. Ye Chen didn't linger long with Lin Kuo. After enjoying the kiss, he was in a good mood and bid her farewell with a smile. He then checked his system notifications. Gift successfully. Gift, storage bag. Processing feedback. Tenfold feedback, reward 10 storage bags. Storage bags cannot be stored in the host's personal storage equipment. Physical rewards will be temporarily stored in system space, available for retrieval at any time. Ye Chen's mood lifted as he read the message. He hadn't triggered any critical rewards, which he thought was perfectly reasonable. After all, he had already given a storage bag to Lu Jing before, and it had been a bigger one. Given that, it was unlikely Lin Kuo would be exploding with happiness over a smaller one. But the system really was considerate. Ye Chen had been worried that the tenfold return would reward him with a massive 10 cubic meter storage bag. While such a bag would have a high value, its size would be impractical in a small place like Silver Moon Market. However, 10 storage bags were manageable. With a smile, Ye Chen changed his appearance, his attire shifting subtly, his aura altering as well. He slipped into different shops, each time dealing with the storage bags in turn. Most of these shops had a buyback policy. However, even if the bags were practically new, they could only be sold for around 80% of their original value. If he were to set up a stall and sell them himself, he might get a little more. But Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time on that. Besides, it could stir up trouble. As he continued to change his appearance and move unnoticed, Ye Chen efficiently disposed of all the system-rewarded storage bags. He ended up with 4 mid-grade spirit stones. With a tidy sum in hand, Ye Chen grinned and reverted to his original look, making his way toward Green Cloud Shop. Sun Ruoxin, your simp has arrived. Chapter 44, The Worst Class I've Ever Trained. Green Cloud Shop. When Ye Chen arrived, the attendants immediately recognized him. Not only because he often visited, but also because his reputation had spread throughout the market, the #1 simp of Silver Moon Market. They'd heard that Ye Chen bought all sorts of spells, storage bags, and other items from Green Cloud Shop, only to give them away to female cultivators. It was utterly absurd. Almost immediately, a fairly attractive attendant approached, batting her eyelashes. Fellow Taoist, may I ask what you need? I can provide anything here. She was trying so hard to be seductive that Ye Chen would have thought he had accidentally wandered into a brothel if he didn't know any better. I'm looking for Manager Sunday. Noticing the system's inactivity, Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to entertain her. The attendant, clearly disappointed, quickly went to the back to call the manager. Soon after, Sun Yi arrived. The moment he saw Ye Chen, his face lit up. Every time Ye Chen visited, he brought money, and Sun Yi was all too happy to welcome him. He immediately gestured for Ye Chen to follow him upstairs to a private room. My young friend, I didn't know you were interested in a storage bag last time. I have a second-hand one here, good as new, for only 90 low-grade spirit stones. What are you here for today? Spells? Pills? Magic tools? No matter what it is, Green Cloud Shop has everything you could want. If we don't have it in stock right now, we can always pre-order it from Green Cloud City and have it delivered the next time you come by. Sun Yi spoke enthusiastically, his eyes glimmering with greed. Ye Chen couldn't help but appreciate his avarice. After all, wasn't that how he would get close to his daughter? Ye Chen smiled and shook his head, taking out 100 low-grade spirit stones. As we agreed, Senior, I would like to learn talisman making from you. A month, 4 classes per month, 1 medium-grade spirit stone. How about I start with a month? Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's face showed a slight surprise. Ye Chen was actually serious about learning. 1 class for 25 low-grade spirit stones wasn't cheap. But what mattered most wasn't just the tuition. Talisman making consumed a lot of materials. A beginner would waste a significant amount of resources before successfully crafting even a single talisman. The upfront costs were extremely high. This was why many rogue cultivators, despite knowing that talisman making and pill refinement were profitable fields, didn't bother to learn. They simply couldn't afford the initial costs, let alone sustain their training. Sun Yi, already aware of Ye Chen's background, knew he came from a small cultivation family. How much could they possibly afford? It was already surprising that Ye Chen could pay for pill refinement lessons, but talisman making seemed out of reach. Sun Yi hadn't expected him to actually come. Still, despite his thoughts, Sun Ye's actions were swift. The spirit stones on the table were quickly collected. With a wide smile, he agreed. Since you've already brought the tuition, of course, you can start. Though, how about paying a bit more upfront? If you pay for half a year's tuition, I'll waive half a medium-grade spirit stone. Hearing this, Ye Chen's mouth twitched. At that moment, Sun Yi resembled a gym instructor. He clearly wasn't being generous. Instead, he was betting that Ye Chen wouldn't stick with the lessons for long. He figured Ye Chen might quit after a month, so Sun Yi was trying to get more out of him while he could. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Ye Chen shook his head. Let's see how the first lesson goes. If it's effective, I'll continue. If not, then I'll pass. After all, the cost of learning talisman making from you isn't exactly cheap. Upon hearing the refusal, Sun Yi wasn't disappointed. In fact, he was even more determined to make sure the first month was a success. He would praise Ye Chen, ensuring he felt like he gained something from the lessons. Once that happened, Ye Chen would likely continue paying, and then Sun Yi could push him to ask the Yi family for more resources, paying a larger sum up front for tuition. With that thought in mind, Sun Yi smiled even wider. Of course, no rush, no rush. I have time today, so how about we start the first lesson right now? Ye Chen had no objections and nodded. Talisman making was an important skill for cultivators. The essence of a talisman was to create a paper that could trigger a spell through formations. The advantages of talismans were significant. They could help cultivators activate spells they hadn't learned, and many rogue cultivators, unable to afford expensive spells, bought talismans for self-defense. However, talismans had their drawbacks. The user couldn't control the spell in the same way they would an actual technique, and the spell's power was fixed. Additionally, the talisman had to be activated first, which made it easy for enemies to anticipate and counter. Nonetheless, talismans had a strong market, especially for those in need of basic defense. Although Ye Chen's main reason for learning talisman making was to get closer to Sun Ye's daughter, Sun Ruxin, he wasn't planning to slack off. And since Sun Yi was a master at talisman making, Ye Chen had every intention of learning the craft properly. Having more skills was never a bad thing. Ye Chen had already learned pill refinement, but adding talisman making to his repertoire wouldn't hurt. Just as he was about to start, Sun Yi asked, "You didn't bring a talisman pen, ink, or paper, did you?" "We'll use what my daughter has left from her practice." Ye Chen nodded, thinking Sun Yi wasn't so bad after all. But then Sun Yi added, "I'll charge you 1 low-grade spirit stone for these materials." Ye Chen's expression froze. "I'll let this slide, but just wait until I get your daughter, you old man." Ye Chen had intended to learn properly. But in less than half an hour of the lesson, Sun Ye's expression turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shouts of anger echoed through the room. "Are you drawing ghost symbols? I've told you 100 times already. When you write, your spiritual power needs to flow evenly. What is wrong with you? Focus. Focus. What are you even looking at? I've never seen such a hopeless case." Sun Ye's enraged voice carried all the way downstairs, making the attendants exchange curious glances. Meanwhile, in the private room, Ye Chen's mouth twitched and his face grew darker. It wasn't that he was upset by Sun Ye's berating. It was more that he realized his own learning ability seemed truly lacking. Back when his previous self was learning pill refining, he'd also been scolded constantly. But the thing was, the person doing the scolding had been his second uncle, so the criticisms had never been too harsh. Ye Chen had simply assumed his second uncle hadn't taught well enough, and that his previous self's talent wasn't all that bad. Later, with his perfect understanding of the first-grade alchemist path, Ye Chen never really thought about talent anymore. However, as he sat through the talisman lesson today, listening to Sun Ye's explanation, he was still utterly confused. No matter how hard he tried to grasp the material, he couldn't catch the core points. Even when he understood the theory, his hands couldn't keep up, and his spiritual power couldn't be properly channeled. This confirmed one thing for Ye Chen: his body's innate learning ability was truly awful. By the end of the lesson, Sun Ye's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If it weren't for the spirit stones, he wouldn't even want to look at Ye Chen. No wonder Ye Chen had switched from teaching pill refining to talisman making. Ye Chen, feeling awkward, finally spoke up, "Senior, are we still continuing the lessons? If you're not planning to teach." Sun Ye's face darkened further. "Since I've taken your money, of course, I'll teach. Go back and practice well." He wasn't about to refund the fee. In fact, he was worried that Ye Chen might try to quit, so he rushed off without another word. But inwardly, he sighed in regret. With Ye Chen's aptitude, he doubted he'd even make it to next month's fee. Ye Chen was the worst student he'd ever had. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a bit defeated. While he hadn't originally planned to make talisman making his main focus, realizing just how bad his talent was still stung a little. Ye Chen felt a sense of despair regarding his talent. Without the system, he probably would have spent his entire life at the bottom of the cultivation world, with no hope of ever turning his fate around. But fortunately, he had the system. That made all the difference. So, Ye Chen didn't spend too much time brooding over his lack of talent. If he couldn't learn, it didn't matter. After all, his primary goal wasn't mastery of talisman making, but to find a way to get closer to Sun Ruoxin. For the next few days, Ye Chen didn't focus on talismans anymore. Instead, he continued his daily routine of cultivation and pill refining. Notably, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing's attitudes toward Ye Chen became even more passionate. Lin Kuo's enthusiasm was naturally because of the storage bag. As for Lu Jing, it was all due to a sense of crisis. Ye Chen had gone an entire week without giving her any gifts, yet he had given a storage bag to Lin Kuo. Did this mean Ye Chen was really starting to lose interest in her? Lu Jing couldn't accept this. At the same time, both women discovered that Ye Chen had somehow broken through to the 5th level of qi refining. Small breakthroughs in cultivation were hard to detect unless one had a special detection spell. But Ye Chen's cultivation level now exceeded theirs. Naturally, this made both women pay even more attention to him. After all, women were inherently drawn to strength. They preferred men who were stronger than themselves. Thus, the competition between Lin Kuo and Lu Jing grew even more intense. Both of them became even more attentive toward Ye Chen, offering him even more benefits. Ye Chen, on the other hand, had stopped giving away pills. Instead, he had turned to buying and selling for profit. The system didn't refund when he directly gave spirit stones, and the gifts had to be something the recipient truly needed, not something that far exceeded their demands. This meant Ye Chen had to be more generous with his spending. For instance, he gifted Lu Jing a set of robes worth 2 mid-grade spirit stones. He also gave Lin Kuo a pair of white gloves made from heavenly silkworm silk, valued at 3 mid-grade spirit stones. If only there were black ones, preferably stockings, Ye Chen would have been even more thrilled. Overall, Ye Chen's generosity only grew. Despite both women looking down on his indecisiveness, his unwillingness to choose between them, and him two-timing them, they couldn't resist the lavish gifts. What he gave was simply too much for them to turn down. In their attempts to outdo each other and claim his favor, both women upped the ante. For example, Lin Kuo had started allowing Ye Chen to touch her when they kissed. Though she hadn't fully opened up, she was definitely warming to him. As for Lu Jing, whenever they ate together in her room, it was like a show of indulgence. Her outfits became more and more revealing. Her modesty was becoming a thing of the past. She even sat on Ye Chen's lap, feeding him. It made Ye Chen feel quite content. Meanwhile, thanks to the tenfold rewards from his gift-giving, Ye Chen's finances had become rather robust. The system was incredibly considerate, distinguishing when Ye Chen was gifting out of personal desire or to profit. Thus, the rewards came in varying quantities, types, and functions, ensuring Ye Chen wouldn't be noticed when he sold them off. Unauthorized reproduction, this story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. The only downside was that Silver Moon Market was still a small-scale place. No matter how careful Ye Chen was, if he kept selling, someone would eventually catch on. Also, because he was selling to shops, the prices weren't very high, mostly around 70% of the retail value. Even so, Ye Chen's savings quickly grew to 20 mid-grade spirit stones, with more coming in steadily. Overall, Ye Chen's life was going smoothly, except for one thing, his lack of progress with Sun Ruoxin. He had given up on talisman making. He had considered it money well spent, simply to get closer to her. But the problem was, he had already attended 3 lessons, and he hadn't even met Sun Ruoxin once. This left Ye Chen feeling rather frustrated. He hadn't come just to learn talisman making. If he didn't get the chance to meet Sun Ruoxin soon, he might as well stop going to the lessons. Giving away money for nothing wasn't the way to go. He decided to wait for another opportunity. Green Cloud Shop. In the quiet room, Sun Yi stared at Ye Chen, who was still failing miserably at making talismans. Despite all his efforts, Sun Yi could barely contain his urge to scold him. Ye Chen was truly a lost cause. He had been teaching seriously, but after 4 lessons, Ye Chen hadn't made any progress at all. With this kind of talent, Sun Yi thought that he should just give up. Yet, despite his frustration, he couldn't help but feel greed at the sight of Ye Chen's spirit stones. This kid was loaded. If he could get Ye Chen to keep attending the lessons, that would bring in quite a few spirit stones by the end of the year. Thinking about this, Sun Yi forced a smile, attempting to hide his thoughts. Not bad at all. You've made great progress. Look at this line, it's much better than before, closely aligned with the flow of spirit chi. Keep up the good work, and you'll soon be a fine talisman master. Ye Chen could barely hide his own smirk at Sun Ye's praise. Man, how desperate are you for money? To keep him paying for lessons, Sun Yi was even willing to tell such lies. It was like the president of a football-strong nation on earth, claiming to watch their national team play every day just to secure a deal with China. Ye Chen didn't comment on Sun Ye's words. But on this, the last lesson of the month, he still hadn't seen Sun Ruoxin. This frustration finally prompted Ye Chen to ask, I heard from the shop attendants that your daughter, senior sister Sun, is also studying talisman making. With your busy schedule, why don't you teach us both together? It'd save time. Sun Yi didn't suspect Ye Chen was trying to get closer to his daughter. Instead, he grumbled in response, my daughter's already a proper talisman master, capable of crafting first-tier, mid-grade talismans. You, on the other hand, can't even get the basics down. I'd love to teach you both together, but with your skills, no, you're just not ready. Ye Chen, unfazed by that trash comment, ignored it and reflected on what Sun Yi had said. It was true. There was a huge gap between him and Sun Ruoxin. The difference in their skill levels was as wide as the gap between a kindergarten student and a middle schooler. If he could just improve his talisman making, he might be able to attend class with Sun Ruoxin. But Ye Chen had to admit that he really was struggling. Even with all his effort, it might take him a year or more just to get the basics down. Senior Sun, do you have any methods for quickly improving one's talisman making skills? I'm progressing way too slowly. It's been a month, and I haven't even scratched the surface. If there's no way to speed up my progress, then maybe it's better to stop. Sun Ye's lip curled in annoyance. The more useless someone was, the more they expected a shortcut to mastery. Still, he wanted to get that spirit stone. After some hesitation, Sun Yi said, I have a talisman-making manuscript from my master. It contains his insights and experiences when he was still a first-tier talisman master. It details his journey of learning and understanding the art of talismans. If you study this manuscript, your understanding of talisman making will likely increase drastically, and your skill might improve in leaps and bounds. Ye Chen's eyes instantly lit up at these words. This seemed like just the thing he needed. Lu Jing was also learning talisman making, so this could be perfect for her. If he gave it to Lu Jing, what would he get back from the tenfold reward system? Perhaps this could push his own talisman skills to a whole new level, allowing him to join Sun Ruoxin in class. But Ye Chen didn't speak immediately. He knew Sun Yi was too greedy to just give this away for free. Even though Ye Chen had expected this, he was still caught off guard when Sun Yi spoke. 5 mid-grade spirit stones for the manuscript. 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Why not just rob me directly? This was clearly a blatant attempt to rip him off. Immediately, Ye Chen lost interest. But Sun Yi, seeing the change in Ye Chen's expression, quickly said, don't think I'm trying to scam you. My master is an elder of the Green Cloud sect, a peak second-tier talisman master, who could break through to third tier at any time. Do you know? In the Green Cloud sect, there's only one third-tier talisman master. Such an individual's talisman-making notes are priceless. To be able to access them for 5 mid-grade spirit stones is an opportunity that many would kill for. It's like learning directly from the master. You'll never lose on this deal. a peak second-tier talisman master. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. That sounded somewhat promising. But 5 mid-grade spirit stones were still too steep. In the end, Ye Chen managed to haggle the price down to 3 mid-grade spirit stones. However, Ye Chen didn't pay immediately. Instead, he said he needed to ask his family for the money and would make a partial payment to the shop and return the next day to complete the purchase. Ye Chen didn't want to appear too wealthy. With Sun Yi being so greedy, what if he thought Ye Chen had too much money and tried to steal the spirit stones or cut him off from lessons? Sun Yi, for his part, flashed a satisfied grin. The talisman-making notes were indeed genuine, offering valuable insight that could inspire any talisman master. But they weren't as miraculous as Sun Yi was making them out to be. Selling them for 3 mid-grade spirit stones would still be a good profit. But more importantly, once Ye Chen bought the notes, he would definitely continue attending classes. The higher the sunk cost, the less likely Ye Chen was to quit halfway through. So, it was a win all around. As for Ye Chen, he only returned to the Green Cloud shop after waiting for a while, seeing that Sun Yi had grown anxious, fearing that the Yi family would refuse to play the fool. He took out 3 mid-grade spirit stones and purchased the manuscript. The manuscript had an intriguing name, Linqi's Discussions on Talismans. After waiting for such a long time, Sun Ye's face lit up with a smile as he received the spirit stones. He even urged Ye Chen to pay his tuition fees right then. However, Ye Chen declined. He would first give the manuscript to Lu Jing to see if it could be of any help. If the feedback was useful and could improve his talisman-making skills, then he would consider paying for more lessons. If not, then so be it. He would find another way to approach Sun Ruoxin in the future. Not receiving the tuition fee from Ye Chen left Sun Yi a little disappointed, clicking his tongue. But upon seeing the pile of low-grade spirit stones in his hands, a smile once again appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist Yi, come, join me for a meal. This is the meat of the snow spirit deer. These creatures only appear in winter, and they are incredibly fast. Even late-stage qi refining cultivators struggle to capture them, making the meat very rare. But snow spirit deer meat greatly benefits a cultivator's physical constitution. Come, eat." Inside the room, Lu Jing eagerly prepared the bowls and chopsticks for Ye Chen. The scent of venison reached Ye Chen's nose, opening his appetite. "Stolen novel, please report." However, Ye Chen was more concerned with whether the talisman-making notes he had bought from Sun Ye's master would bring him any benefit. So, instead of diving into the meal, Ye Chen took out Linqi's Discussions on Talismans. This is a talisman-making notebook by a second-tier peak talisman master from the Green Cloud sect. I came across it at Green Cloud shop and immediately thought of you, Fairy Lu. You're also learning talisman making. This notebook should prove helpful to you, so I bought it for you. Please accept it, Fairy Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes immediately brightened. A second-tier peak talisman master's notes. Such a thing was immensely valuable to any talisman maker. Ye Chen must have spent quite a bit of spirit stones to acquire it. But what was more important was Ye Chen's thoughtfulness. Truth be told, Lu Jing had genuinely started to develop feelings for Ye Chen. After all, Ye Chen was not lacking in any regard. He had reached the 5th layer of qi refining. He was also an alchemist. His family background was impressive, coming from a family of qi refining cultivators, and he appeared to be favored, receiving abundant resources for his cultivation. Most importantly, Ye Chen genuinely cared about everything concerning her. He had given her so many gifts, yet had never acted arrogant or condescending in front of her. These gestures deeply moved Lu Jing. To live with such a companion for a lifetime, the future must surely be bright. But what Lu Jing found hardest to accept about Ye Chen was his heartlessness. He was affectionate with her, yet just as affectionate with Lin Kuo. In her heart, Lu Jing made a decision: if one day Ye Chen firmly chose her and no longer tangled with Lin Kuo, she would agree to be his Tao partner. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. This really means a lot to me." A joyful light shone in Lu Jing's eyes. Seeing her accept the gift, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ye Chen was about to check the rewards he had received, but at that moment, he accidentally brushed against the snow spirit deer meat that Lu Jing had placed on his plate, his hand covered in juices. He immediately began to wipe his hand clean, but just then, Lu Jing grabbed his hand firmly. The juice of the snow spirit deer is the most precious part, as all its benefits are extracted during cooking, she said. Wiping it off would be such a waste. I'll just eat it myself. Ye Chen froze for a moment. Eat? How? It wasn't long before Ye Chen realized exactly how. The sensation on his fingers made him feel as though he were floating in the air, almost like a celestial being. Bold, too bold. Even after leaving Lu Jing's room, Ye Chen still lingered on the experience. Most notably, the associations were too vivid. If merely the fingers felt so good, what about other places? He dared not think, dared not imagine. Returning to his room, Ye Chen took some time to calm his mind. Only then did he have the chance to check the system's notification. Gift successful. Gift, reflections on talismans. Processing feedback. Tenfold feedback. Reward, Heavenly Master Introduction to Talisman. Detected that the gift was extremely significant to the recipient, surpassing expectations and causing a huge shift in their mindset, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward, one-day manifestation of the sect leader's avatar from the Heavenly Master sect. You may inquire about talisman crafting techniques. Upon reading this, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Master sect. He had heard of this sect before. It was a top-tier sect, far superior to the Green Cloud sect. Their fame rested on their mastery of talisman crafting. Did he just receive a Heavenly Master's talisman crafting notes? And an opportunity to receive guidance from a Heavenly Master sect master? This was a huge leap. Without hesitation, Ye Chen took out the Heavenly Master Introduction to Symbolism and began to study it. The book was of the highest level, both profound and accessible, thoroughly analyzing all the key points of talisman crafting. Many aspects that he couldn't quite grasp when learning from Sun Yi were suddenly crystal clear as he read this book. The author's understanding of talisman was truly on another level. Moreover, whenever he encountered questions that were difficult to comprehend, Ye Chen could directly consult the avatar of the sect leader for guidance. In just one night, his mastery of talismans soared to new heights. The next day, Ye Chen walked into a class full of confidence. Sun Yi was taken aback by Ye Chen's performance that day. Ye Chen had successfully drawn a dust-dispelling talisman. Though it was the most basic of beginner-level talismans, one that hardly mattered, this was Ye Chen, someone whom Sun Yi had considered hopeless. He seemed to have suddenly unlocked something, as though his mind had been illuminated. What on earth was happening? Sun Yi was genuinely stunned. He knew all too well how poor Ye Chen's aptitude for talisman crafting had been. To say he was a lost cause would not have been an exaggeration. Ye Chen was completely clueless. Yet, in just a week. When Ye Chen began to craft talismans, it was as though he had become a completely different person. His brushstrokes flowed like a stream, smooth and effortless. While there were still some awkward pauses at certain points, it was clear that his transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Ye Chen, how did you suddenly improve so much? Sun Yi asked, holding the dust-dispelling talisman in his hand, inspecting it with growing curiosity. He couldn't help but ask, suspecting that Ye Chen had been secretly getting lessons from another talisman crafter. Without hesitation, Ye Chen replied, I've been reading books. Reading books? Sun Yi froze for a moment before recalling the talisman crafting notes he had sold Ye Chen. Those notes were indeed from his own master. He himself had pored over them daily in the past. But after just a week of reading, to see such a huge improvement. Wasn't this a bit too absurd? When Sun Yi had studied them, he hadn't seen such immediate results. Could it be that Ye Chen was actually a genius? Had he been the one teaching incorrectly all along? Was Ye Chen not lacking in talent, but rather had Sun Yi been a poor teacher? For a moment, Sun Yi even doubted his own abilities as a mentor. However, the truth was far from what Sun Yi had imagined. Ye Chen simply had a system. In any case, Ye Chen's performance completely threw Sun Ye's plans into disarray. But if Ye Chen could master the basics, that was a good thing. It meant that Sun Yi could keep collecting tuition fees. With that thought, Sun Yi regained his enthusiasm. However, for the next month, he was repeatedly shocked by Ye Chen's progress. Every week, Ye Chen's skills seemed to make a leap forward. In just 1 month, Ye Chen had fully mastered the fundamentals of talisman crafting. He had already perfected low-grade talismans like the Gentle Breeze Talisman and the Dust Dispelling Talisman. He was now officially a first-tier talisman master. At this point, he could even begin to try crafting mid-grade talismans. Just like spells, low-grade talismans had little power. Only with mid-grade talismans could one begin to attempt creating the true spell talismans needed by cultivators. Sun Yi was completely stunned by Ye Chen's performance. 1 month, from a novice to mid-grade, how could this be the work of a mere talentless fool? This was clearly the mark of a genius like no other. As this realization struck him, Sun Yi couldn't help but feel a sharp pang in his heart. It wasn't that he regretted wasting a genius's potential. What really hurt was that Ye Chen had gained enlightenment by using his master's talisman crafting notes, while he had only received 3 mid-grade spirit stones for them. He had lost out big time. "Senior, can I start learning to craft mid-grade talismans?" After class ended, Ye Chen asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi felt a headache coming on. Ye Chen was progressing too quickly, and he hadn't even collected much tuition. Yet, he couldn't deliberately delay, as that would look too greedy. Novel Bin is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Yi replied, "Yes, come a day early next week and join me for class with my daughter." Whether it was 1 student or 2, it made little difference. Since his daughter had begun crafting mid-grade talismans, she had become a bit arrogant. It would be just right for Ye Chen to join, so his natural talent could humble her. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes immediately lit up. "Although I haven't formally become a disciple, your daughter is considered my senior sister, right? Since we'll be attending class together next time, should I prepare a gift for our first meeting?" Seeing Ye Chen's excitement, Sun Yi furrowed his brows. This kid. Why is he so excited just hearing about my daughter? Why didn't he prepare a gift for me instead? Could it be that this kid really gets all eager around female cultivators? But Sun Yi knew his daughter well. Her ambitions were grand, and she certainly wouldn't give Ye Chen a second glance. So, if Ye Chen truly wanted to chase after her, it wouldn't matter. Finally, I've waited so long for this. I'm glad I didn't give up. Ye Chen hummed as he left Green Cloud Shop and made his way back to his courtyard, feeling in high spirits. At last, he had a chance to get close to Sun Ruoxin. She was a 15-fold reward, after all. Sending spells or similar gifts would surely bring back top-tier feedback. So, what should he give on their first meeting? For resource-type gifts, the difference between 10 and 15-fold was negligible. It was mostly a matter of a little bit more quantity. But for gifts that could enhance his own strength, the difference between 10 and 15-fold could be enormous. For instance, a spell would have a huge grade difference between 10-fold and 15-fold feedback. The same applied to magic tools. But he didn't know Sun Ruoxin at all and had no idea what she needed. What if he gave her something she didn't require, and the feedback didn't trigger? That would be a huge loss. So, this was indeed a matter that required careful thought. In the following days, Ye Chen focused on his cultivation, occasionally enjoying the sight of Lu Jing and Lin Kuo competing for his attention. He also took pleasure in the little benefits they sent his way. Meanwhile, the Mo family had provided an update. Jean Zhaodi's blood had already been entered into the Silver Moon Market's formation. Once she entered, the formation would immediately trigger a warning and send the information to the Mo family. Therefore, Ye Chen didn't need to worry about retaliation. Unless, of course, something went wrong at Silver Moon Market, and the Mo family was too busy to care. But a Foundation establishment family was unlikely to face such a crisis. With that reassurance, Ye Chen's mood improved greatly. Perhaps it was because his strength had grown, and he felt a bit safer now. His interest in Silver Moon Market also deepened. For example, the stall trading area. In addition to shops, Silver Moon Market also had a dedicated area for stalls. As long as a stall fee was paid, anyone could set up their own stand. The variety was vast, though the quality was often uneven. Ye Chen had always been intrigued by the market stall area. In his past life, he had read countless web novels where the protagonist would discover hidden treasures in the bustling stall zones and rise to fame. With his system, perhaps he, too, could pick up something valuable that no one else noticed. So, on a day when Lu Jing was resting, Ye Chen decided to visit the stall area with her. Lu Jing frequently visited the area to buy beast meats, so it was a perfect opportunity. Upon arrival, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. The stall area wasn't very spacious, with cultivators sitting cross-legged in various spots. Some had set up makeshift stalls, while others simply laid out cloths on the ground to sell their goods. The variety of items for sale was staggering: meats, pills, magic tools, spirit herbs, everything imaginable. At first, Ye Chen was quite intrigued, wondering if he might find a hidden gem or a suitable gift for Sun Ruoxin. But soon, his interest waned. The quality of the items was subpar. While Ye Chen didn't know much about other things, he had a keen eye for pills and talismans. Some of the pills were of terrible quality, even worse than low-grade ones. They were so full of impurities that they seemed half useless. They were even inferior to the pills his predecessor had made. The talismans were no better, with uneven spirit qi, insufficient power, and slow activation. In crucial moments, they might not even activate at all. While they were cheap, they were utterly useless to Ye Chen. However, as they continued wandering, Ye Chen and Lu Jing noticed a crowd gathered around a particular stall in the middle of the area. This caught Ye Chen's attention. Why so many people? Had they discovered something valuable? I assure you, this bracelet is of superior quality, or perhaps even a top-tier magic tool. I've tested it myself. It can protect the soul, resist attacks from mind-affecting spells, and defend against the negative influences of low-level evil spirits. It can also emit a divine glow that envelopes your face, filtering out poisonous gases and the corruption of evil energies. But the most important feature is that when you wear this bracelet, it boosts your cultivation speed. When cultivating with this bracelet, it automatically filters and purifies the spirit qi, saving the time that would otherwise be spent converting it into spirit power. Your cultivation level is the foundation of your cultivation path. With the same amount of time spent cultivating, you can convert more spirit power. This is of utmost importance for any cultivator, as I'm sure you all understand. I went through a great deal to obtain this item. Ye Chen, who had just pushed his way to the back of the crowd, had been casually listening to the description of the bracelet's functions at first. But when he heard that it could enhance cultivation speed, his eyes immediately brightened. Although Ye Chen was already at the 5th level of qi refining, he was still not satisfied with his cultivation speed. He longed for a faster way to improve. Despite consuming high-grade pills every day, he was at his limit. He never imagined there could be a treasure that could boost cultivation speed. This revelation instantly excited him. But what surprised Ye Chen even more was that the surrounding cultivators, who had been listening intently, seemed to be discussing the speed-boosting function as well. However, Ye Chen didn't see much interest on their faces. What was going on here? Logically speaking, anyone would be eager for a way to accelerate their cultivation. It didn't take long for Ye Chen to figure out the reason for his confusion. In the crowd, a burly man spoke with a half-smile, his tone seemingly casual. How much does it increase the speed by? At these words, the vendor's expression immediately grew awkward. It was obvious that these cultivators were not easily fooled. I'm at the 6th level of qi refining, the vendor continued, and with this bracelet, I can increase my cultivation speed by about 5%. Upon hearing this, many cultivators who had been intrigued, like Ye Chen, immediately showed disappointment. Ye Chen himself furrowed his brows slightly. That was only a 5% increase. It was indeed a bit low. After all, high-grade pills could boost cultivation speed by over 40%. Ye Chen finally understood why so many cultivators seemed indifferent. A magic tool wasn't cheap, but what about pills? If this bracelet cost 20 or more middle-grade spirit stones, one could instead buy enough pills to last for decades. For most loose cultivators, spirit stones were precious. Spending decades worth of pill money on a magic tool that only increased cultivation speed by 5% seemed a poor investment. Furthermore, the bracelet's purification of spirit chi was fixed. For someone at the 6th level of chi refining, it might offer a decent speed boost. But for a cultivator at the 7th level, the effect would be even less. When thinking about it this way, the value wasn't as great as it seemed. The cost-effectiveness was far too low. For the same price, one could buy a few more pills of higher quality. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. So, how much is it? A cultivator from the crowd asked, breaking the silence. If it's cheap, I'll buy it for my daughter. It could still be useful in the early stages of chi refining. The vendor, sensing the growing disinterest, gritted his teeth and blurted out the price, 20 middle-grade spirit stones. At once, the crowd erupted in shock. 20 middle-grade spirit stones. Are you crazy? If this were a top-tier robe, maybe it'd be worth it. Or a weapon, perhaps. But a bracelet? It just blocks poison and boosts cultivation speed a little. Who would spend so much for that? Forget it, I can't afford that. 3 middle-grade spirit stones. Take it or leave it. The cultivators in the crowd began to openly mock the vendor. The vendor, now desperate, quickly defended himself. I went to Green Cloud shop first. They offered me 10 middle-grade spirit stones for it. I just thought it was too low and didn't sell it. Stop causing trouble, you poor fools. The crowd sneered, most of them walking away. For most cultivators, even 10 middle-grade spirit stones was an astronomical sum. Even for late-stage cultivators, they might only manage a few middle-grade spirit stones in an entire year of hard work. Just as the crowd was dispersing, a muscular man stepped forward, a glint of interest in his eyes. I'll offer 11 middle-grade spirit stones. This item seems interesting enough to study. Where did you get it? The vendor's eyes lit up at the offer. He eagerly responded, I found it in the mountains, in a cave. I discovered it inside. At these words, the surrounding cultivators looked envious. Finding the relics of other cultivators in the mountains wasn't too rare. Every year, a few lucky ones stumbled across valuable items there. But for the vendor to have snagged 11 middle-grade spirit stones from this sale was definitely a big score. As for the muscular man being able to afford such a price, no one was surprised. He was a late-stage chi refining cultivator and a renowned blacksmith in Silver Moon Market. It was expected that he could easily part with so many spirit stones. The crowd speculated that he was likely interested in studying how the magic tool purified spirit chi. The vendor, not quite ready to give up, turned back to the crowd and called out, 11 middle-grade spirit stones, anyone else interested? This is absolutely the only magic tool in Silver Moon Market that can enhance cultivation speed. Miss this chance, miss a lifetime opportunity. Not only can you use this bracelet, but it's perfect for children as well. If you ever build a family, it's the perfect tool to help your descendants cultivate. He went on, emphasizing its quality. Even though its effect was rather underwhelming, the vendor still felt that selling it for 11 middle-grade spirit stones was a loss. At that moment, from the back of the crowd, a voice rang out. 12 middle-grade spirit stones. The crowd instinctively turned to see who had bid so high. When they caught sight of the figure, many of them showed a subtle expression. Others, unfamiliar with the young man, quickly recognized him once someone pointed him out. It was none other than Ye Chen, the most infamous simp in Silver Moon Market. He'd given countless treasures to female cultivators, earning him the disdain of nearly every male cultivator in the area. His actions made it far more difficult for the men to cultivate successfully with the female cultivators. He'd practically become a laughingstock. Now, seeing him bid on this magic tool, the crowd couldn't help but sneer. This fool was probably going to give the bracelet to some female cultivator, right? 12 middle-grade spirit stones. With that many stones, it was clear that Ye Chen was highly favored in his family. But to spend them on such a subpar item? If any of these cultivators were the head of the Ye family, they would have personally beaten the boy to a pulp for wasting such wealth on a useless trinket. The vendor, however, was overjoyed at the bid. The blacksmith, on the other hand, furrowed his brow in hesitation. He cautiously upped his offer by half a stone. But when Ye Chen immediately matched it without a second thought, the blacksmith gave up and withdrew. In the end, with the vendor's bright grin and the surrounding cultivators' looks of disdain for what they considered a sucker's purchase, Ye Chen called the vendor over to his family shop to retrieve the payment, completing the deal. Ye Chen, of course, always carried spirit stones with him. However, he was reluctant to take them out so casually. Thus, he brought them back to the courtyard to complete the transaction. He had also tested the bracelet before the purchase. The vendor had not exaggerated. It could indeed enhance one's cultivation speed. But the effect was nothing extraordinary. Such a trinket was hardly worth 13 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet, as Ye Chen examined the pale green, crystal-clear bracelet, its delicate beauty lifted his spirits. The mere 5% boost in cultivation speed was hardly useful. But what if it were amplified 15 times? Wouldn't that be an entirely different story? So, despite how others might see him as a fool, Ye Chen felt as though he had stumbled upon a great bargain. 13 mid-grade spirit stones. Even if it had cost 20 or 30, he would have bought it without hesitation. Beside him, Lu Jing followed closely, her mature and delicate face flushed with excitement. She had always known Ye Chen was favored and held many resources, but she never imagined he could be so wealthy. To casually spend 13 mid-grade spirit stones was an unexpected show of extravagance. Ye Chen's nonchalance in throwing away spirit stones struck her as irresistibly handsome. It made her heart race. And when her gaze fell on the bracelet in Ye Chen's hands, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could it be that Ye Chen had bought this bracelet for her? At the thought of this, Lu Jing's breath grew more hurried. Though, like most cultivators, Lu Jing thought the bracelet was rather useless, she believed that was because its cost outweighed its benefits. If it had been free, no one would have hesitated to take it. But in the gaze of anticipation from Lu Jing, Ye Chen casually put the bracelet away. This sent a shock through Lu Jing's heart. Could it be that Ye Chen intended to give it to Lin Kuo? If that were the case, she would never accept it. After all, this bracelet had cost 13 top-grade spirit stones. She had to act more decisively. She had to intensify her efforts. Ye Chen must be hers. So, at dinner that evening, Lu Jing, in an attempt to get closer to Ye Chen, accidentally spilled some soup on her front. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she leaned toward him. Ah, what a waste. Fellow Taoist Yi, would you be so kind as to help me finish the soup? Faced with Lu Jing's attempt at frugality, Ye Chen could not possibly refuse. He lowered his head and slowly cleaned up the broth with his mouth. Still, he did not offer the thing Lu Jing had hoped for. Lu Jing, clearly, had been putting her efforts in the wrong direction. The bracelet was not for her, nor for Lin Kuo. It was meant for Sun Ruoxin. With her 15-fold returns, Sun Ruoxin would bring Ye Chen greater benefits, and a faster cultivation speed. In such circumstances, how could Ye Chen settle for giving the bracelet to Lu Jing or Lin Kuo? It simply wasn't going to happen. However, the news of Ye Chen, the simp from the Ye family, purchasing a premium bracelet for a female cultivator spread quickly through Silver Moon Market. Countless cultivators cursed him inwardly as a wasteful fool. With so many spirit stones, what couldn't he do? But instead, he chose to act like a simp. How foolish. With a son like this, the Ye family was doomed. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Even manager Zhang was shocked when he heard the news. How could Ye Chen have amassed so many spirit stones? What had Ye Chen given him during his last visit? And yet, despite having so many spirit stones, Ye Chen hadn't used them to further his cultivation. Instead, he spent them on something so useless. Truly a wasteful fool. The outside world was buzzing with discussions. Ye Chen remained entirely indifferent. He continued his daily routine of cultivation and alchemy without disruption. However, both Lu Jing and Lin Ke knew about the bracelet and were especially attentive toward him. Yesterday, Lu Jing had offered him a bowl of meat broth, urging him not to waste it. Today, Lin Ke had sweetly kissed him, even going as far as to suggest he slip his hand inside her sleeve. Unfortunately, neither of them received the bracelet. Once the system cooldown was over and the time for his lesson arrived, Ye Chen headed to the Green Cloud shop. Today, he was invited to the back courtyard for class. As soon as he entered, he saw Sun Ye already instructing a woman. Upon Ye Chen's arrival, Sun Ye's eyes lit up, as though he had found treasure. The woman, too, curiously eyed Ye Chen with her beautiful phoenix eyes. This woman was none other than Sun Ruoxin, whom Ye Chen had met previously. To be honest, Ye Chen was quite curious as to why Sun Ruoxin had a 15-fold enhancement. He was about to size her up when Sun Ye, with a look of profound regret, spoke first. "Did you really buy that bracelet?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately nodded, surprised at how fast the news had spread, even reaching Sun Ye. However, what Ye Chen didn't know was just how deeply Sun Ye regretted his actions. When the loose cultivator had come to the Green Cloud shop to sell the bracelet, Sun Ye had only offered 8 mid-grade spirit stones, unwilling to even go as high as 10. Who would have thought that Ye Chen would purchase it for 13? Had Sun Ye accepted the bracelet and sold it to Ye Chen himself, he would have made a fortune. Regret. He was filled with regret. Meanwhile, Ye Chen paid no mind to Sun Ye's complex expressions. He turned to Sun Ruoxin. "You must be Senior's daughter." "I am Ye Chen, pleased to meet you, Senior Sister." Hearing Ye Chen call her Senior Sister, Sun Ruoxin's youthful face revealed a trace of amusement. Though this was their first meeting, she had heard much about him already. For example, the dragon elephant fist his father had prepared was given to a female cultivator. The pills he refined were immediately handed over to female cultivators. Even when a female cultivator was about to leave, he was the first to worry about her safety, rushing to purchase protective talismans for her. Furthermore, the storage pouch Ye Chen had bought from the shop had never been used by him. Most likely, he had given it to a female cultivator as well. As for the bracelet, when the seller had come to the shop, Sun Ruoxin had been present and had shown considerable interest in it. Although its effects were somewhat negligible, it was still better than nothing. More importantly, it was aesthetically pleasing. Unfortunately, it was far too expensive. Now that Ye Chen had bought it, it was highly likely he would give it to a female cultivator. While some female cultivators admired Ye Chen, thinking him deeply affectionate, Sun Ruoxin found him utterly disappointing. A man who would stoop so low to please women, what kind of future could he possibly have? He was truly wallowing in self-degradation. As Sun Ruoxin pondered, she stood up and said in a neutral tone, "I am Sun Ruoxin." She did not engage in any junior brother or senior sister pleasantries. Ye Chen, however, was unfazed by Sun Ruoxin's cold demeanor. He took a moment to size her up, his eyes lighting up. Sun Ruoxin was very young, with an exceptionally beautiful face that radiated a vibrant, youthful charm. She had the air of a next-door girl. Her figure was slender and curvaceous. Though not as explosive as Lu Jing's, it was perfectly balanced. But the most striking feature of Sun Ruoxin was undoubtedly her legs. White, slim, and long. However, Ye Chen didn't linger on the thought. Smiling, he pulled out the bracelet from his robe. "Senior said I'll be taking classes with you from now on." He began. "It wouldn't be right to come empty-handed on my first visit. I thought this bracelet looked quite nice, so I bought it with the intention of giving it to you. Do you like it, Senior Sister?" As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, both Sun Ye and Sun Ruoxin's eyes widened in shock. Ye Chen actually planned to give the bracelet he had bought for 13 mid-grade spirit stones to her. Sun Ruoxin, who had previously been indifferent toward Ye Chen, was now thoroughly stunned. As for Sun Ye, who had regretted not purchasing the bracelet and reselling it to Ye Chen for a profit, he was also shocked. They had heard of Ye Chen's generosity toward female cultivators before, but they never imagined he would be this generous. A gift worth over 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This wasn't something even the inner disciples of Green Cloud sect could casually give away. And Ye Chen was just handing it over. Wasn't this too wasteful? Sun Ruoxin hesitated for a moment. She of course liked the bracelet. It could enhance her cultivation speed, and it was visually stunning. But most importantly, it was expensive. However, receiving such an expensive gift without any reason made Sun Ruoxin feel a little uneasy. But Sun Ye's reaction was quick. He immediately took the bracelet from Ye Chen's hand and placed it on Sun Ruoxin's delicate wrist, saying with a smile, "Ye Chen, you're truly thoughtful. My daughter also liked this bracelet when she saw it the other day, but as her father, I couldn't bear to buy it for her. To think you would give it to her directly. I thank you on behalf of my daughter." Looking at her father, Sun Ruoxin felt a little helpless. However, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. After all, she did like the bracelet quite a bit. After a brief moment of hesitation, she slightly bowed and thanked, "I really do like this gift." "Thank you, junior brother." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen smiled. Just moments ago, he hadn't even acknowledged the terms senior sister or junior brother. Now, he had been directly addressed as junior brother. It seemed money really could smooth everything over. The ancient truth still held, money can grease the wheels of any relationship, and in the world of cultivation, that was no different. However, Ye Chen's thoughts were not on this matter. His mind was occupied by the system prompt that echoed in his mind. Gift given successfully. The gift is a jade-like spirit bead bracelet. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback in progress. Detected that the gift given by the host is of great importance to the recipient, surpassing expectations and causing a significant fluctuation in their state of mind, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward, Stalactite Jade Spirit Bead Bed. Stalactite Jade Spirit Bead Bed, crafted from stalactite jade spirit beads that accompany spiritual veins, it possesses the ability to absorb, purify, and refine spirit chi, significantly enhancing cultivation speed. The reward has been sent to the host's storage space. Stalactite Jade Spirit Bead Bed. Ye Chen stared at the description, his eyes widening. Although the specific effects were not clearly stated, just the materials used revealed that the bed's effects were extraordinary. This made Ye Chen clench his fists in excitement. 15-fold rewards, coupled with the critical hit, were indeed powerful. But at this moment, he still had to attend class. This text was taken from Novelbin. Help the author by reading the original version there. Ye Chen suppressed the eager excitement within him, exchanged a few polite words with Sun Ruoxin, and then began the lesson. Perhaps due to his daughter receiving such a precious gift, Sun Yi was in a good mood and guided the class with spirited enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin, while engraving charms, occasionally cast a glance at Ye Chen. A trace of confusion lingered in her eyes. The lesson passed quickly. Ye Chen had no intention of staying longer, so he bade farewell and left. Once Ye Chen was gone, Sun Ruoxin examined the bracelet on her wrist, furrowing her brows as she spoke, "Father, why do you think he gave me such an expensive magic tool?" During the class, Sun Ruoxin had already experienced the bracelet's effects. It did indeed purify and refine spirit chi automatically. Moreover, after wearing it, her mind felt clearer. It was truly a top-tier auxiliary magic tool. Such a precious gift, why didn't Ye Chen keep it for himself? Why give it to someone he had never met before, like her? Hearing this, Sun Yi casually replied, "Isn't it just a gift to mark your first meeting? I remember last time when I told him you would be attending class together, he mentioned preparing a gift. Perhaps he's trying to flatter me, hoping I'll take special care in teaching him." Sun Ruoxin pursed her lips in disapproval. "Ye Chen has been learning charm crafting under you for a month, and he's only spent 1 mid-grade spirit stone. If there's no other reason, how could he possibly give me a gift worth 13 mid-grade spirit stones? That's almost a year's worth of tuition." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi also felt something was amiss. Yet, the gift had indeed been given. But why? Sun Ruoxin smiled confidently, "That Ye Chen must have seen me before. He probably came to study charm crafting with you just to get a chance to approach me. After learning he could attend class with me, he didn't hesitate to spend a large sum on a gift, hoping to win my favor. Sun Ye's lips twitched at first. No normal person would do such a thing for a woman, would they? What was going through his daughter's mind? But then, recalling the rumors surrounding Ye Chen, Sun Ye suddenly felt it made sense. Ye Chen had given magic tools, storage bags, and spells to female cultivators before. If he had met his daughter in the past, giving her a bracelet seemed perfectly reasonable. Once this thought settled, Sun Ye's face darkened with anger. This little brat actually dares to have designs on my daughter. I truly thought he just wanted to learn charm crafting. Sun Ye was incredibly protective of his daughter. Sun Ruoxin gently flicked the bracelet, its delicate sound ringing in the air. Seeing her father fuming, a sly grin appeared on her face. If you're this angry, father, why not just stop teaching him? Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's lips twitched. 1 month, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. That wasn't a small change. Sun Ye hesitated slightly. With a sigh, he said, well, perhaps you should still teach him. The young man doesn't seem to have bad intentions. But you mustn't be swayed by these little gifts. This lad may have some talent in charm crafting, but giving gifts to women like this is no future. And I've already heard about him being involved with 2 female cultivators, constantly flattering others with gifts. Now, he's trying to make advances on you. What does that tell you? He's clearly a flirt. A person like this isn't suitable as a Dao companion. Sun Ye was torn between wanting to earn some extra income and fearing that his daughter might actually fall for Ye Chen's charms. Thus, he gave his advice. Sun Ruoxin let out a silver bell-like laugh. Father, you're overthinking it. I've told you, in 2 years, I'll be a disciple of the Green Cloud sect. I'm destined for foundation establishment. How could I possibly look at some insignificant little scion from a minor family? If he wants to give gifts, let him. After all, he's the one choosing to give them, not me asking for them. Receiving gifts doesn't mean anything. I'm not foolish enough to make any rash decisions over a few presents. Upon hearing this, Sun Ye immediately smiled in satisfaction. No wonder she was his daughter. She was sharp. As long as she wasn't swayed, Ye Chen could send as many gifts as he wanted. Sun Ye began to entertain the thought in his mind. Should he give Ye Chen a little hint, perhaps mention casually what rare treasures had just arrived at the Green Cloud shop? Or perhaps tell Ye Chen about his daughter's preferences? That would encourage Ye Chen to send more gifts. After all, Ye Chen's first gift was already 13 mid-grade spirit stones. It showed just how much he liked his daughter. If the brat dared to make a move on his daughter, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to squeeze every last bit out of the young man.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.